The era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
destruction of the realm. Call on our savior to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious. shadows of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world you were born to die. So now we set your spirits free. Let the lifeless clear away. For we have come to save you from your pain. So let your voices scream. Powerless lifelines free from time. fire. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away, we arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like we'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where the ring that we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To the knowledge so we can turn our red. We refuse to let you have the final say. Strike once and still slow. Strike twice. Redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. We're the ring that we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, redeem this world.
变革轰然来袭。峡谷亦是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，携一子去九州，乾坤未定。这一手步步为营。驰歌试马少年们，这个夏天，寸土必争。
Welcome, one and all, back to LPL Summer 2024. We are back in Shanghai tonight for our first series, and I'm Mazel, joined by Nymera. We're reunited at last after spring finals, and I couldn't be more excited for a very important day today.
Oh yeah, the games we got today have really got a lot of stakes to them, so keep tuned for how that will affect things going to the next stage of the LPL. And yeah, buddy, it's good to see you again. I hope you've been having fun with the craziness that has been the group stage so far.
It has been a lot of fun so far. And speaking of some of that fun, we got to see a little bit of that yesterday. So let's go ahead and take a walk down memory lane. That was a very interesting day nonetheless. We didn't go all 6, but that first series, it was a doozy, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, EDG, they took down FX 2-0 the first time facing them. FX finally returned the favor, but they did drop a game, which does mean that game score could get very, very interesting over in that group. And then, of course, OMG R8, yes, it was a 2-0 to Rare Atom. That was also quite a close series, too, at points. So yeah, yesterday it felt like it was a good scrap, an LPL classic scrap, we'll say.
Yeah, it feels a little bad for OMG, but maybe they'll be able to sneak out a win before the group stage does finish. Now we look at today, where we're in Group D for the whole ride. It's Ultra Prime versus AL first and foremost, and then it's NIP versus Weibo.
These are the 4 teams from Group D who are realistically fighting for a chance in the upper group in the next stage, the Rumble stage of the LPL. I think Ultra Prime and Anyone's Legend have surprised people to the positive. I think Weibo have surprised people to the negative, but then again, folks, welcome to Weibo. I don't know what else to tell you. You should have learned this last year when they had that inconsistent kind of nature of them. But because we still have more games left, you absolutely cannot count any of these teams out. It is very close in Group D.
That's the beauty of this. And I think we can say there's been a lot of one-sided matchups. There's a lot of teams that do not have a win on the season so far, but that's what we kind of expected in a group setup like this. There was always going to be an extremely dominant team, and we also see teams that are already locked into that next round, Group A, the top of the top, and then unfortunately for a couple of them also locked into that Group B.
Yeah, so we're starting to separate out the upper and lower groups and to see who will be facing each other in the next round. Of course, reminder that anyone who does go towards that upper group will be facing against other teams which are qualified to that upper group, and a big bracket that'll help us determine who gets through into our first playoff seeds as well. And of course, the bottom seeds, we'll see whether they survive another round.
That's the most important thing, and you could be saying goodbye very, very early. What?
What was it that we had the format explainer earlier in the year, which was just so funny to me. Which
it's
was
just like a giant diagram of a bunch of different things.
But like the subtitles are something like and you know, Group A they will qualify for playoffs. So Group B they will qualify for 2025.
Oh yeah. You have the honor of qualifying for 2025. Anyways, let's go ahead and take a look at our roster for tonight for this important matchup. First and foremost, it is Ultra Prime. That beautiful purple is needing to be a little bit more beautiful tonight. We have an important series against the top of this group in AL, and it's going to be up to Hacker, Uakai, and Niket to really have a good series.
No, Ultra Prime, as we were saying earlier, really has positively surprised a whole lot of people this split. And LPL, I think that Niket has been absolutely fantastic on this team, coming up from the LDL. Of course, Qingtian coming into the roster as well to step into Decade's shoes, has really made something work for this team in a special way. And I'm really excited to see if they can compete now with arguably one of our best teams we have seen so far in Summer and Anyone's Legend on the other side of it.
Yeah, it's going to be really important for Hacker to actually find consistent play, because the thing about Hacker, he's always been really good in the, I know you said it, first 15 minutes of the game, but it's always about trying to bring it together. I think sometimes that's the lacking aspect of Ultra Prime, but they also have been really, really well adapted to the meta, and some of their drafting has been on point, so it's going to be important for that to continue against Anyone's Legend, who on the other side looks like the golden child of Group D.
This team really has slotted together really well. Both these teams, as we said, they've been some of the best surprises we've had in LPL so far. Adding Arla into a roster that had already been building over time. First it was Shanks and Hope, and you had Croco and Kyle come in as well. This team has really put together something special, and of course, it's Coach Tabe in the back as well, who revolutionized BLG before them and was big part of the RNG rosters and a whole lot of history to him. This team has put together, I'm not going to call it an Exodia, but it has become really pretty strong in terms of the individual parts pulling together.
Yeah, it's been really nice to see how Croco and Kyle been to the meta a lot, but you could feel the kind of pressure that Tabe was putting on a lot of drafting and stuff early on in the split. Things have evened out a little bit more now that teams have gotten a little bit more consistent with the meta itself, but that was a signature strength early for Anyone's Legend, and it continues now, and especially with some of the little niche adaptations we've gotten in 14-11. I'm very curious how that's going to be, but I think it all comes down to one particular spot on this map, and it's not jungle for once, but it has something to do with jungle. It's all about mid lane. It's all about Uakai versus Shanks. It's all about guys who now feel like the staple for either side.
Uakai is such an interesting player to me because sometimes in spring, this guy was just the guy sometimes has these incredible plays, and you really understand why this guy can be an engine room for his team. He does sometimes outplay himself too, and that's looking for those big plays. But we know he has the upper potential. Shanks has probably more consistently shown that upper potential. And I think for Shanks, the story has been about whether he can finally, in kind of like the layman's kind of eye, sit there and say, I am an elite mid laner rather than just another good LPL mid laner. And to have two players who are looking like they're on the up and up with two teams which are going upwards in their trajectory as well, we get to see who's further along that journey right now.
And we get to see who gets Yone tonight, at least in one of their games, since it is Fearless. But I expect that to be a high-profile pick, maybe even banned away. But I do also expect, and the reason why I put a big spotlight on it, that pressure in mid lane is going to be super important for both teams to play around, because we already talked about Hacker really needing some backup from the team and plans and things like that. I feel like it's a little bit of the same vein for Croco. So those aggressive, kind of priority-focused mid laners are going to be the name of the game.
Yeah, and I think particularly since we've got two junglers which are very happy to play the AP carries, stuff like the Corki, Tristana, and the Yone you already mentioned, become really, really important. We've really kind of sank into our meta now in the LPL. We're starting to like really discover what our comfort picks are and what teams have adapted to it the best. The majority has been looking towards the AP carry, something in mid lane that can be, you know, a physical damage threat. You know, you can change things around when there's a Rumble open or there's a Ziggs open or something like that. But regardless of all these things in the pot, it does feel like these are two of the teams which have adapted best to that style of play within the LPL so far.
And it's been a pleasure to watch. And also, it's just a lot of different picks, right? And I think that's where I want to turn attention to what jungle offers that mid lane matchup, because when you look at Hacker, I mean, he's had like 9 games, 9 different champions played already in this split, and you can say some of that's down to Fearless, but as well as the adaptation to the meta that we're already highlighting has been so strong.
Look, he's played a load of champions, but he hasn't played Zyra yet, so there's still some of the regular stuff out there. Dude,
it's just like negative 100 points there every time for Nightmare.
I've played so much Zyra, but only in Arena, but I still want to see more of it. I'm sat there like, yes, that's the champion I've been winning on. It's so, yeah, it's fun to see like all of our junglers really start to branch out and see whether there is you know, different styles of play to work with through that. You know, we haven't seen, so for instance, you know, when we've got AP junglers, sometimes Maokai flexes around too, and you can say, well, where's that champion going? We've seen champions like the Rumble we played in jungle too. There are there are options here, and hopefully if we get, look, I'm hoping we
And
get
the
a game
Zyra,
3
you know,
kind of
just
because of this.
in case.
Yeah, there's a lot of this stuff. You're just like, well, okay, you know, let's hope we get a game 3 and just see how far the bucket's gone.
I will say I've not been blessed with game 3 so far this split. It makes me upsetty spaghetti.
Yeah? Oh, well,
I
look,
need
in
more
spring,
game
buddy,
3s in my life.
It's spring, buddy. We had like the 9
We
game
did,
test, we
and
had the 3
honestly,
series
I look
today.
back at that and I miss it.
Depends how crazy they are. So look, I might miss it. My you know, my spirit might miss it. My vocal cords.
Yeah,
sometimes
that doesn't
less
miss
so.
it
'Cause,
whatsoever.
folks, it's not just 9 games. It's 9 games of LPL.
Which-
And when you have teams like this which love to scrap, you get pushed a bit.
It's going to be exciting. I expect a lot of pushing tonight, and I expect Shanghai to be extremely lively. Both these teams have been up-and-comers this split, and it feels like they bursted out on the scene in this new format in LPL, and it's been really nice to see where you have organizations who have been traditionally at the top, like NIP and Weibo, struggling to even find grasping straws here in this Group D. And that man right there, important factor for Ultra Prime. He's been a staple for them. He's been a warhorse for them. It hasn't always gone right, but it feels like this might be one of the best splits he's had.
I think Ultra Prime, just in general, they are having one of the best splits they've had so far. It's only a few series in, though, and so fickle can the LPL be. We'll see whether they can keep this up. I have a real soft spot for this team. I think they've been the plucky underdogs for a while. They've occasionally had those moments of brilliance, but this feels like the first time that I can remember that they managed to string together a lot of that. And part of me wonders, actually, whether that's partly due to their own coach behind the stage as well. A guy called Xiao Bai, who is very well regarded within the Chinese community, used to be over on RNG, I think as a support in their LDL team, and then he's kind of come over to Ultra Prime and really started to revolutionize them, and now he's facing off against Tabe on the other side, one of the greatest coaches the LPL has ever known.
Hey.
And anyone's legend, it feels like it's a battle on and off the rift, which I love that, man. It feels like you get to go right into the cerebral nature of some of our LPL drafts and our strategies.
That's what I loved about seeing Tabe on at least the first split for BLG. You could just feel like BLG was attacking the team straight from the draft, and that's definitely held over onto to anyone's legend.
You know the
yeah,
you know the intro we had with the Go Stones playing, like, you know, playing the board
yeah,
game?
yeah.
It's
you literally
get
that.
just some visions of that. Yeah, it's like our own little version of a
It's the
Yu-Gi-Oh
Leonardo
intro, you know?
DiCaprio meme. But I think we've put a lot of focus on Ultra Prime, but I think AL have been that dominant force here in Group D so far, and it has been a team effort. It feels like Kroko and Kyle have had really, really good influence in the meta. They always know exactly what to pick, when to pick it. A lot of engage for Kyle, but it really feels like it comes to the in-betweens, and also what Allah has brought to the table.
Yeah, there's been a lot added into what has been a project crafted over time. They've put together themselves a really good roster with a coaching staff behind them, which is trying to get the absolute most out of them. I think you're absolutely right to highlight the engage from Kyle. I think both Kroko and Kyle, having their time in the LCK, have really adjusted well to the LPL. Not everyone who comes from the LCK does, but I think these two have done really well on this version of the roster, and I think that particularly when you have Kroko, who, you know, he was the hyper ganker with just the Rel and just the Poppy. I think he started to branch out. I think that Kyle has been really good on the front line engaged champions too, and it does mean that AL, they've looked really comfortable at playmaking between jungle and support with, as you said, they know how to flex their champions to get the best out of the draft, particularly I think in that jungle, because Kyle's happy to pick up more of that engaged role. And to me, I think AL are on the shortlist for top of the table in terms of LPL kind of hopefuls for Worlds, right? I think that the 4th spot right now
Could you
is,
imagine?
for me, yeah, well, right now, I think I can, because you look at how NIP and Weibo, they've faltered a little bit. You look at how LNG, they've also taken a bit of a step down as well. And FPX, of course, had their own difficulties too. I think that the 4th spot right now is a battle between WE and AL based on what we see. Now, that might completely change when we see the next stage of the tournament, when these teams actually face off against each other. But the fact that AL are in that conversation is amazing to me. I hope that they can show that they can keep growing under this kind of golden window of opportunity.
Hey, it's the meta for it here. We'll be getting into draft here very soon, so that's where I want to circle back that conversation to the mid lane priority picks that I do expect to be coming through for both these sides. Do you see them kind of using these as maybe last picks, at least on red side, or do you think that's like first phase priorities?
So from what I've been seeing across the LPL as a whole, and I think particularly when you have two mid laners that can play a lot of AD mids, you're going to see them first pick or ban. It depends whether... So NIP got one over on Ultra Prime a little earlier in the group where they banned out all of the AD mid laners, and it meant that, you know, Yukai couldn't get the Yone or the Tristana, and he went towards some of the Meiji stuff instead, and that kind of rocked their style a little bit. AL are very happy to go AD mid laner into AD mid laner, though, because Shanks is so good at the Corki and also that Yone. I think that we might see them just trading off, and we'll see whether the Fearless draft then will influence things later into the series when, say, someone's picked the Corki already, ban it away from the other team, and then they can try and get the remainder of the AD champions to unlock those carry junglers, which we've said that both of these junglers are very proficient at.
Little story note, if you are ever answering some trivia about AL, if you wondered what that little sign meant.
I love this.
Shanks and Hope coming over from Team WE. Shanks was an absolute developmental piece for WE for so long, almost 4 years. And Hope had come over for about a year and had some really, really intense early seasons, but didn't go so well for them. So love to see the crowd showing some love to that. But now we get into it and we go back to your points and see exactly what these early ban priorities are going to be looking like. Some of those AP junglers have to be off there. I always think it's a mistake to let Skarner even through into the video game, so thank you, AL, for doing it justice. They are going to ban the Skarner, the Ashe on that red side. Ultra Prime on the blue side for game number 1, ban away the Rumble and the Nidalee.
And we haven't seen the Corki or Tristana or the Yone banned away. So we're likely getting some AD mid laners picked in. Both these teams really like that, and it does allow some of our AP farming junglers. I think that's also why we've seen the Nidalee locked away by the side of Ultra Prime, because that's one of the things we can leverage off that well. Now, AL have the choice to ban Corki and leave the Yone up, and then they have to deal with kind of whatever Yokai wants to pick up at the remainder of those two choices.
There's that classic Tristana. It's got to be the Yone, right? It's got to be.
Oh, but Corki's so easy to play in draft. That's
True,
the thing.
yeah,
Both these players
yeah,
are really good at the Yone. Now, we might just say AL just say, whatever, don't ban either of them. Now if Yokai plays the
Look
Corki,
at the
then Shanks
smile.
gets to pick up the Yone as well. So both of them are now up, which means that maybe you don't have to pick your choice of them. You pick another priority pick. Niket is a fantastic Leona, as is Kyle. And if you have two AD mid laners which are already on the table, I mean, you're going to get one of them anyway, surely.
And there it is. The engaged support's going to be coming out in folds, I'm sure, here. Anyone's Legend now going to be on the double round docket. Still some very, very big picks left up on the table, but that means that everybody's going to have some great picks available to them. This has been classic. I would be pretty sure it's going to get locked in, at least for
Look,
Shanks.
Shanks just loves this, man. The funniest thing is that at MSI and in spring, we were sat there going, oh no, LPL Corki. Now it's, ooh, LPL Corki. Change it over to like an AD.
I don't know if everybody's saying that, but we're definitely saying that.
Yeah, we're definitely like, wow, yeah, LPL Corki looks good currently in summer. A lot of our mid laners have really transitioned well over to the change from AP to AD and more marksman. And as we said, that unlocks those carry junglers. Crocker goes towards that brand. Of course, Hacker's a good player of this too. Wouldn't surprise me to see Hacker go towards that Karthus again. We could go towards that and the Yone. It would be a decent pickup for them.
So I actually want to pick your brain a little bit about that before it even gets locked in, though, because I've been really liking the brand, and especially into the Karthus. I feel like you can. It's a little snowbally, but I feel like the brand gives Croco so many options moving forward to be aggressive into a Karthus who is not traditionally aggressive, even though we see it sometimes.
So the thing is that Brand can, definitely get the leg over early in that matchup, but does get outranged later, and the Wall of Pain can be really, really difficult. So something like that, that Karthus tends to do really well, allowing other people to go aggressive, while maybe the Brand has to step up. And as we said, it is very, very likely between these two teams to get the AP jungle, AD mid. Arla says, alright, you mid-jungles are having fun. You have forgotten about my Jax. There are two legendary Jax players, really, within the LPL by my eye. And that's one of them's Bin. The other one is Arla. Locks that one in. And now Qingtian might have a couple of his own stronger top laners banned away to see if Arla can snowball that matchup.
Yeah. Qingtian, known on his time on TS for being the more stable player over Wayward, be a little bit more of that bruiser kind of stability in the top side. So I'll be curious what he wants to bring into this, because Arla's Jax is terrifying. The Ziggs is a very good lock away, though. I think you're taking away a lot of the damage profile to back up the Yone here. But now I'm curious, like, what kind of focus we get from Ultra Prime to dwindle down some of the picks that can boost up anyone's Legends comp. And I expect those engaged supports to be it, but it's the Varus first.
Yeah, I was wondering whether they're going to ban away some of that engage from Kyle, because currently AL don't really have any of that. Of course, the Varus can somewhat act like that with his ultimate. We've already seen the Ashe banned away too, so that's gone. Potentially could ban away the Jhin if you're afraid of utility AD carries, but there's still stuff like Nautilus on the table. Alistair, also potential as well. I think maybe the Nautilus is a good lock away, because it's really, really good into the Karthus, can catch him out of position while he's looking for that maximum Q range and wall of flame. That can be valuable. And as we see on the other side, that's one of those top lane matchups into the Jax, which can survive lanes. So AL trying to secure Ala a good lane matchup.
The thing I love about Shabai is every time we see him on screen, he's just got like 20 papers in front of him, and he's just flipping through them every time. And that's how you know Fearless is fun. Maybe not for coaches, though. The Nautilus ban does sneak on through there for Ultra Prime. The Ezreal, which has just skyrocketed through priority here recently, will be locked in for Hope.
Now, this is going to be interesting, because Ezreal can 1v2 a lot of laning phases. Yesterday, we even saw a Pyke locked in. I think that was with the Ezreal on their own team, because it just allows your support to roam about a lot more. So I wonder whether Kyle's last pick looks at the whole draft and says, okay, I can leave Ezreal, I can leave Hope in lane, and then just try to snowball somewhere else in the map, get Corki ahead in mid lane, something like that. That's something which we immediately have to be thinking of coming through into these last picks. Ultra Prime lock in a really good top laner in terms of front line for Qingtian. Ultra Prime now have a really strong front-lining top lane support, which might just be able to allow Karthus and whatever their AD carry is to lock in to do decent damage from that pocket just behind their tanks.
Honestly, what I'm seeing right now in front of me is both teams don't really want to do anything. I mean, it seems okay. There we go. We get a little bit of proactivity in the bot side. We get the Kalista locked in last pick. When have you seen that before? For Ultra Prime here on the blue side. We'll see what anyone's legend wants to round it out with.
So they really don't have any engage. Kyle goes towards that Braum. I don't love it.
Somewhat
you know?
engaged, like engage 0.5.
So, the thing is, I think the Braum is here mainly for the laning phase, because it means that the Leona can't just get really free advantages and just keep going in on Zenith Blades. Braum dunks on melee supports, but I'm really worried now with AL. Later into the game, their engage is going to be really hard to land, whereas on the other side you have the Yone flanks, you have Leona, you have Karthus following up, and even if you do go in later, Kalista can save the Leona from the Braum, who can cause her problems later into the game. So with that in mind, I think Ultra Prime have the easier engage, their comp might just be easier to play. AL do, however, have really strong lanes, and they do have themselves a lot of really good range to play around as well with the double carries. So let's see who can really pull off that style of composition. I think AL haven't given themselves the easiest job, but this is meant to be one of our top teams. They should be able to play stuff like this.
It's a Group D smackdown in Shanghai, and I couldn't be more excited. Ultra Prime themselves have thrived off of Niket's engage, the rookie support coming in, but it really has been about the drafting. Tonight, that spotlight, it's going to be on Yuakai, and it's going to be on this mid lane, because Shanks is no slouch. Both guys playing their premier picks of the split, it feels like, here in this game number one, but this is the only game that they're going to get of it. We're getting off into game number one, and it's all about mid lane. It's all about Hacker and Croco using the priority that is gained there, and see who is drawing those fisticuffs for game number one. It's kicking off now. We're going to get those Gyos through, and we're going to be hitting Summoner's Rift.
So important this game one. So much to keep in mind. So much about the comp, so much about the team, so much about the group as a whole. This is where really it comes to crunch time. We'll see who's going to make it out on top.
Let's go. I love to hear that.
I'm glad.
Game number
I'm glad
one
we
is
get this.
already on fire. Let's go. You expect it from top teams, right?
But the thing for me is like, but that's the thing. Before these split, these teams weren't top teams, and that's why it
But
excites
every
me, you know?
team has a fan base in China. That's just how many fans there are.
True. That's true. That's true. But I think particularly for teams like Anyone's Legend, Ultra Prime, I'm just really excited to see potentially the start of something new in LPL.
Yeah.
We have so many orgs and so much history. You kind of forget that with 17 teams, occasionally one of them can build something really special within a split, within a year, because they go for an experiment. They pick up some good players, and I think these two are on the short list for that. These are not household names within the LPL, like, international larger community, but maybe they could be if they have a good summer. Maybe that's overselling it a bit much, but from the early summer, you know, I just hope for that, you know?
Yeah.
So the start of something special, hopefully.
I like it. Hey, I'm always aboard the hope. I used to have a whole bit in LPL, the Mazel's Hopium Emporium. For all the teams that found themselves in the dumps. But you have to remember that Ultra Prime was literally last place in spring 2024. And yes, it's a different format, but to be able to have such strong performances, it feels like we're giving them a shot that maybe they wouldn't have had. And I want to talk a little bit more about the presence in lane that we're going to see. You talked in the draft about how this Braum was kind of an answer to that 2v2. We should see that kind of work out as we did just now in that early trade.
Yeah, you're not expecting to win bot lane. You just want to get yourself to a level where hopefully Niket can start off early plays. Niket has been such a revelation for Ultra Prime. I think that he's the best rookie support to come through the LPL system for quite a while. He's really impressed me with his, his instincts midway through a fight to turn back into a fight or retreat or body block for a teammate. I'm really excited to see what he can do against one of the more reputable bot lanes we have, especially within Group D. But I think that Hope and Kyle, they've managed to start building themselves a really good kind of run of form. I want to see if Niket can keep up his level of form as well.
Yukai wants the kill. Oh! The auto attack, it gets the fade away. Cool guys, don't look at explosions, Nymera. He got the solo bolo for first blood.
Oh, that fate sealed. Or rather, with the Soul Unbound, that's the one. He has a lot of cool sounding names, and he has himself a really cool looking solo kill in the mid lane. You highlighted this mid lane matchup, both of these two on really important stakes.
Oh, Shanks is upset right now, and he's going to die for it potentially. No, he gets the auto attack back, and that's some revenge best served cold.
All right, so mid lane, we highlighted the matchup, and they immediately show us why. The Yone, the Corki. First blood goes over to the Yone, but it's still going to be the Corki sat in lane without being able to spend the kill gold. Yukai does manage to get his first gold back and teleport back into lane. He has a Vamp Scepter. Shanks will be looking for a reset rather quickly now because he needs to spend that gold he just got from returning the favor, as he said.
This is incredible how much. It's just fight night mid lane. I just want to highlight Shanks was so visibly upset about that first kill, and it probably just feels real damn good to come back and get it back. Okay, we're good. But now both junglers want to be influenced.
Yeah, because the Raptors are respawning, and Shanks, as we said, hasn't managed to get that kill gold down. And also now Hacker gets to walk in, knowing that there's no mid laner to help the side of
he don't like Skittles, man. He said no. Meanwhile, Ting Tien is fighting Allah. This is the kind of LPL that I live for. And another solo within 5 minutes. This one to Allah on his signature Jax.
Croco flashes away in the jungle. Ting Tien dies in topside. Mid lane's got 2 kills already. Yeah, okay, this is the LPL that we sign up for. Shanks gets himself back in towards mid lane. He's got himself a tier. We don't always see the Muramana on the Corki. It's something that Chovy does, but we'll have to track how his power spike will go with that one. But going back to what happened, presumably, for the very true for the first blood, Yukai gets himself that level 3, and he just basically stores up all of that damage from the Soul Unbound, and help out a little bit for the first blood. Well played by Yukai.
Oh my goodness.
Can I just say as well, I woke up this morning and I saw that Captain Flowers had the real champion spotlight, or like the honest champion spotlight for Yone, where there were a lot of complaints about that ability. I can understand why.
And the problem is now, Shanks has kind of missed out on his early level kind of oppression under the Yone. Now we're going to get to level 6s. Yukai is going to be a lot more comfortable. And this pick, both picks obviously, but the Yone, I feel like has been an easy win button post 25 minutes in the LPL. We'll see also Yukai have a lot of those for me.
Yeah, I think
2 of them.
Yeah, and I think that particularly with the Yone, it just allows you to have that huge flanking threat at points too. Niket is helping just push in the wave. Kyle's coming to respond to. Yukai hits level 6, important moment for him. And we're getting to the point where, of course, the first objectives are spawning. So we have Dragon, we have those grubs. Need to see if we're actually going to see a contest between them. The only real team in the LPL that's contested both early objectives has been Top Esports. Everyone else has been kind of saying, well, we'll give up the Dragon or we'll give up the grubs, one side of it. It seems like for now, Ultra Prime walking back onto the map with Hacken, not quite at level 6. He's going to go towards top side and go towards grubs as Croco takes the Dragon.
As is tradition between the Brand and Karthus jungles, we just trade early, give it up. But typically, I actually really like the Brand to go for the early grubbies because you can take them so easy. But with that pressure on bot side, it makes it easy to take the Dragon. And it's been a little bit of a late start by Hacker. Should be able to clear these ones up. But you see, Croco, he's running that way here.
It's really hard to walk into that lane all the same. That's an E-Force from Hope. I was wondering if that was going to get punished. We can see that the farm in bot lane's been fine. The trades look pretty nasty for the Leona and the Kalista, but they're still getting themselves a lot of farm. Niket's going through, misses Zenithal and Hope.
Oh my god, though. That doggo damage. You do a lot to Hope. The back end of the fight is the difficult part. Nice flash there, but instantly, and the Requiem has come online. Look at the combo in Ultra Prime. Alley.
I mean, that's what we were saying about the Leona later into the game. You're going to have a lot of help from your teammates making that play work. The Karthus comes online, and even though it's a difficult lane, Niket and Hacker combo up for something really special down there. That's a good start for Ultra Prime.
Wowzers. I love the timing of that as well. Hope and Kyle not expecting it, taking those heavy trades, and the Karthus farming coming pretty clutch there. Krako not realizing that maybe there's somebody backing in the bush there, is just going to back away anyways. But that is some early give both ways. A tiny advantage to Ultra Prime so far, but it's really about some farming until we get to the next objectives. And we're going to take a look down at that bot fight.
Yeah, so Niket comes out of the brush, realizes that jungler has level 6. That's why they're going for this, because yes, even though you have, you know, like a bit of a disadvantage versus the Braum, you still have that extra damage over the shoulder. I really think that Niket with the flash Q makes a lot of work happen here. Baits out the cleanse, gets the ignite for the extra damage. Karthus doesn't always finish off with that first ult of the game because you don't have as much items before it, but that definitely helps with the Dark Harvest and the ignite dropped on him.
Also helps when he has like 50 health left.
True, yeah, I hear that.
Krako's definitely going to want to be a little bit proactive. The thing about this kind of situation for the Karthus is you're already seeing it kind of pay up. You're in a huge CS advantage, and it's only going to get worse, and I think Krako's going to have to find a way to be active in the game.
No, Karthus really does obviously farm like a monster. Brand's obviously no slouch at that
Yeah,
either,
absolutely.
but it depends what kind of camps you have access to, because of course with mid lane winning, that meant that you lost the Raptors. Thing is, which from anyone's legend, have to be afraid of, for Ultra Prime rather, is the fact that Ala is on the Jax and doing stuff like this. Jingxian is not known for losing gracefully, and he's in a bad spot again.
Ala on his Jax, bullying Qingtian at the top side a little bit.
Yeah, it makes him lose cannon XP too. That sucks, man.
He's got a hockey stick. I think that's the hockey one. Is that one?
Ultimate lane.
The fade sealed on his Shanks. Hacker coming in, missed the wall of pain, but it doesn't matter. You have the Q3. Yuakai's going to do the damage, and he goes for it again.
Oh, Shanks has had a heck of a good summer, but Qingtian might ult on the tower.
Ala not going to take a tower shot there just yet. Now the flash from Qingtian. He wants a little bit of revenge of his own. Isn't going to go for the Q3 in the end. Can't do it.
Yeah, Hacker doesn't have his ult just yet, but Hacker might just dive topside. Might have a cross map,
Pyroclasm
sacrifice the ult.
onto the little minions there. That's huge, and they're out of turret range. Niket, one more auto will do it, but Krako burns him from the earth.
Yeah, I wonder whether Hacker can get himself an ult towards it. If they can keep under tower, of course you will have the Karthus ult coming up soon, but it's still going to be another 20 seconds or so.
Qingtian taking that as huge. Skittle dodged out by Ala. Fancy feet with the flash there too. Qingtian looking with his sights set on Ala. He's going to try to run away here now. He doesn't really have any tools, but he has Shanks coming up. No distance to cover. Could be enough. Counter-strike it, Qingtian! He's out alive. Hacker going to have to burn his flash. It was a good attempt, but Ala falls.
And even if that had come out to a bit more of a back and forth, Hacker still would have had the ult. Ultra Prime, they do the cross map, they lose the kill onto the Leona. Crocker manages to get himself some kill participation there, and that's kind of what you're asking for. Can the brand keep up with the Karthus? Well, both of them are trying their damnedest in this game. Feels like Shanks not being able to get any kill participation topside kind of sucks for him. You know, he left that wave in mid lane. Ala at least picks that one up. But Shanks, he's really been on he's been the real loser from AL so far. It's been so much pressure put onto him by Ultra Prime. It's not necessarily by any fault of his own. Just feels like Ultra Prime have just drawn a target on his back.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to do anything with that giant target lugging around on your back, I guess. The next thing is, though, we have 30 seconds for a dragon. Anyone's Legend could take advantage of that to get a second stack for themselves. But I think the long-term question is, are they going to be willing to give up another 3 grubs to Ultra Prime?
Thing is, Ultra Prime don't have the best tower hitters in existence. Yone can walk up with the E and hit the tower, but when you've got the Cassante losing against the Jax, AL, maybe they are happy taking dragons, because there's like, well, you can't use the grubs as well. Doggo is currently alone under this turret. Here comes Yuakai. This is a 4v3 right now.
Oh, they actually have the Solar Flare from distance with that fade sealed. The True Shot Barrage is not going to be enough, and Ultra Prime, they're cleaning house right now.
And it says so much that they don't even need the Karth Assault for the huge play bot side. Normally that's such a big thing for them, but Niket has a clean combo. AL, even though they picked in the Braum to stop the Kalista and Leona running over the early game, have not quite managed to do so. And Ultra Prime, we said this team's on the up and up, but AL are meant to be the best team in the group. They're meant to be one of these teams which we're considering, world's hopefuls maybe, even at this early stage in summer. Ultra Prime are standing more than toe-to-toe with them right now.
Yeah, I told you some of the draft gap had closed a bit as time had gone on, but it seems like Ultra Prime, they've had comfort of their own this whole time, and they made the play on AL.
They see them coming over the blast cone, but it's just too little too late. And the thing about Braum, can't stop a Leona ult. It's not a projectile, comes from the skies, and your shield isn't pointed that way. Niket manages to nail both of them. This guy on your screen, he has been such a revolutionary part of Ultra Prime. Been loving what he's been doing on the engaged support so far in summer.
Yeah, been really nice to see from the top esports challenger system coming over here in this split, in his rookie split here in summer, in the big change in format. With all the craziness aside, he's been really, really potent for Ultra Prime. But it also has been a really nice sensation to watch him with Doggo, right? And I think Doggo has been a bit undersung over the last bit on Ultra Prime, but he's been there for a little while now. And I feel like he has been consistently able to help his supports, maybe to some detriment sometimes, but it's really nice to see the kind of cohesion that him and Niket have.
What does that mean?
Hey, okay, when they pick Rammus, and it don't go too well, I'm just saying.
I have to say, I do have a little chuckle to myself every time I see the Rammus hover still in
It's
drafts
so
now.
good.
I'm fairly sure there are some people in social media teams out there which have less of a chuckle after knowing what that caused them in spring. If at one time they do pick that in again and they come to a win, that's when you know that real character growth has happened. That's the end of the character growth right there.
It's the whole arc. You don't need to watch the next
Ultra
season.
Prime, World Finals, Game 5 against Jinji.
Doggo
wow,
brings out the
Rammus.
the Rammus. Oh no. Anyways, let's take a look at map state because we have had some adaptations here. Yuukai's going in fully onto Shanks, but Kyle was already here. The stun came through from concussive blows, but he will make it out with a turret plate after that.
Doesn't quite land the ult. You can see the huge amount of damage that Blade gives the Yone. However, Kyle there at the right time to punish one of these melee divers. He's going to have a lot of value trying to stop the Leona and the Yone later into the game. Ally fails to take that red buff down, but at least chase the Karthus out of his jungle.
Okay, so I was wondering if we were actually going to get just a full-on start of the Rift Herald. It looks like Ultra Prime have brought enough bodies up here to make it so. Krako's coming out of base right now, so maybe Ultra Prime, not knowing where a lot of people from Anyone's Legend are, not going to want to go for that one. But if you saw that on the left side, it's not great when there's a ton of level leads on Ultra Prime side if you're an AL fan.
Yeah, true. They do have triple Triforce spikes.
The League of Trinity Force.
They have so much Triforce. They have 3 of them. There's Triforce. I've never seen anything like it in all my days. Anyone's Legend. Question is whether they will get themselves an advantage with Ala pushing in towards bot side and cross map. See that Kroko? And he's just farming up those Krugs right now. It's really hard for red side to enter river to get towards that Herald at points, and when you get stuck alongside that wall, it can be really problematic being against the Yone and the Leona. In fact, actually, we saw JDG lose a game to TT largely off of that. They just lined up against the wall at a couple of these big fights around Baron, and they just got engaged on super easily because they were the red side team. AL, maybe with that in mind, just say, yeah, we got an immobile Brand, he's strong, but maybe let's not throw him to the wolves just yet.
Yeah, maybe, that's a good idea. Buying time. As I said in the draft, it seemed like both teams just didn't really want to do anything until their later picks where we got the Doggo Kalista and things like that. I think we're at a point where Anyone's Legend need to just kind of put out fires. They're not super far behind. I feel like their double marksman comp in this state is going to be really, really strong. Oh, that's a big power plasm, though. They're getting a lot of damage put onto him, but he will end up falling at the end. Can't get Hacker back for the revenge kill.
Yeah, we just said that the Brand is really strong. What item spike that Leandri's so powerful, but immediately jumped on. Can't quite get all of the follow-up damage he would like because Niket teaming up with Hacker just about reacts in time with the CC. That's really important. Means that Ala wait, another miss.
You guys on site right now onto Shanks, and he's going to lose his life for it. There's the turret shot, the Requiem, not enough. Shanks stands strong for Anyone's Legend.
Oh, Shanks has really been putting up with this pressure. He's been doing it the entire game. Ganked so many times and dove under tower multiple times. Yukai, though, flashing, ulting, not getting the kill, even with the Karth assault. That could be an opening for AL because they were, aware of that side lane threat. That's going to be a bit of a breather for them. And honestly, if we use the tennis analogy, an unforced error.
They had some great vision there and just unfortunate timing.
Niket did a really good job to body block the Q as well. Again, really quick reactions. I think that Niket has done a good job of body blocking, and that's another case of it. Does a good job to make sure that Kroko can't get all of the damage onto the Karthus, who is now sat at 4-0-2. The next time that ult comes out, we shall have to pay attention to exactly how much damage is going to come down from these guys.
Oh. Concussive blows ain't no joke there, Yukai. Gotta be a little careful. We got the Rift Herald dropped in top side, though. They want to try to take down this outer turret. It will be easy. Does it, though. Ultra Prime take that one. It'll be first turret of the game.
And a lot of that gold goes to our currently most affluent player in Hacker.
Look at you with the
he is,
fancy words.
Oh, I like that word. You know, I have some, one of my favorite words? So there's one which my brother really likes. Exsanguinate, that's to remove blood from something. It's a big one from Vladimir. Vitrify, that's a favorite one of mine too, which is where you turn something to glass. It's a really fun word. Today you learn. You can walk away with
You
more
learn
words
something new
before.
every day.
And when you invent a new word, it's a neologism. Which means
Wow.
you've learned another word. And I
The
didn't
audience
make
is
that
the guys. My brain hurts
Yeah.
with the words. I know what's gonna make AL's brain hurt a little bit, and it's that second item
Yeah,
spike
tell
for
me.
Hacker here, as he does have the Leandri's Blackfire Torch. They are surrounding Allah down here. He does have a turret, but what is he gonna be able to hold on to here? Niket starts it off, Solar Flare combo into the CC chain, into the Fate Sealed, and that'll be just that for Allah. Hacker picks
That
up
is-
the kill.
That is so unfair. That is so unfair. He just gets completely locked in place. The Leona from Niket once again showing value. I think the way that Ultra Prime play around that pick has worked out so well for them, right? Pretty much every time he's gone in, it's set up for those Skittles from Hacker to do an absurd amount of damage. And this is now an important win because Ultra Prime get a kill onto that Jax, who could potentially be a game-winning threat for AL. And Allah is a fantastic Jax player, and he's in a good matchup to split push later into the game. Getting that kill here and now before that goes out of control, get the tower as well. It's a big win for Ultra Prime.
It's continuation of what they've been able to do so far, at least. We did see them also grab up that dragon on the other side, on the back end of that. I also just want to focus a little bit more on these item spikes that are going to be coming up for AL, where they actually will have a little bit of fight right now, because it feels like Ultra Prime are like the bully on the map.
Well, I mean, we talked about the tier being picked up for Shanks earlier. It's now into a full Muramana, and that spike will be really important. And the thing is, you need to wait for those spikes and someone like Jax here to really start out playing some of these side lanes, apparently. He does a good job of getting good damage onto Yukai. His E doesn't get a huge amount of work done, so he has to join in a little later. But, Niket is so powerful at setting up for the Karthus. If you're hitting all of your Qs with this item spike, then yeah, you're going to hit the ground really quickly. Ultra Prime knowing where they can play their combos around.
It's the name of the game if they can continue executing. There's 2 items now on Doggo as well. That Kalista is not going to be a slouch in her own right. We have Baron coming up, but don't expect that to be necessarily the big pull just yet, especially because we aren't on those big items.
There's no Zyra in the game,
No 20-minute Baron with the Zyra. We do have a pretty fed Karthus, though, and that might make the difference. But we actually see AL going to be moving out on the map here and actually using Allah here with the team.
Yeah, that's a little surprising to me. I would have thought that Arla would have been wanting to get into side lanes. I suppose Shanks getting the gold in the side lane isn't bad either. The Corki, we know exactly how much damage that champion can do when it comes to late game. And the Muramana, even though it gives you an early game dip, can really spike around about the 4-item mark once you have stuff like the Infinity Edge and another crit item involved. But AL, you need to really get to that point. So if they choose any fights now, really afraid for AL about what can happen with the big combos coming through. Niket, again, walking up fearlessly, has so much CC. AL need to really respect that Leona.
Watch out for those point-and-click engages. That's something you brought up, actually, about AL, about their decisiveness, especially how they play the game later on in mid-game, late game. But they're not going to have a lot of that decisiveness here so far in this series.
No, not just yet, and I think that's because they've ended up losing in some important roles. Bot lane didn't quite hold the Leona back. Hope, you can see already, really afraid of what the lethality Kalista can do. Ala's got flash, he might jump forwards. A little afraid there, no cleanse on Doggo.
Kyle really wanted to help out. He just,
I only just realized that Ogre doesn't have cleanse, and that's probably why AL are looking for this kind of fight.
Oh, yeah.
Like, well, we've got the concussive blows. Wait, if we land a stun on him, this dude's dead. That's probably why they went for it, but they couldn't quite land the CC onto him. And AL, we've praised them for their clean, decisive play. That is anything but that, and it feels like Ultra Prime have really stunted a lot of what they want to do in this game. Ultra Prime, again, cruising through to great item breakpoints for them. I think this, we talked about a couple of them earlier, but, you've got big items on something like Yukai. We said next time he goes in, if he hits anything with that Karthus behind him, that's a dead solo laner.
Yeah, it absolutely will be. And with that dragon coming up about 35, you see Ultra Prime just marking their territory here, making sure that they can keep all the vision on that side of the map while AL gonna try to bluff maybe Baron vision play over here to try to get the pressure away from that side of the map.
So, what's the play from Ultra Prime right now? Because they're currently just hovering towards side lanes. Feels like they're playing for a side lane kill. They're not necessarily playing for big side lane objectives. They might get themselves the next dragon with Yukai pushing up. He's going to go back, presumably get himself a decent base off of that too. But Ultra Prime doesn't feel like they've got their Baron in their sights. Feels like they're playing towards dragon and then mid lane prior. If they can get this mid lane turret open, of course it means that the big dive combos from Leona and Yone with the Karthus ult over the top do get a lot more powerful. But it's not going to be that easy to take this turret because, there is still an Ezreal wave clearing it.
Ultra Prime are going to make the play, send Yukai to Dragon, let him solo that one now that he's on 2 items with the Kraken Slayer. Easy. And now we'll see them actually move other bodies around the Baron side of the map. But they're going to collapse here as Allah will show his face here. You've got to get the smite in the pit. They will easily do so and take that Dragon, so evening that objective up 2-2.
At least it's not sole point. That would have been more dangerous for AL. The fact that they took themselves 2 dragons already does very much help. Gonna get themselves a tiny bit of damage on tower. Nicat does have flash. There's every chance the fight could happen. We're starting to see some of that damage really come back. The Ezreal, the Corki, both on that huge Muramana Triforce spike. Very much in the moment of power now.
This team gets terrifying as time goes on. We talked about it so often. That's why we put a lot of focus on Anyone's Legend, who also gets scary as time goes on. But you're starting to see kind of that instantaneous damage that the double poke of the Corki and Ezreal can provide. And I think those team fights are going to get a lot more dicey from here on out. We're getting to the point where teams are getting to the promised land for themselves. 25 plus minutes. I was talking about the Yone here, but I want to check in on that mid lane matchup a little bit more. Yukai versus Shanks. A lot of pressure on these two guys, but they have been fighting tooth and nail.
Yeah, I'm so Dune-pilled. You were saying that, like, oh yes, they're going to the promised land. I'm like, well, so which one's Paul Atreides? Where are we going with this? No, we don't have the Rek'Sai. We don't quite have that sadly. Man, there was that time where around Dune 2 release, we had all of the Rek'Sai top meta. That was
pretty cool.
That feels like too much to be a coincidence, if you know what I mean. But Ultra Prime, they're getting themselves back onto the map. I feel like they've lost a lot of gold compared to where they should have been. I think that Arla and Shanks have both gotten themselves some really good side lane in gold without Ultra Prime being able to stop them. Ultra Prime are probably going to have to look at this Baron sooner rather than later. They don't want Arla and Shanks to get towards these mega items. They're already far enough in. 3 items on Shanks now. He's taking a load of tower gold. That's really dangerous for Ultra Prime, despite their early advantages.
They're completely evened up now, actually, which is just crazy, as they had a pretty heavy tempo advantage for themselves. They will be getting Rabadons here very soon for Hacker. He's going to be pretty close to that one, and 3rd item for Doggo as well. They will have a lot of burn pressure on objectives like the Baron and be able to make those decisive moments happen, and Yukai over the top is going to be, I feel like, the saving grace.
I'm surprised Ultra Prime haven't tried something around Baron, because, again, AL don't have great engage. They have the Braum, which is really good at stopping someone like the Leona or the Yone jumping forwards, but if Ultra Prime want to go towards Baron, that's not a great way to start the fight outside of a flash Counter-Strike from Arla, and he needs to have the right wards for that. Now AL are just going to walk back in towards the top side again, and, Ultra Prime, they've had a good early game. They've got themselves some good kills. You need to use those items at some point, folks. It's going to be a bit of a problem if you let AL just, again, even up this game even more. We're within 1,000 gold, and Ultra Prime, they haven't walked away with a game-breaking advantage in objectives, even if that gold weren't as important as it is.
See this positioning, not a lot of vision from Ultra Prime. Trying to push in with Hacker a little bit. Nicat not really willing to give the body over. They don't think that they could do. Okay, Allah actually found a little engage on Yukai, but he's got to be careful. Niket was missing from mid lane. That siege is going to be pretty strong for AL. They're bringing Croco on the top side. This Niket,
Oh,
he
Niket!
just goes for it. That decisiveness with the Fate's Seal, Fate's Call rather, coming through. The instant knockback, the instant all out, and Alla's instantly gone. The Pyroclasm not going to be enough at Ultra Prime. They absolutely rebuff AL.
Yeah, but AL, they're still going to be able to keep up in mid lane. Hope is going to wave clear through this. That's a lot committed by both sides for just the one kill. I don't think the Ultra Prime are going to be able to force onto the Baron. I think AL is still very happy to use their range of their double AD carries to make a play. The Q3 misses, and again, things fizzle out.
Hard to get the lasting damage onto the turret there when you're able to wave clear so heavily for Ultra Prime. And honestly, we talked so much about the decisive for AL, but this game has been all about the decisiveness from Ultra Prime, and Yukai specifically. He's been able to single out a lot of big targets, but this Niket play was beautiful.
Yeah, I think that Niket, again, on the Leona has been such a powerful player for the side of Ultra Prime. It's not the cleanest combo this time. The follow-up's not massive, but honestly, you know, the teleport in from Ala, we said that Ala on the flank is a huge thing for AL. Losing the teleport is probably more important than him losing his life at that point, even if that sounds a bit harsh. Now I think if Ultra Prime see Ala on bot side, I think they can just rush down Baron, and, well, I mean, he's going to show on bot lane now. I think we should be going Baron now, folks, Ultra Prime.
They said no. They don't want to.
Well,
now
they're picking it. I have hope. There we go. So, no teleport on Jax. Start off the Baron. You can start burning it down. They're clearing out some vision. Two-man right now. But yeah, Ala just showed bot with no teleport.
But this is where Brand gets pretty powerful. Ooh, he will get the spell shield taken off from him. Croco has the Pyroclasm, can throw it in the pit. True Shot Barrage going to do a lot of damage. AL, you got to get in there, baby. You got to get in there. They're just going to leave it. And the Baron goes over to Ultra Prime. They're going to try to catch out Doggo. He is not going to be able to escape because he had no ability, no cleanse, and that flash will get burned.
Doggo blows the splash, dies anyway. Do anyone's Legend get mid lane turret? Yeah, they will. So, AL, they're going to walk away, losing the Baron, but getting mid lane turret, probably getting Dragon afterwards. This is why we were kind of saying Ultra Prime needs to be very quick on that Baron. You want to be using these opportunities, because AL, they definitely have the ability to, again, outfight Ultra Prime right now. They're going to be pushing out topside, potentially just using the Baron to get some gold elsewhere. Now, if Ultra Prime could get mid lane out of turret, then the tower question gets a lot more interesting.
Those Baron minions make it a little easier. They don't want to fully commit, but they're going to get the tier 2 up there in the top side of the map. Ala can't make it back in time, so that's a lot of standing gold. Shanks will answer it in kind, and honestly, that's been the story of this one. Not only the decisiveness for Ultra Prime, but Yukai and Shanks just trading blows back and forth.
Yeah. And again, the whole tower play that just happened with the Baron, but the kill being given up, so he gives up mid lane turrets, he gives up Dragon, but then there's an answer into top lane. Well, then Shanks answers bot lane in as well. It's very quick motions that we know that can come from teams that have been coached by Tabe before. Don't always like to attribute too much to coaches when we don't know much about them, but when it's Tabe, we've seen it so much, I feel pretty confident about that. AL managed to at least get a lot of gold against the Baron kind of power play at that point. You know, it's basically even right now. AL, even though they gave up the Baron, they're not giving up too much gold for it.
Yeah, we got the Dragon Soul Point for AL, so they'll be able to contest over that as well. We're also 4th item in for Shanks. He just got the Bloodthirster completed. Yeah. That's pretty huge. So anyone's Legends weapons are starting to come online. You're going to need some missile deterrence there for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, what is it? What was it? Missile Commander, one of those old arcade games? Something like that.
Classic.
Missile Defense, maybe that was it.
Yeah.
You know what? I went to a video game, like a retro video game museum last year sometime. I ended up playing. I'd never played it on an actual like arcade box before. It was fun. I like arcade boxes. They make it feel special.
It feels like an experience.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool, especially in this day and age when everything is just on your PC. It's the same experience every time. But I think it's the interest. I wonder if we're gonna get some of those big engages from anyone's Legend now that they're feeling a little bit more confident, because we said in draft, and something I think is really important as time goes on, is their engage is almost non-existent besides Kyle and Ala.
I was about to say, you know, they could look for a big engage. I don't see any big engage that they can really do outside of an Ala Flash, which is really hard to set up at points. We have been flitting around the map an awful lot, though. Because we've been going from bot lane to top lane all over the place, there are a decent amount of wards. You can see all the red wards drop down across the map, which do give some teleport options to Ala. It might be on a Jax flank. AL will need to really choose their battlefield very carefully on that one, though. Because again, if they are blown up by the Leona, Karthus, Yone combo first, it won't matter nearly as much.
going to be about those little things. The minute differences in the engages, I feel like, are going to be super, super important. Hacker is also almost on 4 items. With that Void Crystal, you got to expect a little bit of pin. Definitely coming through there. Oh, they're going to try to catch him. Croco moving
Just
forward.
ults out.
Yep, there's the Fate Sealed out. The cooldown not super long, but long enough. The Dragon not up for another 220, though.
I was about to say, no ego there. Just ults backwards, says, all right, okay, lose the cooldown. Doesn't have to lose anything else. It's not important to have that right now. And of course, because he's beyond level 16 as well, it's like a third off cooldown already. So again, not the biggest loss there. Ultra Prime though, because they're losing ults like that on the side lane, I think it's more important that it's just indicative of where the game state is at. They're going in towards side lanes. Nikat not going to be able to really do much against Shanks there with no real close follow-up from someone like Yukai. Ultra Prime haven't really been able to pull off as clean a combos as they would have liked. You know, my mind flashes back to Yukai and Hacker trying to kill Shanks with the combination of ultimates multiple times in side lanes. I think when that stalled out, Ultra Prime started to struggle to find ways to accelerate the game again. And Anyone's Legend, now they've got those items, even though, again, we were saying, very early in the game, Anyone's Legend were quite far behind. They've stabilized quite well.
Yeah. I will say, though, the level of decisiveness has definitely fallen off a cliff here. I think both teams are, like, a bit hesitant to make the wrong move because it's so close. And it is getting a little bit iffy in a lot of these positions because you're seeing, you know, a lot of times they're just giving up a lot of pressure around the map. So I'm curious when, you know, important decisions, especially at about a minute, are going to be coming up, how that's going to unfold.
Yeah, well, as you said, Hacker has an awful lot of items, awful lot of levels. He can rush Baron really quickly, but Croco on the other side, you know, he's still not slow at objectives either. It's a brand. With the Leandries, he definitely slaughters a lot of those big targets across the map. With the Soul coming up, I think now is when you start looking for the poke. You're fighting over mid lane, use that range advantage in mid lane. Gotta be careful of the flashes coming in from the likes of the Leona, though. Nikat's out of vision. If they manage to catch someone like Shanks for free, that could change the game.
They're going to move in. They try to get a little bit of vision down there, but AL, they caught in the wall of pain there, engaging the triple knock up there as well. Big solar flare, but look at that pyroclasm. It's doing so much work in the middle of the fight. AL just have to watch them burn as the Requiem comes down. It might not just be enough. Yukai, still a big force to be reckoned with here as a triple kill comes across for Hacker. Yukai does not look like he's satiated. He wants more. He gets stunned up. He gets CC'd. He's right back to his clone. And it's a huge tussle. And nobody goes for the objective, but everybody's dead.
They can't. There's too many people dead. They can't safely go towards it. We're going to get teleports back in from Ala. Qingtian's done exactly the same thing. Yukai doesn't have that teleport, so we would have had to lifesteal elsewhere. He might just start lifestealing off the dragon itself, charging the Q. Can't quite hit Croco.
Ooh, trying to go in. Ala actually gets the counter in there as well, but Hope actually completed the Maw just now. We're going to get resets coming through. Ala...
Are they really giving up Infernal Soul? I guess they can't fight. I mean, yeah, Yukai tries to go for 2 hero plays for the flash forward, the Q off the dragon as well. Can't land either. And AL, they've managed to get to the point where they can survive the fights with enough HP that they can take the big objective. They have the Infernal Soul now, but they are late on the resets. We're going to be rushing over to it. If Hacker can get there quickly, they can burst down the Baron in return. But they have to really get value during that Baron because they've given over the permanent buff.
Quick points. We got 4 items completed for everybody for Ultra Prime. This is the ticket. This is what Ultra Prime need to try to stabilize the map. True Shot Barrage comes across. Croco on the other side. Croco not in the pit. Baron yet again goes to Ultra Prime. They will be moving out safely as AL give pressure once again.
Yeah, so AL, they lose the Baron, but Ultra Prime couldn't really get that much the last time that came across. AL, they're going to move across various parts of the map, sweep through the bot side jungle, try and get themselves a pocket of vision to play around. Ultra Prime, where can you get objectives or like advantages? Nikas just go straight in.
They go straight in. That Zenith blade hit the Fate Sealed on the 4 members. What did I say at the beginning? All you need is Yukai in a dream. And Ultra Prime are dreaming so sweetly tonight. That's everybody falling as everybody from Ultra Prime comes up clutch. They've got 6 scrubs, and they're looking down the mid gut.
I think they can do it. They have the Baron buff. The sun rises once again for Ultra Prime. Another picture-perfect engage. AL can't survive that one, and this should be the game.
What did I say? An auto win button for Uakai post 25 minutes. He makes it come true yet again. Ultra Prime have stunned AL to start off this best of 3, and none of these champions will be available to their respective sides in game 2, and that makes it all the more spicy.
Ultra Prime take a game off of the top team in Group D. We did say there was something special about this roster. They're on the up. Both of these teams have that upwards trajectory to them. But for me, you know, just looking at Niket on that Leona again, I think it is a huge buff to other teams that it is Fearless Draft, because we only get to see Niket on that Leona once per series. You know, setting up for Hacker and Uakai to do ridiculous damage at different points in that game. I'm quite excited to see what this team can do. Need to see if they can double tap though. You gotta double tap in the Fearless mode, because you can't have these champions again, as we said.
Yeah, game 2 is sure to be a doozy. We're gonna take away a little break, and then we'll be back for game 2 of this series. Welcome back to the LPL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera, and what a game one to kick off this Group D showdown here today. Ultra Prime with a big fate sealed from Uakai come up with a game one win. AL need to find a way to bounce back.
Yeah, they do. Now, one of the good things is that, of course, Ultra Prime used a lot of their very best picks in that game. They used the Karthus, which they love, the Yone, which they love, the Leona, which they love as well. But it says something that Ultra Prime, when they have their comfort picks, as a team that has been so often in the bottom 2-3 teams of the LPL, can hit up against teams we expect to be top 4, top 5. Anyone's Legend. They've had a couple of teams now push them. Nakat had an awesome game as well. I think that the Cat has been so revolutionary to this team. I think when he's been on the harder gauge supports, and particularly his Leona, this guy just knows how to combo up with other people at the key moments. It's a hard thing to level up your game sense from tier 2 to tier 1. The Cat has done it with such style. I'm really enjoying watching this guy play.
And he spent a lot of time on the top esports challenger roster there, building himself up in the LDL. And I know there was a little rumblings of his come up to the LPL. But not much spotlight on him coming through, unlike Milky Way or things like that from Spring. But he has been the unsung king of Ultra Prime. And we'll take a look back at some of those replays. But man, his decisiveness as a rookie player, that's what I love. I love to see players with killer instincts, no matter what role they play, come through and still have that confidence.
No, and I think just in the draft, a lot of this game was on that difference in engage. You had a Braum on one side, you have a Leona on the other. Guess what? The Leona's really good at going forwards. The Braum's really good, of course, at counter-engaging, and they gave some issues to Ultra Prime, but, you know, Nakat managed to use the Kalista ult to get himself into really good positions, too. It was a late-game affair. I think that there is something to be said about Ultra Prime. We were talking about this in the break, actually. They failed to get some of those kills in the side lanes where Shanks managed to outplay Uakai. But the fact that Ultra Prime managed to fall back to a plan B and managed to get some big team fights later is quite telling.
Yeah.
That's one of my big criticisms of mid to lower table teams, which, of course, Ultra Prime were up until quite recently, is that they fail when plan A fails and they don't have a plan B. The fact that they can back up onto that and come away with a win against a team which we have, you know, pretty good expectations of is a big feather in their cap now.
Yeah, and it was a lot about execution of the draft, and that's where kind of conversation for game number 2 comes. Because for Fearless, I know in the NACL when we were seeing it last split, it was all about kind of trading some of those picks, especially if teams played kind of the same picks to some extent. So I'd be really interested if we get that here in game number 2, or what that draft priority is going to look like. Yeah. And speaking of, we'll be getting into it here very shortly. That game 1, though, from Ultra Prime leading with confidence, I was looking at that mid lane matchup, it paid off pretty well.
Yeah, we got 2 kills in like 4 minutes. Yeah, you really called that one out. And it ended up being crazy in the side lanes too. I don't think it ended up deciding the game because it was weirdly really even. It was like, well, they're both going to do a lot of damage.
The 4-man Fate Sealed decided the game.
Yeah, no, that was definitely really important for sure. But even then, you know, it felt like Uakai had to be set up for by the rest of his team too, because he couldn't quite win through those side lanes in the same way. Shanks was definitely a valuable opponent on the other side. Draft 2, we get to the nitty-gritty of Fearless now.
AL on the blue side, Ultra Prime on the red side. Those bands at the bottom of your screen under each team are the picks that they chose last game. You already have the Corki, the Skarner, the Nidalee banned by Anyone's Legend, and the Leona Rumble banned by Ultra Prime.
Yeah, so Ultra Prime are in a bit of a weird spot now. Do you ban the Tristana and allow Shanks potentially to get a Yone as an AD mid laner? Because you can't play the Yone yourself. Or do you ban the Yone and give them the Tristana and then hope you have another answer to it? I don't think they're going to have themselves another particularly good AD mid laner. Well, forget about that. AD mid laner's out, LeBlanc led through.
Gonna have a potential side lane team comp here for Anyone's Legend. Try to maybe capitalize on actually what they were kind of winning out on last game. Catching out Uakai in the side lanes to some extent. But there have been some big power picks left open for either side. This one particularly can be completely decisive and win games with those late game Enchanted Crystal Arrows. I know we talked about it a lot when we were streaming together last night, but giving Naket that, if it is going to go to the support or even Doggo, like that decisiveness to Ultra Prime, that's powerful.
Well, I'm wondering whether they go towards Ash Braum. If AL want to go towards a Nautilus or a Leona, well, they can't go towards the Leona Span, but if they go towards
the classic.
something in Genji, yeah, I think it's okay to go towards the Ash as the AD carry. If you're forcing melee AD carry, melee support versus melee support, I think the Ash can add the extra bit of engagement, unexpected direction, which, you know, last game, a lot of what determined that was the fact that we didn't have a huge amount of engage from AL. If they go towards the center, they can go towards something like the center, Nautilus, the center, on big engage options, and hopefully Kyle can get more involved in the game than he could do on the Brawl.
All right, Anyone's Legend going for a little bit of a farm-style bot lane composition, take advantage of some of the engage that's still potentially on the table, and that was heavily lacking from their composition last game. It is the Senna Nautilus.
The thing is, so we were watching these games again with a coach in the call as well, and one of the things that coaches have bemoaned about Fearless is that, oh man, particularly right now, supports are really hard to get later into the draft. And if you do go towards something like the center, it allows you to pick some different stuff. They could have held this until a later draft and picked something like the Ornn, which you can't elsewhere. We're getting some different stuff. The Lucian's locked in for Ultra Prime. Now, is this mid lane, or are we getting some different roles from elsewhere? Rel Jungle's dead. This would have to be a Lucian, Summer, and a solo lane, I'd imagine.
I would really like it if it's Yuukai's choice into Shanks. We saw how aggressive they were into each other, how much that first blood actually meant to Shanks when I saw him react to it in his camera. I think these two guys want to prove something here tonight. Maybe Yuukai's whipping out the good picks for him, but we do have that second phase ban style coming up. It is the jungle focus so far, the Brand and the Viego.
Well, Ultra Prime don't have any magic damage on their team right now, and the Nautilus is with the center. They'll be very tanky. AL could always lock in another tank in jungle or top lane. Sejuani Maokai could be absolutely fine. You could go towards something like the K'Sante yourself. If Ultra Prime don't get themselves a good jungle AP option, that can really start falling apart. They can't play the Karthus, they can't play the Brand. You could take away either the Lilia, which would be another good engage tool, or something like the Zyra, even though it hasn't been played by Hacker.
I still think if it's a powerful enough pick, it might just make it. The Maokai is the final ban there. Joining the Camille by Ultra Prime. But I think keeping counter pick for Qingtian is going to be super important because Ala actually got pretty much the better of him in that last game.
Qingtian has been a player that snowballed positive or negatively very quickly too. So yes, there is something to pay attention to there in terms of that counter pick. Qingtian, he's a Darius player. You can't always safely pick tanks.
Hey, there it is.
We needed some AP damage, some magic damage. Hacker goes towards his first Zyra game of the split. Love seeing this champion in the jungle. It's been a new addition. It's got some fun gameplay to work around in a very fast clip, and it will be that top lane counter pick.
If we just want to go ahead and get the camera crew and like all the lights and stuff set up around Baron Pit around 20 minutes, I think that'll be great. We'll just get all that set up preemptively.
I'm just always so surprised. I'm just always so surprised they don't have like a true shot barrage from the arena ordnance. It messes with my instincts about it. I don't know, it's just something weird to explain.
Okay.
Well, Zen Crocker goes towards Lee Sin on the other side, so AL looking to really increase the pace of the game from the last one. Lee Sin LeBlanc, really good early game combo that can bully out mid lane. Now, if this Lucian is going into mid lane, that could be really dangerous now for Yuukai, and particularly when you have double AD carries and another squishy jungler. For Ala on Kennen, again, another big pick for him to flank and kill on. I think AL are walking forwards with a much better way to engage in this composition and a really good way to punish this squishy backline.
Ala has single-handedly won games for teams in the past, primarily LNG, on a lot of their big runs, trying to make it to Worlds, on their Miracle run as well. But this pick not only is a classic, just like the Jax, but it's something that he will absolutely look for big flanks. This is a good answer, though. You have your own go buttons now, and it's the mouth bite, big rock in the top lane for Qingtian.
Okay, so Qingtian's going to be on that Malphite. The thing I have a problem with now is that you have a much weaker level 1, 2, 3, well, very early game top side from the side of Ultra Prime. The Lucian can deal with the LeBlanc very good lane bully, or at least it was in the past. The reason we don't see mid lane Lucian anymore is that he's lost a lot of base stats. He's been tied to his passive being buffed up or having hard CC around him. You don't always get that now in terms of your kind of like dueling ability. Needs to have a strong early game. I think that Zyra needs to path from bot lane to top lane to secure that top side as well. Just be around to stave off the Lee Sin snowballing these lanes. AL really want to hit top side hard.
Looking at the different paths, how much Hacker and Croco are going to weigh in on this matchup, but my eyes go straight to Uakai and Shanks. It is the Lucian pick into the LeBlanc, something we used to see into the LeBlanc, but trying to get the upper hand in that 1v1 is super important. I feel like for this matchup in particular, you do not want to let Shanks just have his will in the later game in the side lane, because he can and will win the game. Anyone's Legend backs against the wall here with a game 2 on the line. Ultra Prime came out swinging. They were able to execute, in a big play by Uakai, set this one up here. They can potentially make a huge upset here and cause chaos in Group D. The battle in Shanghai for Group D continues here. Game number 2 is alive and well. Ultra Prime versus Anyone's Legend, and those Gyos are sure to be loud. Okay, we're keeping consistent. It's a little daunting when Faker's looking over you. You know, I get it. I understand. Level 1, though, coming out from Anyone's Legend, taking advantage of what you had said in the draft.
I am surprised
Oh,
that they
this
did
is
go
bold.
towards bot side. It really is. I don't think you want to be fighting at level 1 from Ultra Prime. Oh, he's going to get another Q onto him. The thing is, they have managed to disrupt, I think, maybe 1 or 2 of the seeds coming through from Hacker. Now, Zyra does need those plants for clear speed. If you can take any of those seeds down or force them to use them with the Q or something like that, it does clear down your, slow down things. Hacker will be pathing top to bot. That's interesting to me. I really feel like Crocker could snowball topside now by doing the opposite path to Hacker and trying to get in towards the solo lanes early as opposed to bot lane.
Unlocking Niket maybe could be the option here, trying to find a way to unlock him onto the map to get some of those roaming plays with Hacker. But on the other side, Croco, he'll be doing the opposite side pathing of what Hacker is doing, and I think he's going to have a lot of say in this early game as well.
Using that double tap, of course, Lucian in the mid lane can be very strong with stuff like that. Press the attack, and by tagging those Qs through the waves, he's got himself a really good early start. Thing is, if Croco can get red buff and get into this lane, and even just force a bad trade from Uakai, that might be enough to stop Lucian from getting that bot side, rather the early game domination in the mid lane. Lucian is a very big early game dopamine champion in solo lanes. Remember when he was played top laner to Gangplank? Khan was a huge player of it. You gotta be really careful not to fall behind, because if Lucian stops getting dominance in lane, he does fall off very quickly.
We see the utility from Doggo coming clutch already, getting some pathing information on Croco going to that top side. The clear speed already being unleashed on the jungle here by Hacker. He's getting close to finishing already. Uakai has priority in mid as well, so all is sunshine and daisies for Ultra Prime so far. But that's where, does proactivity need to be the name of the game for Anyone's Legend, or are you okay with some of the scaling aspects you have? Ala on the Kennen having a lot of late game aspects, but Hope particularly on the Senna?
I mean, yes, you do have some really good team fighting options later, but you've got, like, Lee Sin, LeBlanc, Kennen.
Gotta be
you
proactive,
really have,
baby.
You have some really good skirmishing potential. Hacker's going straight towards bot side. They're still level 2.
Hacker heard what we were talking about and wanted action. Niket, though, flashing out, though. Hope going down, and there's no hope for AL bot side as Doggo pops that barrier. Summoner spells aplenty burned, but first blood for Ultra Prime.
And it goes to Hacker as well. This Zyra, who is, of course, going to be the grand majority of the magic damage. Oh, he needs to be careful, actually. He might be able to smite this away. Croco not able to get that one. Sad for him. This Lee Sin, normally you want him to get onto the board very early. He has to watch the enemy jungler do that first.
He will not be able to get anything. Just got that full clear off. Going to try to reset. Probably go up for the Scuttle Crab up top side. But here comes the replay of that bot lane. It was dicey, but they got it.
And once again, it's Niket and Hacker comboing up to make big plays happen. No, it isn't actually the E landing. Somehow Niket manages to get out before the second turret shot comes down. That's really important. Could have very, very easily been a 1-for-1.
And the thing I like about that is they don't try to overforce. I mean, they're playing really close to the line there, but they are able to get one, get out, and they realize that that even helps their advantage long term. Now we have objectives coming up. 30 seconds till a dragon, a minute and 30 for those grubbies in the top side of the map, but it is important to note that I think Hacker is going to be looking to get to those as often as possible.
Lucian gets a visit from his wife, by the way. Yeah, we have the law matchup there, somewhere along the way. In the mid lane, Yokai been able to trade okay in mid lane. Feel like Lucian really does need to get lane domination down though. So this is again being even. It's okay. He's gone for the cull. He can get himself towards 1-2 items, fairly okay. But we need to see what Yokai can do on this pick. If the Lucian does work out, that's a consideration for future drafts. We saw him hovering the Akshan as well, which has been played a lot in solo queue recently. It would be another
really
80 mid laner that you could add to the pool. Yeah, I think it's just not something that's practiced much.
Yeah.
It's a huge lane bully again, which can be good. But so I was talking to a lot of coaches maybe this time last year when I thought that AP junglers could come back. They didn't, of course, for a long time. One of the reasons they didn't come back is that people weren't that practiced at 80 mid laners. And one of those 80 mid laners that you need to be really practiced at is something like the Akshana. Lucian's not dissimilar. Again, the early game lane bully 80 carry, but it is very different individual mechanics. If you guys practice this, that's a really good sign for Ultra Prime.
Ultra Prime collapse on bot side yet again. Just trying to get a play onto Hope and Kyle after they got the dragon. No contest was there from anyone's legend, realizing that after kind of having priority all over the map, it's a little difficult to contest.
It's not even been Grub's start. Well, obviously they can't have been started. They only spawned it now. But you know
They're
what I mean?
going there, all right?
It's because it's such an early dragon. It does mean the Ultra Prime can be in top river. Now we did say being red side in river kind of sucks if you're a mobile. Hacker does need to be careful. He needs to be very careful that LeBlanc can hop over a wall. Cannon has flash and ult. There's a roam up as well. Hacker shouldn't really overstay here.
Doggo not level 6 yet. Nobody except for the mid laner is going to have that achieved. And I guess top laners. But we're going to get a tussle over this. Ultra Prime don't want to let this one go easily here. Ting Tian on the other side looking for that unstoppable force. But they're going to move in here. And the first grubby goes to anyone's legend. But the engage from Kyle is there. Niket getting a little low. There's the culling as they have hit level 6 now. Kyle goes into the mist. It is untargetable. So difficult for Ultra Prime to find purchase there as the grubbies continue. It's 1-for-1 so far. The slowing is going to come in clutch now. Doggo can chase them. Big engage from Ala. What did we say in draft? Doesn't make the difference. Bodies are starting to pile up, but it's going 1-for-1 so far. Big moves from AL. They actually have Ultra Prime caught Ting Tian. He ends up taking down Kroko for a double kill. Now anyone's legend are on the back foot here. Yuikai getting chunked. Who's going down first? It's Shanks down. Ting Tian is chasing Hope out of there. There's a TP coming in. They don't want to stop the fight. Hope able to get the distance. He's trying to fight his way out. The gunslinger has borne his guns, but he might be out of ammo now. Hacker and Niket chase him down here, and Hacker's going to claim the kill.
Somehow Ultra Prime scrapped their way through to a huge early game fight. We said that the early dragon take meant that they could go towards a fight there. Ala might be able to return one back. Can he get the stun in time?
Oh, a solo kill goes over to Ala.
Ting Tian, really the hero of that fight, but can't keep himself alive to fix the lane at the end of it. That could actually be quite important. Ala's going to have a huge free setup in the top side, but Ultra Prime, they walk away with an absolutely monstrous fight in the early game, even with that cannon ultimate. Doggo's currently on weak side. He's currently alone. It wouldn't surprise me if they lose a kill onto the Ashe as well.
Yeah, Hope's on his way too.
Yeah, he's just seen his own doom coming.
He dodged out of it. Look at that. All the advances from AL not going to come in. They will get some plates here, but there's a big, scary plant in the room right now, Nymera, and it's Hacker 3-0-3. This chaos is feeding the machine of Ultra Prime.
Yeah, we are going to see some very different gameplay now because so much early gold has gone over to Ultra Prime. When we thought they would be the ones losing in the top side early skirmishes, you can see that Kyle getting chunked out so heavily means that he can't combo one that well. And yes, the Kennen ult is exceedingly good, but he doesn't kill people just yet because he doesn't quite have those items. There wasn't quite enough follow-up in the turnaround afterwards, particularly from Qingtian being able to frontline and use the breadth of his HP bar and get himself like some huge assassination Malphite plays. Really does make the difference. There just wasn't quite enough damage on the Kennen yet to be that game-determining fight.
God, the Grubby is trying so hard to help AL out there. It's like just trying to gun down the last little bit of the health bars of Ultra Prime,
wow.
but it is close. The last Grubby still stands. It was still 1-for-1, but Qingtian getting collapsed on now by anyone's legend. The tempo of this game is unstoppable, just like that force.
Qingtian blows the ult to survive Ala's ult on the other side too. Big item coming in from that fight. We talked about that. The giant plant in the room. Hack has Leandries already. This is going to be absurdly hard to deal with from anyone's legend. The big item combo you're looking for is the Leandries and the Rylai's. We've switched over from Dark Harvest in Zyra Pillow Play, which I completely agree with. I think that rune is very overrated in a lot of ways. So the Comet build from the Zyra. Now, there is a lot of squishy members on the side of AL. If they get hit by the item combo of Leandries and the Rylai's slowing people as well, it is very hard to escape the poke coming in from that from the Comet and the Scorch as well. Hacker is so far ahead of the game. He's going to hit that item breakpoint that much earlier and be a massive problem to deal with.
He is a monster now. Kroko knows not to even contest them. Dragon is coming up. We have Grubs. They're going to be respawning. I guess they don't respawn if you don't kill it, so we'll just have that one over there.
No,
but
only the two down.
I
Yeah,
specifically want to highlight Hacker. We talked about him a little bit in the beginning where we were saying it might be one of his best splits. This guy has been in the scene for a long time. It's been since 2017 on Suning, as well as Gamma Esports a little bit before that, but we'll talk about him in just a little bit as AL or grasp it to try to get something.
He's been spotted on the wards. Yeah, so they spotted, Ultra Prime spotted members walking up here. Nikat might be here in time. Has Flash, has ult. How quick can he come here, though?
Qingtian doesn't have any way out of this and doesn't have ult. He's just going to be a body here. TP comes in, engage from Niket. The turret shot's starting to do some work here, but not going to be enough. They do trade the Dragon over for this, so they want to try to follow it up. Hope, get a flash for the play. Niket locked out, and another one goes over to AL.
That's a bit of an overplay from Niket. He's been very, very good at playing those dives before, and of course playing around his hard CC combos just goes a little hard. What it does do is buy some time on the rest of the map to go towards mid lane and bot lane turret. So Ultra Prime, they do walk away using their AD carries into the lanes to get some damage on towers and get those extra minion waves killed as well. But Niket dying does make it a little bit unworth on that top side.
Ooh, Yukai doesn't have any mana. Oh no, Yukai gets completely caught out there too, and Kroko picks up some scrambling gold, and now he's 3-1.
And he's got the Eclipse already. He's one of the other people that's managed to get a lot of gold from this early game. Yukai, he pushed in that mid lane. That was the cross map from Ultra Prime, but he overstays. And now suddenly, we were just praising Ultra Prime for, getting early gold and managing to cross map at least a little bit there, even though it wasn't necessarily worth for the 2 kills on top side. Losing a kill in mid lane, yeah, definitely makes it much less worth it. And Ultra Prime, they have themselves some good items in some good places. They cannot allow anyone's legend, though, to play through their own power spikes. You've got the one item across all of the top side members for anyone's legend. Very dangerous point for Ultra Prime.
And that's exactly what you talked about earlier, is where they will find a lot of advantages there. Now they can be a little bit more active in that regard, but Yukai, that last Q sealed your fate there, friend.
He probably could have walked into bot river and been completely fine. Don't think he just understood the threat of Kroko. Eclipse already completed. Huge assassination threat. Do have ourselves a big 4-man unit going towards bot side. We haven't really seen an Ash Arrow be used to great impact just yet. We need to really pay attention to that one too. Maybe that can break open the game for Ultra Prime.
They are going to have Kraken Slayer for Doggo as well. Some item spikes being returned in kind by Ultra Prime. And still trying to utilize Hacker's early advantage is very important, because they have a lot of strength when they are the ones in the driver's seat. They have so many go buttons, you could just smash your hand on the keyboard and one of them is going to hit. But they have to be a kind of an even or a head state, it feels like, now that you have a lot of advantages for AL.
And, having the cannon go towards the Leandries build, we've seen this into the Cassante. It doesn't surprise me that we see it into the Malphite as well. It just means that you get to sit in a side lane and just keep proccing Airy on them time after time. And just, if you can trade ult for ult in a side lane, that massively works out, I think, for AL. Because Qingxian, I mean, you're a Malphite, you don't offer that much beside your ultimate in the big fight, so...
Hey, he's a big part of the team, okay? Oh, Yuakai. Oh, the Dawning Shadow. It's not nearly enough just yet, but hey, the communication is on point.
I wonder if the communication isn't on point, because Shanks didn't stick around for any extra damage. If that center ult hits and you've got like another chain or sigil cooldown coming up or something like that, they would absolutely kill. Arrow's not going bot side. They're going to try and get well the end of the recall.
Oh, he stops it. Got the TP right back from Yuakai. He says, you want to come at me, bro? And we get a little bit of outside global gameplay from the rest of the teammates here. Rift Herald started up by Anyone's Legend. The rest of Ultra Prime are on their way over here.
And there's flash ults from both top laners, both really ready to pop people now with their one items point. I think Ultra Prime might just let this go. If they can use the fact that Shanks had to flash and retreat from bot side to take bot lane out of turret, if they can also get some pressure on mid lane, don't think that's as likely. They're still feeling pretty happy about at least some of that cross map.
Qingxian needs to be a bit careful. He's got some magic resist, but Krako is hovering now that he's taken the Rift Herald, and he has no health here. He has his ultimate still available and flash. He's just going to go for the wave. He's trying to get the play. Allah, he's out of there, and that's a big amount of pressure towards top side here. 4-1 for Krako now. Yuakai tries to get Shanks there. Ultra Prime trying to get a tier 2 down here.
Yeah, but there's a Herald on top side. Qingxian once again on the weak side of the map, starting to give up a lot of extra advantages to the enemy team. It's not the first time that we've seen it. Yes, the Malphite can be really powerful once he gets those team fights and once he gets to stabilize lane. He's not been able to do so quite so easily. It feels like Anyone's Legend with their cross maps once again trying to play turret for turret trade, as we've seen them do many times before, get themselves advantages out of the top lane.
Some lasting damage onto that tier 2 up there as well. Definitely revisited, because in the draft we talked about the side lane pressure that the LeBlanc gives, and kind of leaving that is going to be a huge detriment to Ultra Prime. They've got to have something to deal with it every single time as time goes on here, because post 25 minutes is huge. Dragon is coming up now, though.
Yeah, it's coming up right now. Need to see, again, level 11 on Hacker. Has a second tier of his ultimate. He might just be able to turn this again. Starting to play through those plants, see how much poke he can get before the fight. Already has good damage.
Might be able to move. Okay, they're going to actually just take it because AL wanted mid lane pressure. Krako going to play around the backside of the pit here, looking for a steal potentially, while Ultra Prime going to pull out the dragon. AL have a hard time entering here.
Looking for a big kick as well. Has that flash. Yukai's going to clear up outside. Then you can see the threat of AL with the flash cannon ult under threat as well. That could be such a big moment.
Allah looking for a big slicing maelstrom. He wants to try to find a big flank, but 3,000 health on the dragon. This would be soul point. Ultra Prime want to try to burn it down. It's down here now as well as they just take the engage on the Krako. Allah this whole time has been looking for the flank. He finally makes it, but it might be too little too late. He gets CC'd. He hasn't hit it. Ultra Prime, they get engaged on now as well though, but they're able to fight tooth and nail right back out of it. Yuakai, he's not enough. And that's a big win, though. Ultra Prime end up fighting it. It's Hacker with all of that gold, all of those plants, and an AL double kill for him.
Wonderful team fight for Ultra Prime. They catch out someone on the side. They end up stopping the cannon ult with the Zyra knockup from that as well. Hacker had so much gold, had so much impact, walks away 5-0 and 5. And once again, AL are struggling in these big grouped up fights. They struggled earlier on the first grub spawn. And we see our first big arrow of the game start things off. The Lee Sin with a lot of the gold instantly zeroed out. This Zyra ult here is what I want you to focus on. Allah comes in and can't get the clean combo. He flashes afterwards, but he's already been CC'd and really slowed down to the point where he couldn't get the damage while most of his teammates were still alive and fighting. Yeah, Doggo goes down, but not before he gets a triple kill. Ultra Prime using their disengage and their pick opportunities really, really effectively.
Huge ace, and as we come back to it, we see the damage on Krako. A 0 there at a pivotal team fight. That is game-changing, and now Ultra Prime, they have a pretty hefty advantage. And a 5-0-6 Hacker, we said, might be the best split yet for Hacker. But, man, like, this Ultra Prime team started from the bottom, and now they're here, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. And you know we said, hey, this Zyra build, really nasty when you get that 2 items on the Leandri's Rylai's. He's got them now. 18 minutes. He is very, very strong. If Zyra is anywhere on the map, AL needs to immediately retreat or kill them. The problem is they've also gone for the Merc Treads. Normally I hate Merc Treads on Zyra. You can play at a range where you can kind of like ignore that. Oh my god, that was so close. Almost got the double there between the sticks. But yeah, Hacker with the Merc Treads, even if you get onto him with the LeBlanc or with the cannon, got that extra bit of safety too. Both of the other items got HP items too. So Hacker, even though he's so powerful, also not the easiest to kill.
And he can just kind of sit under all the incoming damage and really go kind of unnoticed. I feel like a lot of time when things are popping off, especially when you're trying to figure out where Ting Tian's going to throw his rock face at you. You guy.
Pal? Dude?
He's smiling a little bit on his cam there, but it is what it is. It'll come back up shortly.
We've had some moments of all time between these
We
players.
truly have. I'm here for it, man.
Absolutely same. Yukai, I'm so glad that we get both sides of Yukai, where he makes the hero monster plays, and then just also sometimes just completely flubs on his keyboard. Like, it makes him such an interesting player to watch. Just that I'm like, what will he do next?
What will he do, indeed? I know what Hacker and the rest of Ultra Prime are going to be doing next, and it's waiting for more objectives to come up. Because they don't really need to do anything until...
You know what it is?
What?
We've got the spotlight. It's like 10 seconds until 20 minutes. That's why Shax is here. It's like, oh, wait until more objectives.
The whole camera crew is there. You see them in the bushes. Like, they're right there. Oh, no. The camera crew is ready, and they were wearing anyone's Legend jerseys. They're going to try to actually get Hacker out of there, but they do get his flash, not his life.
Yeah. Well, that's the Merc Treads and the double HP items that we were talking about. Makes it much harder to take out that Zyra. If they had killed the Zyra, then maybe we could have seen a Baron spawn on the other side, taken very early from anyone's Legend. It is going to be now no ult, no flash from Hacker, as you said. I think he's going to go back towards the Banshees, even his third item, knowing that there's a huge amount of that AP damage coming through onto him. It's going to be even harder to make that play the next time. At least they'll manage to get the flash out of him here.
You have the Void Staff completed for Shanks, so a little bit more strength there as well, and the Sundered Sky for Krako now. So individually, you're starting to get some of those item specs that make a big difference in these if you can get some big catch-outs. But that is what I want to kind of dissect now as well, is AL have very intricate ways of getting into these fights, and if they can find it, oh, it's going to look so juicy. But it's so much easier for Ultra Prime to execute their fights.
Yeah, unless Ala gets himself a really good flank, it can be quite hard to get through the plants and get through the range advantage of Ultra Prime. They'll need to be decisive. They need to find their way onto that flashless Zyra. 30 seconds until Dragon. It would be soul for Ultra Prime. They have been absolutely murdering all of the objectives on the map. They need to strike now. They cannot give a soul over.
That Infernal Soul would be the nail in the coffin there. Anyone's Legend going to look in mid lane, try to get the push out there. Both outer towers are still alive and kicking. This is the bread and butter of anyone's Legend, though. They need to have angles into the fights. Ultra Prime, they're going to start it up.
Yeah, so anytime you see one of those plants spawning, you need to see a bit of that poke coming after it. They can use it over the wall. The Dragon's starting to get burned down. Again, they take it very quickly. AL, they don't have great flank positioning right now.
They're trying to see. Okay, Allah's going to try to clear his way, but 4,000 health is the Dragon. They're going to burn it. Ultra Prime won it. They got it. Infernal Soul secured. Allah, he's been looking for it all game, and he gets denied again and again. You cannot step to Ultra Prime when they're feeling themselves, and boy, they're feeling themselves. They have gone absolutely primal on anyone's Legend, and that's another advantageous fight and lasting damage done.
The hero of the day again is Niket. Stops the flank. There might be a kill onto Doggo, though he has flash and he has to use it. They don't even manage to get themselves that. Infernal Soul for Ultra Prime. Big fight for them too. They get back onto the map. Yokai teleports top lane. So you can't even just run topside and hope you can get a Baron. Ultra Prime is contesting that too.
Niket, he steals a couple of little chicky nuggies away. Krako will end up getting the majority of them there, though. Anyone's Legend trying to get a little something while Ultra Prime are getting back on the map now. But that's a difficult one to lose.
And you know, we were talking about, well, AL don't have great flank position right now. They don't get into the pit in time. They're looking for a steal, but, you know, look at how well Niket plays this. There's a Zyra on one side. He immediately gets rid of the game-losing option there. Qingtian, he overkills the cannon. I still think you should pull the ult there, because if Ala does get into the fight, then the fight could just end even with that amount of HP. Everyone understood the assignment. Such an important moment. In the side of Anyone's Legend, we've praised them for good objective setup, good understanding of the game, good decisive playmaking. They have been really hemmed in by Ultra Prime in this series. We expect a lot out of this team. I think a lot of it is on good play from Ultra Prime, but their setup has made the job very hard for them.
I posted the Elmo meme along with tonight's post because it absolutely fits. If Ultra Prime 2-0 Anyone's Legend, they will tie or at least be in the first place position here for Group D with the win differential. So I am very much looking at how Anyone's Legend bounce backs into this game, because 24 minutes in, you've lost a majority of objectives, and your way into these fights is so difficult.
Yeah, especially when you're this far behind. You can see that, Hacker has been so pivotal. He's actually been giving up a lot of gold, though, in the last 5-10 minutes, though. He's almost even with Croco. The thing is, the Zyra is just more useful at these items than Croco typically is on the Lee Sin. Lee Sin doesn't necessarily get outscaled in late game, per se. He just gets a lot harder to play, and that's where the problem comes in. Lee Sin can still do damage. How are you going to reach the targets to do that, though, and use that mobility to get out safely? That can be so difficult. I think Hacker with Merc Treads, with Verdant Barrier, going towards the Banshees, that can be so hard to get on top of. And then you've even got Hex Drinkers on both the AD carries. I mean, again, Ultra Prime realized, yeah, we got the range advantage. They're going to engage into us. Let's make their job as hard as humanly possible.
Go buttons feel real good right now. And also it's a situation where a lot of that play and maybe a double MVP coming the way of Niket here with the play.
He's going to get jumps on here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's like, okay, guys, do something else because I'm going to die. And he immediately gets taken out by Croco. The rest of Ultra Prime running away from this topside play, but the Baron's still here.
They don't have any waves spawned. That's the problem. They don't have any waves in the right spot. Xingqian might be forced to teleport now to the Baron. In fact, he is going to do exactly that. They're going to start face-checking probably with Plants and Niket. How much can they do? Allah has Flash. Remember, he didn't even get to use it last fight.
You said AL, they're striving for decisiveness in these games. Maybe this is the decisive moment for them. They have the Baron down. They do not know that Allah is around the corner there after he cleared that ward. He might have the flank. That changes the game. Baron is just a bait right now. They really wanted entrance here. It's slowly but surely going down. Allah will be spotted out. They try to get the engage in. They do get it, actually, with the dredge line. Dredge line is not going to be enough, though, as Croco is still in the pit. A little bit of indecisiveness for AL means they lose a body.
This comp is so disgusting with Infernal Soul. You've got the Plants which proc it for you. You've got the Volley which procs it for you as well. Even in the 4v5, they outpoke and then kill on the engage. With Yukai back on the map, Ultra Prime, what could have been a game-losing play for them. Credit to AL for catching out Yukai in the side lane, but it's still stabilized now. We got to the point where Ultra Prime can push in towards mid lane in a turret. Ultra Prime managed to, again, secure themselves onto the map after what was a risky play.
And after all that risk, they get a tier 2 as well. Croco going to steal away a couple of the camps from Hacker, but honestly, it's a little bit of charity right now because Hacker's up like 60 CS almost over Croco with all the speed that he has. We also look at mid lane. Yukai also up about 60 CS over Shanks. It's not only some of these fights going their way, but their lead has been developed by just sheer lane differences.
Can I also just say as well, Hacker has been the AP farming jungler in a lot of ways. He has been playing so much of the card. This one of the best ones we've seen in the LPL. He's giving up a lot of his harm for Yukai. You saw him give up Wolves there, give up the blue buff. He's fallen behind in terms of the individual gold he has. He realized he has his items. He can already impact the game. Give it over to the Lucian so he can get more powerful. Especially if he gets towards more and Infinity Edge, he could start getting huge amounts of damage later on.
It's been really nice to see Hacker back on Ultra Prime. He has known Ultra Prime colors before. He was even on E-Star before they were Ultra Prime, but spent a year over on FPX. It did not go well. Now he's got to make the difference here in this game on the Zyra. He is point and center, but maybe got to take a little bit of damage on the back end. Does get his spell shield knocked off, but he has been the main damage focus of the team so far in this game and even the last game.
Feels like now, AL, what are they looking for? They are once again looking for that game-changing flank from Alep. He's not really been able to find it. He had that one good fight around Dragon, but even then, he Find it harder to reach into that.
They just force
Needs
it.
to somehow get into the backline. And yet they have themselves a lot of damage. Double AD carries Leandri's jungler. This will burn.
They want the Elder. They want the Elder trade. So this is actually really, really big. You get a little bit more fighting strength there, but the Siege is going to be so difficult to deal with. They're going to burn the Baron, and they're going to try to belt it over here towards this Elder. Niket's already here, though, Nightmare. I don't think it's going to be enough in enough time, but they're going to try.
Yeah, they're going to try. Allah's off vision, though. They cannot walk into the jaws of the cannon.
They cannot. He is waiting, licking his lips. The Elder Dragon goes down. AL make that decisive play. Ultra Prime get the big worm for the big dragon.
I don't know if that's worth it for Ultra Prime. I mean, they couldn't walk into Fog of War on bot side of the map after they'd been focusing on top side. Because, again, you're walking into the cannon. I think it's good from AL to just say, all right, you can't walk into Fog of War, so we'll play around the opposite map to you. Ultra Prime choose to go towards the Baron, though. I don't know whether I love that. I guess they could have just tried to contest on either side. End up trading 1-for-1. They still have the Infernal Soul. They're happy with that permanent buff. But, I mean, the buffs that you've just traded, they're basically going to time each other out. Ultra Prime probably don't want to face check into AL. They probably don't want to use this Baron buff that much now.
I'll just say, even though Allah has been getting denied every single entrance that he wants, he does have 3 items now with that Void Staff and the Shadow Flame.
He only needs it once now.
He only needs to hit it once. It's the golden bucket right now for anyone's legend. We'll see if this Elder is going to be enough. Stranglethorn is going to get popped there in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think he's just doing that to try and get as much chunk out as possible. Again, has the 3 items. Crocodile on the flank. Need to be careful with him. Late game Lee Sin can also be that, again, one kick wonder. Get that one play to make things right. Thing is, even with the Baron buff now, the threat of that Lee Sin, the threat of the cannon is stopping Ultra Prime from defending their turrets. And we might see ourselves into another bit of a back and forth, even-ish in gold as it comes through. Ultra Prime, they were so far ahead for parts of this game, it felt like struggling to now balance the map.
And I'm going to geek out right now a little bit. This series is intense, man. I love it. It's Ultra Prime versus anyone's legend. You say this a couple months back, you'd be looked at sideways. And now we have some very, very intense games here. Enchanted Crystal are going to go wide. Speak of intense, not able to connect the big difference. And now some Baron minions going to help push for Ultra Prime in mid lane, try to stop the siege.
You can see that already. Anyone's legend managed to claw back some of that gold through even the Baron power play, through the gold which came through from taking the thing. This is going to be an unseen teleport. Is off the vision. It's onto one of those regular wards too. Yokai can go straight onto him, and he has the Maw too.
Whew, about half his health gone. Allah, welcome back to the State of Summoner's Rift. As a big damage poke comes down onto Niket. He loses a huge quarter of his health there. Both buffs going to be coming down, though. A negative Baron power play for Ultra Prime, but they do stand strong in their outer tower in mid lane.
I find it quite strange, actually, that Ultra Prime decided to drop so much of the Zyra's farm. I guess when you get these items, you are useful, but you can see right now that Crocosma ended up becoming... well, he has even more gold than that Zyra. That gold has been given over to Yukai instead. You can see that the good big gold lead for that Lucian, a lot of that comes from jungle camps, actually. He's been gifted a lot of them over. He has himself the fire cannon, now very, very strong on the burst. He needs himself realistically a more to deal with some of these threats on the side lane. Yukai's been given a lot of gold. This to show it was worth it.
I also think under all of that, Allah has also been given a ton of gold. He's got a 3K lead. He's got a Flame Horizon on Cheng Tian. He's had the better of Cheng Tian all series long as well. And that little electric rat's going to be super important. It's Croco playing with fire consistently throughout this game, but he's been fine just yet. The siege is continuing, though, for Ultra Prime on bot side.
Allah doesn't have teleport, which means that Ultra Prime can play a lot more aggressively. Croco does have flash.
You said all you needed was one kick, but it wasn't enough. Stranglethorn's going to block up so much damage, and another Sonic Wave goes wide. Kyle taking so much damage. Niket already gone, though. Still, damage aplenty for Ultra Prime here. They can get one more combo off. Cheng Tian still has his ulti. They want to go back onto it if they can get the combo. They want to go for another kick. But no, without
Cheng Tian just ulted the ground.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate.
Trying to stop it. They don't have it. Now Kyle can come straight in.
Had the TP. He goes for the flank. The man's coming from the depths again. And here we go. Cheng Tian has to force his flash out. Enchanted Crystal gets dodged. And Allah over the top rope. I said you needed a storm. And he's brought all that lightning. Anyone's legend cut them down.
Hackers alive, it won't be the end of the game, but this is such a proof of concept of what Ultra Prime have been so afraid of for most of this game. It is giving that one big kick, the one big ultimate to the cannon, and they happen both at once. You can see how powerful some of these individual members are, and even with the disengaged play from Hacker, from Niket, from Qingtian. They just get a little bit outplayed. I think this first play from Hacker just about saves the team fight, but it doesn't stop Yukai from being able to do damage, really. Sadly, Yukai just can't get that damage at this low HP. Zeralt buys some time. Niket tries to buy some extra time after that, but I think maybe that was a little too far. And this mind game is absolutely absurd. Croco just broke poor Qingtian's ankles.
Oh, that feels really bad. But the Kyle TP was so clutch. It just was a little bit too little because the poke damage.
Yukai as well. He tried to do the short Lucian dash to get himself the quick auto attack, but just mispositioned it, went for it too far right. If he'd gone slightly further down, maybe could have got that extra auto attack onto Hope. He saw so much burst damage now, could have potentially killed, couldn't quite manage it. Ultra Prime, they've lost a lot of summoners for that too. No flash on Yukai, no flash on Doggo. Qingtian also down his. That's going to be really important next time that AL come knocking with their ults.
Look at that gold graph. The swing is in full effect. A 3K lead for anyone's legend now. And when they have the upper hand, it is so good to find catch-outs and easy to find catch-outs. But I think for me, it always returns to what they can do in the side lane. Now they're going to getting to 4 items for Shanks.
Yeah, Shanks, he's quite far behind where he could be again because Yukai's gotten so far ahead. Really, Niket's just going.
Just goes. That's big. Unstoppable force on top of it. 2 members are exercised from anyone's legend, and they can't do the Baron. It's mid push now for Ultra Prime. Yeah. They want the momentum.
There's still an Ash ult. I think they can keep pushing this. As long as you defend the wave, I think they can potentially even end the game. There's no hope. There's no Kyle. Allah has no flash. I think Ultra Prime might have clutched it.
Yukai just completed his 4th item. They have that Infernal Soul. They've got the inhib. The tempo gaming might be in Ultra Prime's favor. Hold your hands up with me while we ask for chaos. From the bottom of the LPL, Ultra Prime are fighting their way to the top here in summer. They're giving their lives away now, though. As Shanks makes the defense play here. He has the LeBlanc. We talked about that item spike here for him, and he is able to hold strong.
Ultra Prime eat too many turret shots. We've seen a lot of Nexus defenses in the last few days, folks. Ultra Prime can't quite get it done. It's only 1 person alive, but Qingtian will get out.
Elder.
All the same, neither of those Nexus turrets are down now for anyone's legend. They're going to get themselves the Elder. They're not going to be able to get it onto Arla and Croco, but they will still get it on their bot side members. Ultra Prime so nearly clutched it, and then just couldn't quite manage it at the Nexus. It's clutch for clutch. AL still in it.
I want to frame this gold graph for my back wall because this is going to be a gold graph of all time. There's that point-click engage in the double up.
That was such, again, great splitting of the team. Too many members showed on mid lane for AL. They get punished. Elder's going down. It's not quite dead.
It's not dead. Croco's not here. It could be a contest, but Ultra Prime say it's not worth it, and Jack Cristoro try to go in for the AoE damage there. But it will be AL getting the Elder.
And importantly, at the start of that, I said, well, they might not be able to get it onto Croco and Arla. They do. They managed to wait long enough so they get a full 5-team Elder. Well, that probably means that Ultra Prime are going to give up the Baron as well. Where are we starting with this? This is actually after the mid lane play, going towards the Nexus. What happens here? The culling comes out pretty early. It doesn't do that much. I think that by clearing out a lot of this wave, with the... I don't even know what ends up happening. There might have been the Lee Sin kick, which ends up killing some of the minions. Too many turret shots get taken. Yukai stands around too long, takes no extra turret shot. Maybe just the panic gets to him. Ends up going down in a huge important moment.
Now AL.
The Lee Sin kick killed the minions. Looking back at it again, that was
honestly, actually. Anyone's legend, they have strength on the map with that Elder. They are going to take the Baron on top of that, so double big buffs here for them. They will lose their red buff, but Ultra Prime, they're just going to have to bide a little bit of time here as AL go for a tier 2 in top.
And Ultra Prime can't really sit and wave clear that easily because Al is just about to have his flash back up. Kyle does have his flash. A flash Nautilus ult might do it at this point. Ultra Prime, they push out the bot side, they push out mid lane, they have the inhibitor down there too, so they have some pressure around the map. Can't really defend as easily. They're going to have to cede some ground.
Tier 2 falls, that ground starting to get painted with anyone's legends colors. Culling goes through, Niket goes for the engage here, but they have Elder. He's going to get burned to a crisp and executed just like that. The turret is still strong, but another wave coming in and the Baron up minions.
I think Niket very nearly got that flick back. He must have been rooted by something. Could have turned that around because Allah wasn't even there, but just goes a little too far. Ultra Prime now defending a man down. They still have a decent amount of wave clear, but will it be enough?
They have so much momentum now. Another turret falls. They're onto the Nexus turrets now, but they're going to collapse over onto the mid-inhib turret. They are so close to ending the game, but Ultra Prime, they are not done yet. Those teeth still bear fangs. And anyone's legend a little bit hesitant to move forward, but going to anyways. Nice combo. They completely duped Hacker, and Hacker gets taken out. Now Uakai trying to put in some work here. Shanks going low. Look at Uakai. He's dodging everything, and he's making it happen here. Single. As now Niket, he has an engage potential at the back of this one. Culling goes in onto the minions. They can't do it. The Elder might know. It's not enough. Hope's going down too. We're going back to back Nexus play.
What is with this game? We've had so many Nexus defenses and no one can end it off. There are teleports from Ultra Prime. There is an open inhibitor on the mid lane. With 40 seconds left until the majority of the team comes up, Ultra Prime will try for the Nexus again.
They want to try to rush down mid. They might actually have it. Niket's trying to chase down Krako, stop his backs, but he won't find it. He's just going to go try to join the rest of the team in mid lane. This is a push for their life here. I don't think it's going to be enough. They have 20 seconds, but 15 on Shanks.
The wave's moving fairly quickly, but how much have they got? There is a Baron buff on Kroko. It'll help kill some of the minions and keep theirs alive. How much damage have they got? It's gonna get close.
It's the Nexus turrets. The Nexus turrets are the focus. The Nexus turrets are going down. One turret, two turrets.
I don't think they can do it.
It's not fast enough. It's not enough. Ultra Prime, wait. No way. Niket's the only one left. As Doggo is coming back to life. The defense for Ultra Prime might be there, but they cannot finish this one.
They overestimate their damage. It takes too long to get to the Nexus. Ultra Prime, they try 2 times to kill it, and they can't manage it on either attempt. AL, they are running down mid lane. They're sprinting it towards the enemy Nexus. With Doggo and Hacker alive, they will have to mount a 2v4 defense to save the game.
The crowd is alight as we have last item spikes coming through for some members of Ultra Prime. They just have to wait for the bodies to come alive. Stranglethorn used a little early. It's an open Nexus. It's an open Nexus. It's open season, and it's an open series. We're going the distance for the first one, and AL tie it up.
I thought that WEPLG could not be beat. The Nexus to Nexus to Nexus. We just added another one on. It's Nexus to Nexus to Nexus, and then one final attempt takes it down. We are even in the series, but it does not tell the story of that game. Drama does not do that justice.
Group D is bangers only. My God, that was a game. And I don't think I've ever seen that many back and forth Nexus plays. I think that one might be I still want the gold graph to print out and put on my back wall, because that's actually insanity. That was game number 2 of our first series here in Shanghai, and that means we're going all the way to 3 between Ultra Prime and AL. A top spot in Group D on the line. We'll see what happens in game 3.
Summing up the fortune of the realm. Come on, I say now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to own. For our kingdom
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera, and I think we all foresaw it going the distance for this first series, but the way that it's happened has been absolute insanity. It's AL versus Ultra Prime, Game 3 on the horizon, but a game number 2 that anyone's Legend's going to be very happy about, if not maybe a little bit chaotic.
Well, I wonder who's happy with that one. Relieved. Yes, relieved absolutely for anyone's Legend. But they realistically could have lost that point multiple times. They clutched it out. An incredible series of dramatic plays back to back to back. And yeah, I don't really know if I walk away with feeling like one team was particularly stronger than the other there because it was so close. We go to a game 3 now. A lot of picks off the board. the beauty of Fearless. And now we get to the point and see whether a player like Croco can clutch things out like that again. Some incredible late game moments from the jungler of anyone's legend.
You called it about 15-20 minutes in. All you need is one big kick. Played a couple of them, but some big memorable ones that definitely set up anyone's legend for a lot of fights. And it was nice to see Croco, who has been having a very good split so far, kind of get the reins on this one and be able to combat Hacker, who has had a very good series so far and also a very good split. So now we come down to a game 3 where jungle maybe has stolen a little bit more of that spotlight that was in mid lane.
Oh yeah, I think that if you look at both these teams, it's about mid-jungle. As a duo, I think that Hacker has been such an all-star for his team. I think that you look at Croco, he's had some of those clutch moments too. Recovering from that kind of game and going to this one is no easy task.
There will be 30 bans total in this game number 3 if you're not familiar with Fearless. Picks you have chosen in the games prior are no longer available to your team. You see Ultra Prime on the blue side. They ban away the Rumble, the Leona, and the Yone, of course. And anyone's legend on the red side gonna ban away the Nidalee, the LeBlanc, and the Corki.
Dude, I don't even know what the first... Is it Skarner first
It has
pick
to be
territory
Skarner.
now? Have we,
It has to be.
finally made it to that point?
Oh, but that's...
Oh, no, this is completely different. Right, so this is the last remaining AD mid laner of, like, the big crew coming through. Of course, we saw the Lucian mid coming from Yukai, so they've opened up a third game extra AD mid, which could have been unavailable if they didn't have another pocket pick available to that. So, Ultra Prime open up another angle for an AP jungler with another AD mid.
Has to be an instant Skarner selection here by one of these 2 picks of AL. I like the Tristana lock-in because all the way back in game number 1, which feels so long ago, we talked about
Yes, it
priority mid laners being super important for both the way that these teams draft, but also the way that they play. We'll see if that's answered to by anyone's legend here that we know that matchup. The Skarner is locked in, though.
Right, so Ultra Prime are going to have to ask themselves some weird questions. So they can still pick the Nautilus, which could be very important for Nikets, but into the Skarner, you also want to pick Twisted Fate, Rumble, or Mordekaiser. The Rumble's already gone, and I'd prefer to see the Twisted Fate from Qingtian, even though you had one of those Duff games on that. I wonder if you need to lock in an AP jungler now as well, because what happens if Brand and Lily are both banned away in the second round? Do you lock in Brand Twisted Fate? Do you lock in a Nautilus? Do you lock in a Senna if you want to do some different support options as well, which opens up the table a lot more? There's a lot on the table for them to consider, and they do go for the Brand.
I really like that the Brand is still available in a game 3. I think those are the for me in Fearless, those are the most important things to look out for, is like what has snuck through all the way to a game 3 that's like literally a game winner.
Yeah.
The Skarner is one big one for me. The Brand can be that as well. See what Hacker can pilot that one here. His AP junglers have been pretty on point so far tonight. The Jace is locked in though for anyone's legend.
Now, we've seen Jace into Corki a bit. Jace into Tristana gets a little bit more wacky because you just can't contest with the push. You can out-trade. We saw Yukal. And I think Haichao also had a decent game on
last
it
split
too.
as well.
Yeah, and it feels like particularly when you see that Tristana locked in, Jace can sometimes get to a 2-3 item spike where you can out-poke and out-value like that, but you give up a lot of early control. So Shanks is going to have to show that he can out-trade Yukai. They have been very closely matched largely throughout the series so far. And as we said, the support options get a little bit weirder when you get later in, so taking the center off the table stops you taking, again, some uniquely center pairings for Dogger and the Cat in that last round.
I'm still so surprised about this top lane matchup and seeing that the Renekton is the answer right now for Qingtian
Me
into
too.
Ala. I feel like Ala has been very strong this series and he's just waiting for a breakout game. He was denied a lot last game, so maybe even more so this game number 3, but the Karthus is going to be banned away in the second phase against AL to join that Senna that you talked about.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of people play towards the Renekton, and I think Hoya had a couple of games there. Trying to remember if Harry also played some too. I'm not a big fan of the Renekton into that into the Skarner, but it does combo up well for your AP junglers. I suppose that's something there. Of course, AP junglers are really name of the game for anyone's Legends draft through the second part. You could go for potentially Talia, maybe not the best combos for that. The Lilia is obviously a very high priority too. Darkeyes off the board, that would have been a nice pick for them too. They need some magic damage somewhere, otherwise they could have gone for the Ziggs. Don't really think they can do that. Well, they can't do that now with the Varus. They have to think elsewhere.
Tabe running the numbers. What do they mean, Mason? Let's see what the choice is for anyone's legend, though. Again, always circling back to the strengths in draft that we've seen from both these teams and the way that they pick apart the meta here. It looks like it would be the Graves lock in here.
Full AD?
Curious.
Full AD. Now, what happens if Niket locks in? I don't know. Well, they could play the Braum, even though it would lack
Rammus.
CC. The tankiness of the well, it's full AD comp. Stranger things have happened. I swear, if they hover it now, I'm
Do
not
it,
going to promise to do
doggo.
anything. 'Cause
Do
That's actually
it.
quite a high. That's
Do
quite a
it.
high lock-in. Quite a high chance of the hover at least. But I think tank support for Niket would be really, really valuable. Then you need to find some engage elsewhere, which is a bit of an issue. But that's what you're looking for, right?
Yeah. You're just trying to find pieces that'll support it.
Sejuani's wait, hang on a second.
Nope, that's going to be an issue.
All right. So I wonder what's happened there, because I wonder if there's a bit of panic setting in. We're going to rebuild that draft, presumably. We did see Wink over on EDG. Of course, used to be an Invictus game. They played a Sejuani support game over there on EDG. I'm not going to imagine that is a proper lock-in. The tension, it feels like it's getting ratcheted up if we're getting to the point where Champ Select is getting a little bit funky.
And it's kind of rightfully so, right? This is for a top spot in Group D. This is to try to separate yourself from maybe a little bit of the chaos that's about to happen underneath you for anyone's legend. And for Ultra Prime, it's to buy into that chaos and try to find what was definitely kept from you in spring. Ultra Prime, the last place team in LPL Spring 2024. This new format boding well for them so far.
So even if Ultra Prime were to win this next game, I believe they would be tie broken down to second through game score. They'd have the same series score as AL at 4-2, but they'd be behind something like 2 or 3 game score at this point. Currently, AL are on +5, Ultra Prime are on 0. You add in the score from this, and it's only going to be a shift of 1 either way now. But still, the fact that you get yourself up to 4 series wins when you've got NIP on 3 wins as well in terms of series, and then Weibo at 2 and 3 currently, that could really start to get very, very close. Of course, right after this, we're going to have NIP versus Weibo. That is going to be a barn burner and very, very important, depending also on the results of this.
And a 5-1 scoreline just sounds oh so sweet for anyone's legend, doesn't it? I feel like
absolutely.
you're getting oh so close to locking yourself in. And you've been so dominant so far. It feels like a necessity for anyone's legend. Again, it's been off of the back of some really unique styles from their draft, but also just kind of consistent gameplay. I like the point that you talked so much about earlier in the day, and the fact that Ala really feels like an unlocking point for this team. Even if he was denied a lot of the fights in the Kennen, he still had to be watched consistently, and I feel like his entrances have been grandiose.
It's been a weird series for Ala because he's been in game-ending positions. He's not really been the one to end it. It has been. Now, you could argue that his threat has changed the way that the games have been played significantly. It's not like he's bringing no value, but we didn't see all of the eye candy cannon ults or the eye candy Jax flash-ins to the same degree that we would expect of a player of his caliber. But this is something which is to the positive of a team, is that you can look at players in powerful moments like that and use the pressure and the attention that they draw to make a play elsewhere. Maybe that does open up something for Crocker. Maybe that does open up something for Kyle as well. It's a team effort when it comes to the big flanks, when multiple people have threat.
And some of those signature picks not available anymore as well to Ala, so we're going to have to go for something else here. I'm surprised the Rumble has been kind of out the wayside here so far tonight, but as you see, is continue to listen to us talk. We're waiting on draft to come back to us. A little bit of an issue, I believe, and speak about it. We get it. And it's
I'm
looks
going
like
to
a restart.
imagine we're going to go through
yes.
exactly the same up until that 4th pick, and we're going to go jump straight in there. Imagine the band's going to be largely similar, and we'll see what that 4th pick will be from Ultra Prime.
There's a lot of room for engage for Ultra Prime on their side. I think obviously you're going to be looking for that for Kyle, at least for anyone's legend, but that's what having 2 supports who are very engage focused.
Okay, so maybe it was a mistaken 4th pick from anyone's legend. Right, I saw the Graves locked in and thought, right, that's quite odd. Now that changes things for Ultra Prime. You could have looked for a hyper tank into the full AD of anyone's legend. Now you have to change the equation. You need some extra engage somewhere. You are heavily heavily outranged right now. You need somebody to combat that. The Zyra, the Varus, and the Jace, they're going to absolutely shred you on the approach. And that's why we see the Ziggs come in. You see the Ziggs come in because you need some way to get into that backline, and what better way to do it than a big old bomb.
And another good way to get into the fight is a big old cow. And Niket's going to be wielding that one. So he's been able to pick some of his most played champs in his career. We'll see what the last pick is going to be for anyone's legend. Been saving this counter pick. And could be some big utility coming out of bot lane to kind of support the clear of Croco.
And also, it would be huge lane dominance if you go towards that range swap. So, Varus Ashe as the bot lane. Kyle likely picking that one up. Alistair doesn't love playing lane versus them. Don't really think Ziggs does either. So you're expecting losing bot lane for Ultra Prime, winning for anyone's legend. Mid lane Yuakai and top lane of Qingtian, they might be able to get the early push and to give a platform to Ultra Prime. I think Ultra Prime, the quicker they get their combo off, the better it is. Anyone's legend, the more that they can delay that, the more that they can just keep poking down and stopping Ultra Prime from setting up for the huge combo that can come in with the Ziggs, the better it is for them.
I'm just going to say I like all the circles, all the team fight for Ultra Prime. Right now, I'm looking at anyone's legend with a little bit of a side eye because they've got one guy who's, you know, maybe in charge of the shooting range, and then you just have a bunch of shooters on the other side, and you just got to get them there. And that's the job of the Skarner with a bunch of long-range engagers, or at least poke damagers there. So I'm very curious how this composition works out from behind if they do get behind.
I really think anyone's legend have changed the way that they're playing the game. Ala is not on that team fight flank carry threat. He's kind of on babysitter duty, as you said. He is watching over all of the long-range damage coming in from the rest of his team. Ultra Prime, they will likely be the ones behind in the early game. That'll be a difference for them. Anyone's legend, time to show their versatility.
A lot of that versatility on point so far this series. The decisiveness post 20 minutes has been the backbreaker a lot of time, but that last game, it was a barn burner. Back to back Nexus defenses, and I'm sure game 3 is about to deliver oh so much more. The crowd was getting into it, we're getting into it, and it's a battle for Group D, at least if anyone's legend can continue their dominance here. And we'll see what game 3 has in store for us.
Level 1 invade coming through from AL, just trying to check out with the Hail of Blades and with the volley. Hacker is in a bit of no man's land right now. He's not going to be spotted out by the second volley. Might be able to catch them here.
Oh, does see him go around the corner there. Immediate collapses.
He's going to get collapsed.
Shanks is on his way here, has the vision there. Hacker tries to get over here to Yuakai. He doesn't burn his flash just yet. The slowdown is there. The hail of arrows. There's the flash. Shanks wants to follow it up. Can't get in distance. That explosive charge is going to do a lot. Both these teams, they want it so damn bad, Nightmare.
Oh, Niket almost gets that Q flash, but can't get himself quite in range. That could have been the first blood. Hacker and now Niket and Doggo all losing flashes. The early game just got that much harder for them. AL really going away with the level 1 advantage.
The double marksman bot lane putting in the hurt here on Ultra Prime. They will completely keep them off the wave, and this range advantage is already starting strong for anyone's legend.
Oh, this is exactly what Ultra Prime did not want. Hacker, I have no idea how he ended up in that position, but it puts his team to a really awkward spot. Shanks doesn't have that flash in the mid lane. Maybe Yuakai can snowball off of that. Doggo might just have to teleport to lane at level 1, not even getting access to any minions on this recall. He's doing it just to get himself a full HP bar.
Yeah, to try to get maybe a unique clear from Hacker to get some lane influence, but we do have opposite side starts for both junglers. Croco going to be beelining it down to this bot side of the map.
Yeah, that level 1, I don't know, man. Anyone's legend, they're going to be very happy, though, with the outcome of it. They're getting themselves huge amounts of advantage. You can slow crash that wave into turret as well, allow the enemy minion wave to kill more of their own before the turret even gets involved. And as that Doggo sat there on, what, 1 million's worth of XP, Hope and Kyle already at level 2.
Talking in draft how the Renekton was maybe a little question mark from Qingtian, but hey, putting the hurt early onto Ala in the Skarner matchup there. You love to see it. Hawkshot's going to try to get a little bit of vision for anyone's legend, as we have clears coming to a head here for both junglers. A little bit quicker for Croco.
And they're going to spot out Hacker on the other side as well. Croco knows he has an absolutely free opportunity to add to the hurt. Huakai is now being called down bot side because this is such a dangerous dive.
You have to try to support this bot lane whatsoever if you can for Ultra Prime. They're going to bring Yukai the long way. All Ultra Prime need to do is survive. Croco takes that, and that's an instant go from Yukai. It's going to get the flash out of the Zyra. So at least damage dissuaded here for Ultra Prime on bottom, but they will lose a turret.
I think Hacker ended up clearing a few minions in mid lane, so that means that he gets a little bit of XP from that. Someone needs to teleport back to this wave to catch it, but I guess they're afraid of getting dove on once again. Yukai has backed. He's going to teleport back mid lane, but with him teleporting mid lane, maybe there's another dive opportunity.
This is so scary, Taco. Niket a little bit off composure, and that means first blood goes to anyone's legend.
Well, I think Niket got the memo that you can't stand there. Doggo didn't. He can teleport back to lane, though, I suppose. So he can at least get himself some XP from the cost of dying. He might have just died for the XP, and Niket can't do the same thing without that teleport. I don't think they can stop his recall up towards top side. So sadly, the early lane dominance of Qingtian not going to be able to lead to a cross map entirely. He's gone back for a cull. The early lane dominance of the Renekton is going to be used, so I guess just try and snowball him slightly ahead of the game. But anyone's legend, really, really well played around the early clear speed of the Zyra, and of course picking up the slack of that level 1, which was thrown to them by Ultra Prime to get themselves ahead of the game. 1,000 gold lead already.
I like that Hacker tried to go for an aggressive invade there because he still had his Gromp up, so he gets the guarantee of stealing it away and then also having the Gromp still up there. But he actually passed down towards this bot side now that Dragon is coming up and maybe trying to get the tempo on neutral objectives up for Ultra Prime.
Ooh, oh, you guys jumping in to get the bottom and reset.
Explosive.
Well, you have to do that. You have to do that for the extra damage on the charge. Yukai sits there and goes, well, he's jumped on me first. If I jump back, I get the extra 20% damage on the bomb, get the jump reset, but it's still big HP for a big HP trade.
Yeah, just banking on the cooldowns from both of them, honestly. Just kind of standing there after the engage goes through, but a decent CS lead developed by Shank so far in that 1v1. We do have both junglers pathing down towards this way. Some vision advantage for anyone's legend right now, though.
And a lot of that is going to continue around this bot side. Hope and Kyle, they locked in the lane dominant bot lane. And they're dominating lane. They are doing exactly what this says on the tin, not helped by that level 1, of course, but Ultra Prime have not really been able to support bot lane in the way they would have liked. And their solo laners have both gone for culls, and instead of trying to impact the game early, they're trying to just accelerate ahead of the game, use the free lane pressure to get more gold, see what they can do around that.
Oh, Croco snuck through the vision there. Yukai trying to go for it. The Buster Shot combo is enough. They get the 1-for-1 trade, but gold goes into Croco's pocket more importantly.
Yeah, I mean, at least Yukai gets himself some gold out of that. It's going to be a little bit of extra XP too, because it's a solo kill as opposed to the shared one. Hacker's going to pick up mid lane wave, as is Croco, so both jugglers very happy with their point of XP. That's going to change things a little bit. Qingtian roams towards down mid lane as well.
Croco, Hacker staying active. Yukai and Shank stay just punching each other in the face. Here comes Grubby, spawn number 1. One already taken by Hacker. Allah's trying to fight his way here. Shank's on his way. It's turning into a 3v3, but Ultra Prime feel favored. They jump in. They already get one, and that's going to be the resets there as well for Yukai, who's going to rocket jump forward, but not go too far as they turn back for the grubs.
You know, I think if Croco had killed one of those grubs, he would have got level 6. I think that's why they were positioning so hard for it. Ultra Prime, they just about get away with it. They needed a topside win because the bot side is going very poorly, as we can see. Look at the damage coming through from Hope and Kyle. Sadly, Doggo couldn't get that punt back in towards tower, but that will be 3 grubs and a kill on topside to Ultra Prime. And it is exactly at the time they needed it. This is going to be very dangerous now, trying to play off against this bot lane. They need extra gold in top.
Now that both junglers are going to be close to 6, at least Croco already hitting 6. It's going to be a big difference in these team fights and how you position in them. But I think more importantly for anyone's legend, Kyle now will have Enchanted Crystal Arrow. And that's going to be extremely important to keep an eye on if you're an Ultra Prime fan or if you're an Ultra Prime player here. But I think consistency is key in all these games. They've gone pretty late so far, Nightmare, and it's feeling like another one.
Yeah, it has been tense. It has been stressful. Now, I don't think that everything has been completely clean I don't actually particularly care because it has been so goddamn entertaining watching these teams try to clutch out one of the most important matches that they have played so far in Summer. Ultra Prime, need we remind you, if they win, they give themselves a buffer between them and Ninjas and Pajamas, and then Weibo beneath them. They are playing immediately after this. And then, of course, on the other side, AL, if they win this series, they are almost certainly locked in towards Group A as well. There's a bit of a fracas to go through first, and this might help them.
I said it, Enchanted Cristero sets you up, but they can't get the damage. It's Hope that comes in the end and gets the kill for anyone's legend. So now they just move straight onto the Dragon as well.
Face checking these junglers is really, really painful. If they're stood in a brush and they get that full combo on you, yeah, you're going to die, especially with Hacker having no flash. He ends up getting caught out by multiple bits of CC. They're going to get themselves the Dragon after that now, or anyone's legend. It will be taken out of the range of that ward, so there'll be no chance of real steal. Dogger could ult for it, but it'll be a bit of a long cooldown to waste on that one. And Ultra Prime did say that bot side is really dangerous for them. We are seeing exactly why.
Can we just have a serious conversation right now on how influential Ashe is at any position, it feels like right now? Like, not only the early vision communication that you can get, but now, like, Kael's already had impact and he just hit level 6. We'll see if it continues to be the case.
Oh yeah, for sure. Ashe, we've seen her in pro play as a support now for a long time. Now she's also very viable within AD carry. She doesn't always win lane anymore as a support, which is where the question starts to come in, and that's why it was only the last pick here after you see the Alistar, which can struggle. Shanks gets punched
right back to Hacker. He's trying to give the kill over to Yukai, and Hacker ends up getting it in the end. That's going to be big for a strike on mid lane by Ultra Prime.
Yukai, man, this dude on the Tristana has done an awful lot of work for Ultra Prime in multiple games. He is very much a daring player to jump forwards. He ends up getting a lot of gold here now. Can that potentially accelerate the game? There's a cross-map coming from AL. This will be a dive. There are a couple of teleports to respond with.
We've seen this happen before, and this time Doggo's going to flash out of the Strangled Thorn, but it's not going to be enough. Both fall at the same time, like synchronized swimmers, and Hope Krako pick up kills.
Do not know why he flashed there. I think he has to save onto that flash. He's going to die there regardless. No one teleported in towards that bot side dive. I think Ultra Prime as a team realized that they were going to die, but maybe Doggo on an individual level didn't realize he'd been burst out quite so heavily. Needs to really keep a control of that bot lane gold lead as much as possible. 2,000 gold in the advantage of Hope on the other side. And Hope is not always in the conversation of, the elite tier supports, but he's got so much gold and so much damage, he's going to absolutely shred Doggo.
Oh, the piercing arrow too. Oh, one more auto attack. Doggo, run those little legs, but he can't do it. They're not quick enough, and Hope strikes a 4th kill of the game for himself.
Just uses the flash to die on the turret. Doesn't have the flash to save his life immediately after. Doggo, man, I just don't think he's had the discipline he's needed to on the weak side. And that's going to be to the detriment of Ultra Prime. They could not let that gold lead get out of control. They've not been able to lose gracefully at all. I know it's a hard situation. The Varus Ashe with lane dominance is so hard, but what are we going back to here? Going actually towards the jungle. Okay, what happened here?
Hacker's just getting chunked by the combo.
Well, we missed that one on camera, though. Yeah, except it doesn't exactly save him from dying on the other side. Asher comes through.
They're a little point blank, so it doesn't stun as much as possible, but they just wanted the pressure because it's trying to move down on the grubbies here that are already just being taken by Ultra Prime. They got their 4th, they got what they came for, and they'll have the mice spawn for themselves.
And they're happy with that one. It does mean it will unlock that for potentially Tristana to get side lane turrets in mid-game. That could be really important. I think what Ultra Prime likely want to do now is get Yukai into a side lane and Hope is just flashing forwards.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely has him 10 times out of 10 here. Easily outplayed too, and Hope doing it with style.
What an insane bot diff. Yeah, a lot of this comes from the level 1, but Doggo has just been dying on cooldown to Hope. Hope, he's a player that's not always talked in terms of like the elite AD carries of the LPL. Reminder, this guy's an LPL champion, and he was really sought after by LPL teams after he left Team WE. This guy doesn't always have the chance to flex the muscles, doesn't always have that opportunity, but this game, he is taking it into his own hands.
That's all you got to do sometimes. The guy who made a bit of his name on EDG, but really made his name on that JDG roster that felt so dominant. Not so much on WE, but here now actually Niket finds a nice little catch out on Krako, and as we speak about it, things just continue falling like dominoes. Kael gonna burn the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They've got a TP coming from Allah. They're looking for the deep play here as he goes over the wall, He's got the Ixtal's impact coming into this wall here. Ultra Prime, they're stuck between a wall and a Scorpion, and I don't know if I ever want to be in that kind of situation here as the Stinger is prepped and ready to go. AL just poking them out underneath their turret, and here comes the Cataclysm from AL. They absolutely shred Ultra Prime.
Fantastic teleport from Arla to support the bot lane dive. Yeah, you do have some mites and a Tristana hitting a tower in mid lane and the Renekton in top side, but it's just not going to be worth it. Almost outplayed from Ultra Prime. I think Doggo turned around a good amount of damage, but it's left the map completely unbalanced now.
Yukai gonna buster shot Shanks right back, says no damage for you. But that happened. We had a lot of advantage from anyone's legend, but there ain't no slouching here because we're gonna have objective spawning here very quickly.
And Arla just got first turret and the last plate on that bot side turret, so you got 725 individual gold. Anyone's legend, they have been absolutely ruthless in this early game. Hope and Kael have comboed up so well, taking that one mistake in level 1 and running it through to potentially a game-winning, a series-winning advantage. Really shows you the level of punishment that you can have here in the LPL. Crocker's now going to absolutely shred the dragon as well. And AL walking away with a very comprehensive early game.
Don't need no help for it. Here it started off with an attempted play by Ultra Prime to catch them out, and they actually did find lasting damage on a Croco, but unfortunately.
You can even see the triple bounce of the Grand Ult from the 1 minion onto Hope does good damage, but again, then they just end up getting pinned under the turret. They don't have teleports on their solo laners. No one's coming to help them, and the range advantage of, again, the artillery squad, everyone up
so
range, is
insane.
very, very hard. And even the acceleration gate helping Varus get away from that. Last Zig's ultimate as well.
Ala did a really good job at his job as the attendant for the shooting range there. He was just setting, oh God,
Oh, he's dead.
Somebody needs to get a little bit of registration here because you got Hacker going down under everything that just happened in bot side. That is not the domino you want to fall.
Dude, I mean, anyone's legend, they have very much understood the assignment. Bot lane is free. Let's keep playing towards bot side. They even gave their top laner some extra gold. So now Arla is very happy to play the individual matchup where potentially Ultra Prime could have gotten themselves an advantage before. The culls were cashed in mid and in top lane. Here comes Niket.
Nice play from Niket as soon as AL wanted to go for it. Doggo does almost fall. They get the flash out there as well.
Really close on getting Tower Aggro onto Kyle. That would have been a turnaround play, but as it stands, Doggo will now have to teleport back into the play because there was still so much damage on the other side. Ala's going straight into the top side.
Impale coming down on Ting Tian, going to be dragged out of turret. Shanks is here, but a TP in response has been pulled by Ultra Prime. As Yukai comes here, it's a contest over the Rift Herald, but it's already taken by anyone's legend. Niket caught out there. Flash out from Shanks with the smooth moves. Ala gets out of there with his own flash, and Hope picks up a 7th kill. There's that explosive charge payoff as Ultra Prime get one back, but Hacker heals up at the last second to the blue buff. Is alive, but anyone's legend, they get everything they came for.
Man, this snowball is very, very nasty from anyone's legend. You can see that Xingtian, he can't even stand up necessarily in the individual matchup now towards topside. Shanks is gifted over the tab. Gold from top lane. Outer and Ultra Prime, they are struggling to find any sort of playmaking tool. Feels like it's Hacker and Niket taking turns to face check to try and get an opening somewhere, but this is what they're reduced to. They don't have themselves big lane leads. They don't have themselves big gold leads anywhere. They don't have even a small gold lead. They got nothing there. Anyone's legend have made it so hard for Ultra Prime to enter into Fog of War because of so much follow-up damage from the likes of the Zyra plants and the other ranged champions. And second to least, of course, the Varus. It's so hard for them to face check.
It really is, just because as soon as you do, if one person gets catched out, you know, like 4 more abilities are going to be flying your way from off the map, which is actually insane. Kael now feeling confident to just kind of fish for these engages with the Enchanted Crystal Arrows, and I think that puts AL in a very powerful position, but that's where I want to talk about Ultra Prime's instincts with their composition, because maybe they want to fight, maybe they want to tussle, but if they wait, if they hold their breath and are able to get some of these fights later when they get 2-3 items, that's their strength.
It's really hard to survive to that point now because they're going to get poked out around every objective. Luckily, it's a Cloud Rift, which is not... I mean, if it was a Hextech or if it was an Infernal, you'd be feeling very bad about yourself. We'll put it that way. Cloud Rift is still important. The extra move speed makes it harder to close down onto them. That's going to be really annoying, but I just feel like you're going to have to use the next Alistar flash very, very effectively. I think if Hacker and Niket can flash ward and get good damage down, maybe they can have a comeback fight, but AL, they're going to poke out so hard, they're going to crush them across the map. It's hard to imagine.
Hacker goes for the play, the Pyroclasm, the combo.
There you go.
Look at it bounce. It's a huge snipe from Shanks, though, as a response. The Impale goes completely wide there, and it's a 1-for-1, but it's Kyle for Hacker.
It is, and they would have liked a bigger play from that Ultra Prime, but at least it gets them a kill, and it will give themselves a big defense of the mid lane turret. Doggo can keep wave clearing. They used both flashes for that, though. The next flashes, we just called it just as the play happened. The next flashes from the Brand and from the Alistar needed to be very important. I think it's something, I don't really think it's the miracle they needed in Anyone's Legend, continuing to play with discipline, crowd out the map, and using this Herald to get a chunk on mid lane. This could have been game-changing. Great combo from Hacker, goes to the Q first, E afterwards to make sure the mark was applied for the big combo. But it's both flashes used by jungle and support. They're so important. That might be a big loss for them in the next minute or two.
And honestly, Ultra Prime have to get so up close and personal, it feels like, to do their damage or to have these big engages. And the real strength is when they start running away, Anyone's Legend can just take them out on the back end of the fight. So Anyone's Legend need to continue making that the case here. But Ultra Prime trying to find little picks in here and whatnot. But the Rylai is completed for Krako.
That's big. We talked about it in the previous game where it was played. Rylai's Liandry's as a combo for Zyra. Because your plants apply from such a long range so consistently, very, very nasty. We did say that the Herald into mid lane, gave that mid lane chunk, and that's going to be that one falling. The game has just entered, believe it or not, it wasn't on hard mode before. It's now on hard mode now. This is bullet hell. You have to dodge every single shot. I don't know whether it's a rhythm game or whether it's completely chaotic, but you cannot position like
he
this.
gets completely caught. The Impale will put him on the stake, and hope pierced his heart.
How do you play the game? How do you play the game against this? They're so far behind in key roles. Anyone's Legend playing out the poke and the range so effectively. Oh, it's going to get cancelled.
That's how you do it. You get a little catch out here. He is still Skarner, though, as he does get blocked by Ting Tian's flash. That will be a dead Scorpion to Niket.
So that's Allah's teleport down to try to pretend top side. Now Shanks is going, they're teleporting on him.
Yukai trying to make the play over here. Gets the rocket jump reset there. Does have a speed up on the fleet footwork. The slice and dice not going to cover enough distance. They will get an outer tower up here, though, Nymera.
That's about as good as it gets. Hope's going to fire the ult, misses. Xingqian doesn't have flash or ult. He might just die anyway.
Look at the speed. He's almost trying to catch up to him. The rest of Anyone's Legend might be looking for a play, though. Hope overextending a bit, though. TP from Ultra Prime. They're feeling the momentum. They're feeling the moment. The satchel charge hits him, and Hope pops the barrier. But one more. He can't get him. He can't get him. Hope's too good, man. Holy crap. Ultra Prime just got baited, and Ultra Prime are about to die.
Oh, and they try and gift over the kills, but they're just giving over their own bodies.
Keep on going. Keep that carousel turn, and Yuikai's back from the grave, back from a vengeance. 1,000 gold over the Tristana, and they're able to fight back, but now Yuikai's completely caught out too. He's going to give his life for it. Ultra Prime, they try to fight back.
They try to get the big shutdown. The fight's not even over. Kyle's got more slows. They have another shock blast, another kill. Anyone's Legend outplaying the top side. Ultra Prime commits so many teleports, and it's after the Baron spawn. We've seen what Zyrus can do for this. Anyone's Legend outplaying the top side, and it will earn them a Baron.
The 20-minute Zyra Baron crew has been waiting for a little while, but they're going to get their due here as Anyone's Legend. They'll take it. They lose one, though. Oh, no. Ting Tian's here. He has Dominus. Doggo's here with... Oh, he's in rage. The Mega... Oh, no, it's not enough. Okay, but Ting Tian's a big croc here, and he's pretty strong. Doggo's coming up here. In this choke point, they're really big, but the Impale is there. Allah helps secure it. Krako, in the distance, is able to have the smite, and now he gets it. Hope is here. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and it's a flash from Niket that stops the rampage by Anyone's Legend.
It is absolute chaos here in Game 3. Anyone's Legend have been clutching it time after time. They're just using their big fighting prowess from their stats to outplay in multiple small skirmishes. The big problem here is that Hope has 1,000 gold shut down, and they could have gone towards a kill here. Xingqian could have killed this, but then Hope somehow makes the calculation of all calculations, the sidestep to get out, and Ultraheim don't get the shutdown. They lose another member. If they just finished that kill, maybe they would have walked away with Shanks as well. They overstay, they go for too much, they get a little too greedy, and Ultra Prime, they get outplayed. The extended fight, just the extra levels, the extra gold advantage becomes so apparent as it goes on. They do get that shutdown eventually, but it should have happened so much earlier into the fight. Yukar gets out of position even for that small victory.
The amount of times it feels like a WWE night from SmackDown or Raw where it's like the fight's going on and all of a sudden the music comes in and another body comes joining the fight, and then all of a sudden you think it's over and another one happens and the music just keeps getting more hype and more crazy, and it's absolutely insanity. But it is Anyone's Legend who have a consistent lead now. They have 3 dragons to their name. They have a lot of pressure on the map as well with this Baron buff.
You can see the Ultra Prime, they're still hanging around 2 lanes instead of 3. Another arrow goes wide just about, would have forced Niket's ultimate. Ultra Prime needs to clutch their pearls and clutch their cards close to their chest, really. It feels they need every tool possible to outplay Anyone's Legend. They just keep using their basic abilities.
They tried to go onto Shanks, but they didn't get it. Stranglethorn, they try to look for the poke damage, but they realize Niket's going to block as much as he can. Hope ends up taking a tier 2 in mid lane against the Ziggs. Ala looking for a tier 2 in bot side. That's a lot of standing gold and an almost 10,000 gold lead developed by Anyone's Legend 24 minutes in.
Anyone's Legend, they have taken the early game snowball and made the game so hard to play for Ultra Prime. It has been a great series. Back and forth. Game 1, Game 2. We're very, very close at different points. Game 3, it has been fairly one-sided. Definitely one-sided. Definitely the most we've seen today. 10,000 gold lead. Got themselves a group into mid lane. That's a great pull.
3-man pull, but that's the Pyroclasm on top of it all. Ultra Prime getting low, and they can't even do anything about it. They are under turret, and they cannot stand the heat.
Folks, it's a bit of a problem if someone can teleport into the entire enemy team and make it, well, more than an even trade. They win that trade. Ala survives long enough to get the pull off, and Anyone's Legend once again showing that they just have so many stats that Ultra Prime need themselves genuinely a miracle to walk out of one of these plays with an advantage. It has not been, probably, the series that Anyone's Legend would have wanted, but it does look like right now, sliding ever closer towards an inevitable victory. They'll definitely take that one for the standings of the group.
3.5 items completed for Shanks, 3.5 items for Ala, 4 items for Hope. The arsenal is looking real scary right now for Anyone's Legend. Dragon is up. This is a Cloud Soul for them as well. There's no contest from Ultra Prime. And we might come down to the big objectives if Ultra Prime can hang on.
Don't have those very important flashes from Hacker and Niket. Of course, Hacker used his in the topside attempt of a pick on that top lane inner turret. Couldn't quite manage that. Every time there's a flash down on the side of Ultra Prime, you think, ah, man, maybe they can't fight. It's that's how far behind they are. With the Cloud Soul, it's that much harder to catch out those targets as well. Hope, Croco, Kyle, Shanks, and it's so much easier for them to dance around the skill shots and outpace the engage where possible.
Shanks and Hope coming up clutch here with a lot of their later game antics, but also some big pickups at the start of the year from Team WE that was, at some points, the shocker that AL is here this split. But it really has been the backups of team efforts for Anyone's Legend. As Enchanted Crusader gets flashed out of Doggo, they are hunting every single time with that, and they're on to the inhib turret in mid lane.
That's going to be the Varasalt gone too. So, Ultra Prime, they have survived wave 1 of the bullet hell dodging game. They are just about making themselves to a position where they can wave clear, but again, all it takes is one good skill shot, one piece of CC landing, and Ultra
Or a
Prime might just
couple
be
of
gone.
them like that. My God, they're already half health when they only landed a couple.
Yeah, that's the problem. AL have so many shots to fire. They're using their ults to clear wave clear. The thing is, they can just flash in at any moment. The next time that the ults come up, it feels like AL can just follow up and kill the entire base beyond that point. They've done a good job of Ultra Prime of surviving for this long with this gold lead, but it is still them not leaving their base at 27 minutes in. AL are going to go straight through their own through the enemy jungle as well. Well, I guess it is their own jungle now. They control
They
the entire
all of
map. And that's even more gold going over to them. And Ultra Prime, it is feeling like they need to wait for those if they can get an opportunity to use all of their flashes at once to maybe get themselves a big turnaround play, but it's a big ask.
And it's going to feel real bad if Ultra Prime lose this one, because it feels like they were in position to win this series 2-0 as well against Anyone's Legend and really throw chaos into the loop here for Group D. But Anyone's Legend seem to have awoken the beast inside of them, and maybe even awoken a little bit more inside of them as they're looking for Niket in the side lane. Kyle has the slowdowns here. Unstoppable will not be enough, but the flash will.
Yeah. It's so hard to walk up into this jungle. Someone has to face check. It's Niket at this point. The problem is he's lost his ult and his flash now. We were just saying, well, Ultra Prime need all of their flashes up to force the big engage. That's a big win for Anyone's Legend. The Alistair not being able to get on top of these carries is a big thing. Doggo, they're zooming in on him because he has ult, and Baron's going down.
Try to steal it.
We've seen it before.
Okay.
We've seen it multiple times, but he's a bit far.
A little far. He also has a body blocker and Kyle right in front of him. So he's going to throw it. Oh,
Ooh.
that's not enough.
Close, though. Gets the timing really well done there. They had the blue trinkets to help out a little bit with that one. AL, now they have no Alistair flash to worry about. They have themselves the Baron buff. There's a Hex flash.
Oh, they actually get the flash back out, though. That Pyroclasm was starting to hit, but Hope is hitting even harder here as well. A push under turret here with the Baron buff. AL just feeling so lethal right now, Nymera.
They walk away with a really big kill again onto the Alistair. I don't know. Oh, that's an arrow landing
and
too.
it hits directly on the Doggo. He literally cannot move. All finishes him off. And now Anyone's Legend are open season on Ultra Prime. They're buckling their base and crumbling around their very eyes. The first Nexus turret is down. Yuikai goes for a desperate play. Buster shot back. They got the fight in them, but is it going to be enough? Ting Tian going low. Yuikai out of the fight. Impale brings him right back. And Ultra Prime, they actually are trying to stand the fight against them. But Anyone's Legend are finding that last Nexus turret. The Baron buff minions are too strong. The TP back in. And Anyone's Legend, they want complete control of this Group D. And they'll assert their dominance.
So close, and yet still so far for Ultra Prime. Anyone's Legend stand alone at the top of Group D. That result makes it an absolute fist fight for the remaining two spots, really, as it stands right now. At the top of Group D. It's the top three which would go through to the upper group in the next round. This kind of victory, this kind of loss on either side means an awful lot in that last race. Anyone's Legend, it was probably not the series that they wanted, but it is a win, and they'll take that for now.
Hope had an incredibly clutch game on the Varus. He had so many good positionings in those fights, but also just able to stick the damage. And I really loved that, yes, we had a lot of influence from Krako, Kyle as well, but it truly was the duo from WE that felt like it made a huge difference here tonight in Shanks and Hope. And I really, really appreciate what AL have been able to do, and especially now that they've been able to pretty much holistically control this Group D.
What an entertaining series, though. I walk away from this with a bit of a high pulse, high heart rate in that one. I can't imagine what it's like for the players and people behind them. I think you could tell towards the end of the series, particularly at the end of the game 2, you could tell there was so much tension on stage.
Yeah.
You can sometimes tell from the body language of the way that the players are on the rift. Gosh, what an entertaining way to finish off that series.
That was
Of course,
only
we're
our
gonna have
first
to move on
series.
now. Yeah, we have to move on to our second series, which will also be really important because now potentially NIP can overtake Ultra Prime. Potentially Weibo can keep themselves chasing that pack as well. There are realistically 3 teams in contention with IG with a miracle run potential could make it through as well. But realistically, the 2 teams playing next, Weibo and NIP, are now looking at Ultra Prime and seeing if they can hopscotch.
I didn't know you were a hopium salesman too. I like it. It is Group D that we expected to be chaotic throughout the beginning when we heard the format changes and exactly who was in Group D. But I'm glad that we've gotten this kind of chaos, and especially, again, being able to spotlight teams that maybe haven't been at the top rungs, even though Anyone's Legend been fighting for it. But just like we had talked about so much, Ultra Prime having been last place in spring, the fact that they're giving us entertaining games like this is so refreshing to see. And that's why I got to give props to both the organizations, but all the players there as well. We've had some really cool storylines for both of them. And I think obviously give some praise to Niket and his rookie split. being confident in a lot of these fights. And I think that's something we've not seen necessarily from a lot of rookie supports in the past.
Yeah, I have to say, particularly in games like that, there were a couple of moments like there was one where he got caught up at the top in Hip Tower in Game 2, and then a couple of those flash engages in Game 3. They look bad when you look at them just as that play, but then you realize the overall game state. I'm still happy that people go for those plays, because it's better than the slow bleed out. It gives you that slight chance of an outplay. It's quite hard to tell when you don't have that same fog of war, when you don't have that same feeling on stage of feeling, well, you need to make that comeback play. The thing is, though, on the other side, I feel like AL, when it comes down to exactly that skill set from players like Croco, from players like Hope and Kyle, from Ala, I think they showed a little bit more composure and a lot more veterancy in particularly Game 2, but also in Game 3 to pick up that level 1 and run with it completely through to the finish line. Hacker walking in, kind of ruined that Game 3. I feel like Anyone's Legend just used their veterancy and that real composure to very calmly walk into Game 3.
And I'll just say, I still didn't like the Renekton pick into the Skarner, but I think more so the thing I find interesting about the meta, but also Fearless and the draft conversations we had for both these two teams, you have to set yourself up for success in Fearless, especially in a Game 3, and the fact that Anyone's Legend got a composition like this that synergizes so well together, and they were feeling it, it was unstoppable, it felt like.
And we asked them to show their versatility in Game 3. They absolutely did that. I think they played so well around snowballing bot side. Yeah, I think that probably Doggo burning a flash like this, getting solo killed multiple times after, that really, again, showed some of the panic which set into Ultra Prime. Hopefully they can address that for some future series, really hoping that they can recover. They've showed some great gameplay, even in this series versus Anyone's Legend. They have been worthy opponents for them, even if Anyone's Legend were very clearly the better team when it came around to the end of the series.
Yeah. I'm just looking at this, I'm like, what do you even do in a lot of these situations? They're killing you from like half your screen away. And that's where I think some of the advances from Ultra Prime were really nice, where you see a lot of these aggressive moves, and they just had to find something, right?
What you do is you don't be in that position in the first place, because it becomes so
the classic hindsight's 2020.
Yeah, the classic level 1 sometimes just ruins a game. This one, this is the heartbreaker for me. The fact that Hope outplayed this is absolutely absurd, by the way, because Hope sees, like, he tells the body language, sees Qingtian backing off, and is like, okay, I can survive, and somehow stops the shutdown going over, gets involved with another arrow. What a crazy clutch. I mean, Anyone's Legend really showcasing again what they can do in these high-pressure scenarios, and even moments like this when the game kind of got thrown to the wind by Ultra Prime. They just, again, stood there calmly and just took on all comers.
I think there's a lot to be said about Kyle's Enchanted Crystal Arrows this game. It all goes back to the compositional difference that we see between these two. This was a bit of a crazy
so egregious.
moment.
Like, yeah, if you could teleport into the whole enemy team and come out with a winning play, something is going well for your team. Something's going well.
It's a pretty good
that.
sign, I would say.
Look, I remember seeing Bin teleport into 4 people on Rumble and immediately dying. If Ala can do that here, see, again, this guy's really feeling it. He's really feeling it. I think Ala and the Skarner, again, he wasn't on the team fight flanking threat. You did a good job on that front line as well.
Yeah, he really did. I think, again, he might have been a big missing piece for Anyone's Legend here. I think it's been a really good tie-on to the style that they had brought last split, where this consistent roster was actually having a lot of fun with the drafts and the way that they approach the games. But I feel like Ala, in his comfort picks, and especially in Fearless, where he's going to be getting those a lot of the time, does provide a really nice relief of pressure around the rest of the map.
So one of the things which is different between, I think, the Chinese community and then also the international community and the Western community about Fearless Draft is, in the West, we were saying that Fearless Draft kind of ruins one-tricks a lot because you just play it once and then you can't play it again. Actually, in Chinese community and in the LDL, we're at a lot of the conversation is that actually your one-tricks do really well because it allows you to have one game of it in a best of 3 to win it away with it. And Hope, I think he was really versatile. Again, this Varus is something he's done so much work with over time. And I really think that Anyone's Legend did a really good job of getting multiple compositions on the same page throughout that of different styles.
It just feels like a chess match where you don't realize that you've been checkmated until it's too late, right? Because you're going through all these drafts, you're going through all these iterations. What can't you pick? What can you pick? And then you get to game 3 and you're like, oh, Skarner and Ash got, and you're like, oh God. So I think that's an interesting conversation as well. But that is it for our first series. Now that means that we have a second one on the docket. We're going to take a short little break, and then we have NIP versus Weibo. Welcome back to LPL Summer 2024. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Nightmare yet again, and welcome back to the Group D showdown. But this time, it's in Shenzhen, and we are immediately bolting off to that game. We're trying to catch up a little bit. So Game 1 of Weibo versus NIP will be on the docket here, and I know you're very excited about this one, Nightmare.
Oh, hugely so. These two teams have done a lot of searching. Weibo, they are still consistently inconsistent, and NIP, they haven't really liked themselves the AP jungle AD mid. They have therefore been forcing more stuff like that Bruiser jungle. Having that Wukong for Aki has been so important.
I think the Mordekaiser answer hasn't always been the best, hasn't always been the cleanest, but I'm excited to see what Shanji can do against Breathe with it. Obviously, Breathe, new transfer over there to Weibo, as well as Tarzan, your new age king of the jungle, I like to call him, but also a Weibo that really hasn't been able to find a style that works for them, even though they were known as one of the best 1-3-1 teams in the past.
Dude, I don't think Weibo found any kind of like level of consistency at all across any style. This is the thing. It's not about just having one style that works them. Every style that they have tried has had good and bad moments. You know, they currently sat at 2 and 3, but they're ended up going 0-2 versus Ultra Prime, which is one of the reasons why they're in this spot. If NIP were to beat Weibo, it feels like Weibo put themselves into a real possibility, genuinely, that they will be in that lower group, even as a team that was in World Finals last year.
You definitely don't want to be there. Hey, again, I'll bring it up every time I get to cast over them, but the story staying a lot the same of that World's Finals run. They bring in a jungler who wasn't playing in spring, and now they bring in Tarzan, who was not playing this spring. Now, NIP is looking for some aggression on bot side. I like that they're trying to gain advantage down here, but we do have opposite side jungle paths. Chris, oh no, he got caught a little extra right there. He is going to burn a little bit, not going to go down yet.
So, early bot side control going over.
Chris, my
bro.
bro.
That kind of pressure over them is a bit of an issue. They do hit level 2. That's going to save them just for now. If Chris can hit himself a Q, maybe that saves this laning phase. That's going to help. That extra healing, you can see that right there. That makes Rakan very powerful in lane. Saves them just about.
Love how dicey this bot lane is getting. The 2v2, super important in terms of pressure. I know that Aki is going to definitely want to be down here. And that's another big story for NIP is Aki and Shanji. Some big help from the OMG bros. It feels like have found some good advantages for NIP here recently.
Rookie jumping in towards mid lane. Of course, Rookie versus Xiaohu. That has in the past been one of our all-time great mid lane matchups. I think both of them have been on mixed trajectories for summer. Xiaohu, player which has had probably more downs than ups in his games. Rookie, more ups than downs, but still had both apparent in either side. Aki getting himself towards bot side right now, and it does feel like NIP with Aki on that Wukong will want to see what he can do to get himself onto the board slightly, further ahead in this matchup as you can be. That Nidalee can be so destructive if they are allowed to just run over the jungle matchup.
And not able to find anything in mid lane is Tarzan. He did get the full clear off. We should get just the trades of the Scuttle Crabs. Interestingly enough, though, Aki has skipped his red buff right now just to make sure to get the Scuttle Crab trade.
Yeah, so wanted to be out on the map a little bit more. Tarzan going to be very present within these lanes, going to be present on the other side of the map. Tarzan, of course, a player which has been, he's had, again, such a strange summer. He came back after a spring away. He was on LNG with Scout, and they both looked incredible together last year. But then it felt like the magic had gone when they split apart, and it felt like they have struggled to find form each of these individual pieces. But Tarzan at least has had some good games in the last week or so. Had 2 incredible carry jungle games on the likes of Brand, and he's had some Maokai games to success as well. He's had the Nidalee banned away from him. He was always good at that champion. But he, again, much like the rest of this team, wants to find some semblance of consistency. How many times we got to say it?
Consistently inconsistent? Yeah, you want me to I'll fall for the bait. I'll do it.
Look, very few times have we had a phrase which perfectly encapsulated a team like that. I'm pretty happy with that one. I feel like you just say that about Weibo and you get the picture pretty clearly.
Do we have like a limit that we have on saying that, or do we just get to say it all willy-nilly? Is willy-nilly a phrase? in Europe?
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
Well, it's a very English one / British one. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's like commonly used, but it's there. It's
Okay,
around. People
okay.
know of it.
I appreciate
See,
it.
we were teaching new words earlier. We can teach some new colloquialisms as well. I like the fact that Ultra Prime, their social media now calls Shanghai Shangers, because it's just something which Joe just thought it'd be funny to bring up a cast. I'm like, well, that is
Love that.
a Britishism. I appreciate that.
We are getting a ton of attention towards mid lane right now, though. Weibo will flash Tarzan's presence here as well. Light moving up here, but Dragon is up and available right now. See which team wants to kind of prioritize that one. Weibo leaning down that way right now.
Weibo have had some not contesting objectives and then waiting until a perfect fight, which never comes. So they can get themselves a bit more objective priority that could potentially help them. Now, it's not going to help with the fact that bot lane is being controlled currently by Photic. Aki needs to be careful. Doesn't have anyone quite close to him just yet by dodging the spear. Should, again, put him into an okay spot.
A little bit of poke lands preemptively, but that Zenith Blade also connecting is huge. The spear going a bit wide. Crisp gets a double knock up there. That's actually really nice to dissuade the damage, but that explosive charge hitting the back line a little bit dicey.
But Weibo, they ended up leaving bot lane alone for this. Okay, Photic's not going to get access to the turret.
Yeah.
I think if Photic had actually stayed up to get an auto attack, it would have been worth. But you can't then bet the fact that no one will be coming down to disrupt you on that take. Photic instead will just get some poke under some good poke under turret actually. And Crisp is not feeling it.
Light's just like, I gotta get these minions, guys. I just need a couple of them. I'm just trying to get as many as possible under that one, under siege. But here we see the trade of objectives. Those grubbies go in the way of Weibo, but at least Aki will answer in the bot side with that pressure they got in the bot 2v2.
And the fact that Photic is doing so well on the Sigs brings up another conversation. Photic's been another point of concern for NIP at points. I don't think it's been, again, consistent for him. I think Aki on the AD junglers has also helped a lot as opposed to the AP ones. But Photic, I think he's also found his comfort pick in non-traditional AD carries, stuff like the Senna, which of course he was very good on both this roster and then V5 before that. The Ziggs and the Jhin also come to mind as well as champions which are really well suited to Photic, impacting the game, but not having to play the short-range AD carries, and which can sometimes expose his positioning. The fact that he's doing well on the Ziggs right now, we will put a pin in it. We'll keep eyes on that. See if that continues.
My eyes go straight to Rookie though. He's gonna get the engage in mid lane, and Woes could be able to follow him up here. Double rocket jump combo. Woe just sitting there like, one day I'm gonna make it there, Rookie. I promise. But Rookie able to get Xiaohu out of lane.
He tried to get the slow, but he couldn't quite get on the first jump, and the Xiaohu gets the phase rush. Runs away. Xiaohu, he's been all over the place, let's be honest. He's had some great games. Mostly they've been in the minority, though. He's had some pretty poor performances, too. And for a player as legendary as Xiaohu, one of the all-time greats, that question keeps flitting around and keeps dodging away because he has some good games here and there in regards to, like, what kind of form is he on? Can we expect him to be carrying games? The answer is, can we expect anyone on Weibo to be carrying games consistently? True. I really want to see Xiaohu just have a good, consistent series, again, to show that he can have those up moments, particularly when it's in these stressful moments like this when we are chasing a win now. They need this quite badly.
Crisp gonna get completely caught here. He does have the grand entrance to get out of that one. But I think the thing for me coming into this split was the interesting recombination of Breathe and Xiaohu and trying to see if that was going to unlock anything. But we really haven't seen the solo lanes be super powerful just yet for Weibo. And it hampers the style that Tarzan traditionally tries to bring to the table. And that's why his combo with Scout was so powerful, because they used priorities so well. But I think looking at the other side of things for NIP and looking at Rookie specifically, this man has been trying to make it to internationals. This man has been pulling his team up tooth and nail here with top esports getting so close but being denied so many times. It feels like he's just trying again with this NIP roster, and it might be successful.
It's Worlds 2019 last time Rookie went international. It is so alien to think about that because of how ever-present he was for a period of League of Legends, and one of the greatest of all time in his own right. I think both of these mid laners have had, again, those moments which just make you consider their career and think about, well, is it just kind of fate saying, all right, this is the end of it now? I think these players have done a really good job of extending their careers and, again, being top tier at points. Xiaohu made a World Finals this time last year, and Rookie has been, I mean, I think in spring he was the second best mid laner in the LPL. Sadly, even that wasn't enough to get into internationals somehow, but it's just part of that kind of taking a step back and thinking about the scale of the LPL, which is Quite painful if you're a fan of these players, but still notable nonetheless.
It is notable. Another notable moment is almost a 20 CS lead by Rookie in that mid lane. Tristana, very powerful right now in the meta that we have. We'll see if it actually comes to bear here. We still have a while for the next objective, about 45 seconds for Grubs. But Shanji, he's going to get impaled, and Tarzan is not going to hit the spear. Top lane gank goes awry, but they do have top lane pressure now.
I think Shanji makes the right choice in flashing instead of looking for an ult. I think the spear would have hit him. I think the damage would have been enough afterwards. Shanji on the Mordekaiser, of course, has been the LPL answer to Skarner. On the whole, it looks pretty good. Wayward, 369, a handful of others have been picking it up. If the Mordekaiser gets into a lead versus the Skarner, it feels so oppressive to play the Skarner in late game fights because Mordekaiser takes you out of the fight and means you don't get to affect anything. Rookie's going to go and take that plate off just there. But Weibo at least getting a flash out of that top lane matchup, it does help if Breathe can stay ahead of that. Of course, Breathe has been a really good individual top laner despite the failings of the team. Maybe that can be a point of pressure for Weibo.
We get the TP back from Xiaohu into mid lane. And we'll look at this top lane grubby play by NIP. This will be trying to contest the 3 that Weibo already secured. Weibo just needing one of these to get their might spawn, but NIP going to represent in full force. Tarzan actually might try to sneak one here. It would be a little bit scary, but that ward is spotting him out.
So the thing is, you can obviously smite the last one. Aki chooses to just smite that down there, leave the last one, so it's not going to be a smite fight. It means that maybe you can wait for a second smite charge to come back up. You don't want to just give a free one over. Tarzan going to leave that one for now, though. Now people walk away with 2. Aki can go start up the next one out with the smite coming back up and deny Weibo from getting the might buff.
Love that for them. Also, a little note as I saw it right there as they were backing, though, but the bot lane of Weibo rocking the IG skins, by the way.
True.
Which I think is actually hilarious against Rookie, but we'll see if it gives them any help in this one.
I mean, we saw Rookie playing IG LeBlanc versus IG earlier in the week. It's so... I mean, he played it in the first matchup, too. He played it versus them twice. He just really wants to win with his skin against the skin against the team he won it with.
I think he's trying to confuse him. He's like, oh, that's Jackie Love and Valette. Oh, I know these guys.
I'm pretty sure that
Stockholm
goes
syndrome.
against some, like... I'm pretty sure that goes against some laws being able to hide as an enemy soldier. That sounds like the kind of thing that's not okay. I feel like that's a thing. But either way... Rookie made it work one time, lost to one of the other games, but now with Dragon still
Chris
being up now on the table, Chris needs to be a bit careful.
He's like,
Xiaohu's
Xiaohu, I'm
gonna
right
help him
here.
get out with E.
Okay, he makes it out. Zenith Blade doesn't connect.
That means Weibo lose a lot of their vision control. They just sat up towards bot side of the map. Now, we did say Weibo have struggled in terms of contesting objectives. Let's see if they can do any better. They're teleporting in. Here comes Breathe.
Shanji is on his way back. He's going to try to TP to join. He ends up not finishing his back. The Dragon is the focus right now from NIP. Look at the entrance from Breathe, though. He's got the Ixtal's Impact to come in. Tarzan is in the pit. Tarzan not going to get it. It actually goes the other way. Zenith Blade connects here, but whoa, just the double solar flare in there, and Weibo, they're getting bounce housed right now by NIP. It will be the Dragon secured by NIP, and they might even look for more here. Weibo stopped their backs. Tarzan is just fighting in there as he's in the death realm against Shanji, and he'll come out of it, but Shanji ends up killing him anyways. A 2-0 kill lead and the objective to NIP.
Yeah, NIP, they got, 2 out of the grub spawn, led that into a dragon, into a couple of kills, and Weibo, once again, contesting these early objectives has not been kind to them. They find themselves at the objective in time, but they can't find an entrance. That's going to be problematic for them. You've got the Nidalee, who is behind the jungle matchup after dying there as well. It's not really what you want to see. All this starts off with, again, the priority pick Leona. Leona has been so powerful in the LPL. I'm glad to see it back. I think our LPL supports love that extra tankiness, the ability to just press the go button. Xiaohu massively caught out, flashes the Leona basically onto the rest of his team as well. And with Shanji being able to use the Mordekaiser and get himself some kill participation, that Mordekaiser, which can be a problem later on, might just be off to the races.
This just in, Cougars don't like Mordekaiser. Zhuo getting a spear to the back here, though, as Xiaohu actually goes over onto Rookie. They actually found Zhuo completely out there. Weibo capitalizing now. After finding that pick, they're looking for Rookie as well in the end. Photic is coming
Where's
here. Aki on the
Atik's got to
way.
come around. He's the only person that can break
They want
this.
Xiaohu. They want Xiaohu. They're going to flash for the play. Breathe comes over because Ixtal's impact does that. And the Impale buying time, but Xiaohu finally falls. Rookie will rocket jump his way out of that one. Breathe ended up getting the kill there onto Aki. Rookie ended up burning his flash as well. The defense stands strong. They do lose a body, though.
Yeah, it's 1 for 2 overall. 1 dead on the side of Weibo, but I think that could have gone a lot worse. I think the fact that Aki manages to get on top of the flashless Xiaohu is important. I think that could have gone way, way worse, as we were saying. Now with Herald spawning,
He's not
Weibo
on the team
should
anymore.
still have advantage on the top side. Shush you. Anyway, with the Herald spawning, I think Weibo should be able to at least get that one. Are they really backing off from this? Surely not. They end up backing away from the Herald. I feel like that would have been a big win for them. They could have got the Herald, potentially could have broken up one part of this map.
And that's what I think the next conversation becomes is you have a couple of these fights leading the way of NIP. They also have pretty strong objective control right now. And the Rift Herald's up. Weibo have control around that side of the map, but really it's the Dragon conversation that you have to have. And Weibo, with this Rift Herald, can find advantage to kind of push into that objective later.
Yeah, so Weibo a little slow in taking the Herald, but they're going to go down there nonetheless. Rookie has, 2 grubs. It's not the full amount, but he's still a Tristana on its house, so Weibo will likely lose a decent chunk of that tower. I don't think they're going to lose the whole thing. NIP choose not to contest that Herald. I think particularly with Aki's ult and flash down, it becomes a lot harder to contest that. We've seen a lot of Wukongs with flash ruin games. This is a big collapse on bot side from NIP. They have members here, but again, without the ult from Aki, it becomes a lot harder to look for pure fights. They take the tower, and they'll be happy with that.
Just get what you need and get out is the name of the game right now. Pressure from Weibo is up on top side to try to steal away some of the jungle of Aki, which I think is a good call in this little bit of downtime, but about a minute and a half until a dragon spawns. You definitely don't want to give the decision-making power that a soul point gives over to NIP this game, and I wonder if that contest is going to be enough, because you're really wanting those second items. Even you're still waiting on your first item for Tarzan here.
Yeah. No, and this is going to be a problem for Weibo. Yeah, if you give over that soul point and NIP threatens soul, that's kind of nasty. I know it's only a cloud soul, which again, a lot of people like to meme on. I think that in this kind of game, when you've got particularly the Wukong, when he starts cycloning, it's much harder to get away from him. And if Mordekaiser ults you with cloud soul, good luck. He will run you down.
You're not getting away, I'll just tell you that.
You aren't getting away from that. It's really painful. So Weibo can't really afford, as you were saying, to give over that soul point. It's spawning in the next minute or so. Yes, you do have great assassination potential from someone like the Nidalee onto a CC target. You have Breathe in a good point, but you're getting to the point where Shanji can flash ult someone out of the key combo. Maybe the Mordekaiser can be a big part of this too. And of course, we've already mentioned the Ziggs combo multiple times when it's been played as well. With Photic having good amount of damage, Weibo needs to be very careful on the intro to the fight. If someone gets blown up really quick, I think they give over soul point for free.
I wanted to see if any big item spikes were going to be coming across, but just a lot of components being completed by NIP, but they won't position on that side of the map at all. They're just going for side lane turret gold.
And Shanji has the ult on the bot side, so you can't dive Shanji. They have the Herald.
You
He
say
has
that.
flash. Well, he's just going to
Try.
ult the first target in, surely.
Gets impaled. Oh, tried to get the suppress onto him before he could get it, though, but trying to catch out Crisp now. He does so much damage, man. He just has to hit one more obliterate. Can't do it, though. And now he's left to the wolves, or should I say Cougars. Meanwhile, Photic makes good on his sacrifice.
I am surprised that Shanji actually ended up sticking around that long. It's going to be a Herald charge into the bottom turret with the Lichbane on tower as well as the Jace. It's going to be 2 turrets traded across both sides of the map, but it's also the extra kill and the extra dragon going the side of Weibo. Surprised that NIP chose to not fight at the first place. Maybe they thought not having the Wukong ultimate was enough for them to back off, but then losing in the cross map is not something which I would have expected to, because they opted into it. Weibo walk away happy with this.
They will get a little bit back for themselves when it felt like it was slipping, but NIP definitely still confident with the 3K lead right now. Crisp is going to be ever searching for Photic, though, and trying to burn flashes before the next big fights are going to be coming up. But it feels like there's not enough of a lead for Baron to be a really big issue right now as we take a look back at that one.
So Shanji chooses to cast the Q instead of cast the ult. I think if he casts ult right there, as Crisp goes in, just buffer it on the Rakan, the Realm of Death ends up centering itself on a point where he can walk out to the inner turret. He goes a bit greedy with that, flashes forward, but then realizes actually Crisp had himself the Guardian Shield as he came out because he couldn't use it while he was in the Realm of Death, and gets away with both the heal and that one.
Now back to live. We got NIP pushing ahead with Photic on the Ziggs. We'll take down an outer tower in mid lane. They'll be hovering up towards this top side now that Shanji is up that way. Weibo looking for picks in the in-betweens here. Aki taking a ton of damage.
That will be Lichbane Diddley for you.
Oh.
Very, very good. And here comes the engage.
Install's impact gets stopped there in the end. Double Impale with the hammer slam, a combo. Weibo with a Realm of Death on the Light. Need to be a little careful as he comes through. Shanji down in that Realm of Death to Light himself, who has taken hold of his crown.
NIP, they don't end up playing around the Ziggs combo. They get caught out in River, and Weibo with the big assassination potential that they can have. Going onto a single target with the Nidalee, with the Kai'Sa, walk away very happy from that fight. It's going to give them some extra golden pockets, going to give them some extra control over topside River as NIP were fighting for that vision control just beforehand. And that's important for them. If you get extra gold into this Kai'Sa, who's currently behind the game, maybe the Kai'Sa can fly over to the other side of the fight later on and cause NIP a load of issues. A slip in control there from NIP. You can see that again, trying to control some of this vision here, but they don't really get a good combo off. You know, the Leona goes in onto the Skarner, a spear hits onto Aki midway through this. Once you fail this entrance to the fight, I think NIP should have just left Dwarf for dead. Feels like the intro to the fight was just too weak.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that Light is able to take down Shanji in the middle of that, it's actually really big and shows that, you know, now that he's on 2 item spikes, even up with Photic, it could be really crucial in these fights to see where Light's willing to go with the killer instinct. A little bit of defense from NIP on top side, but it's a lot of Weibo presence up here.
And with the Baron spawned, you need to remember that every time you lose a big kill or a big fight now, there's the potential of that objective going over. Weibo much more confident in the way that they're approaching the map now. They are still down in gold, but they do have a lot of power, as we said. Breathe has flash, has ult. Need to be quite careful of that Skarner. Breathe has maybe been our best Skarner in the entirety of the LPL. He's one of the few players that can really showcase how absurdly busted this Scorpion can be.
And as time goes on, it gets scarier and scarier. I remember living back in Texas, in the countryside. You used to have to worry at night about scorpions, and the only way you could see them are they're like the night light scorpions, pretty much, where they like glow like green. And I remember waking up at one of my friend's houses, and there was like 4 or 5 of them in the living room where I was sleeping, surrounding me. It was one of the most terrifying things. So I understand terrifying when it comes to scorpions. And Breathe, as time goes on, he's going to be pretty terrifying.
Yeah. No, the only fun fact I have about scorpions is that they can survive underwater for 7 days. That's the only. That's probably not a fun fact either. But still, don't try and drown a scorpion. Very topically in this case, they don't need to breathe.
Wow. Man,
yeah.
I'm so proud of you. You've come so far.
Thank you.
You've really accepted the dad jokes. I like it.
Yeah.
It's home in the LPL.
Like it's, you know, sometimes we have to entertain ourselves while these setups for objectives are happening. We do have ourselves an intro into River. Draw has flash, has ult. Maybe you can set up for, again, the really big Ziggs combo. Maybe Photic can carry.
Oh, they got a deep TP. Breathe. He's trying to be a last breath for Weibo here. Ixal's impact not going to be used just yet on the Shuo. He is going to get away from the engage that NIP were going to go for after that TP got committed by Shanji. Nothing else going to come of it, but we got Dragon spawning in 15 seconds.
Everyone's fighting around this topside Baron vision instead. The poke is really starting to come through on Weibo too. You've got even the Skarner adding in a decent amount of damage with that Q. The rocks keep getting thrown, and NIP are yet to find themselves a good engage. The longer this waits, the worse this gets for NIP, and the better it is for Weibo.
You just need to find one big engage. Dwell, a huge proponent of that. But the Dragon up now. Weibo pushing over that way. Aki on the other side of this one, but needs to try to find a steal if they aren't in prime position.
NIP, they've again really struggled to find themselves that first engage. Breathe is very tanky and using the shield to shrug off the little bit of pokes that are coming in from the other side. Crisp on the flank, Dragon going down.
Oh, Dragon's already down. That's 2 in a row Cloud Dragons for Weibo.
So NIP, they're going to push in towards mid lane. They took the outer already. They're able to get a bomb onto inner. Rookie's too
Breathe
far
is
for the fight,
completely locked down here, though. Breathe impales back. Aki is not down yet, but Breathe will fall to Shanji there in the end. Weibo looking a little bit loosey-goosey here. NIP are looking at mid lane pretty intently.
Yeah, Shanji ends up trading, ult for ult with Breathe, but you can see again, Weibo, they have so much range, they might be able to fight this, even in the 4v5. There's good HP advantage for the side of Weibo. Aki low, Draw low. means they can chase them right back to where they came from. Walk away with the dragon, but losing the kill. See that NIP struggling to get the real big fights going. They get one pick, that's about it.
Their backs are going to be stopped here. They're actually going to try to collapse on Aki. He's going to take a ton of damage from Tarzan. Oh, he's in there, though. Tarzan has to flash out. He's burning. The Primal Surge not going to be used. And Tarzan falls. Dwo coming in to make good on it, though. NIP, they're trying to use some of these resets. Photic comes in yet again, though. Light using that killer instinct to get his way out of that one. NIP turn right back onto the big purple worm. They're getting a little bit of poke from Xiaohu, but they're going to try to secure this one.
Well, they've got themselves the Liandry's on the Mordekaiser with the passive. It's going to burn, and there's no smite. Aki using the clone to tank up the Baron. Stick around for a smite.
Needs to watch out for these shock blasts. Dwo goes in. Xiaohu locked down. Rookie going for the rocket jump. Rookie's going insane. He's trying to find another one, but meanwhile, back in the fight, Breathe carved up with all of his legs, fried into oblivion, and Rookie's gonna clean house with a double kill on a Crisp.
Oh, Rookie kept chasing. He got the reset, but he can't quite cancel another back. Rookie left that last kill, trusted his teammates to give him a reset, got one extra off of that. NIP struggled to get that first pick, so Weibo gave it to them. Ended up getting a Baron off of it, a whole host of kills, and Weibo, after they were in a good position, we were praising them. They'd slowed down the game, they started playing around poke. Once again, fumble around one of these big plays in the game. And sadly for them, this might just be the point where things fall apart. They're against the Tristana Ziggs who can push in with the Baron buff and destroy so many towers now.
Wow. And honestly, it's incredible to watch Rookie cook on this Tristana. 3-0-3, he's almost at 4 items now as well, but this was all kicked off by Tarzan and Weibo.
Now, Aki almost gets assassinated by Tarzan. Doesn't end up dodging out on that spear, but you have the double mask build, Liandry's Riftmaker.
I'm surprised
that
he didn't
burn up
switch.
even more. Yeah, and Tarzan, I don't know whether he had that Primal Surge left. He must have thought he must not have had it at that point.
Yeah, he must not.
Ends up dying.
I give them the
Surely
benefit of the
not
doubt every
offside.
time. Oh, into the wall, though. He's going to go golden. NIP are surrounding. Every damage on the Light is not going to be enough. They do get the turret, though, and NIP do some more damage and get some more standing gold.
And Photic on this Ziggs is absolutely disgusting. His bomb accuracy rate's been pretty good, too.
Yeah.
See, even that, managing to threaten Light. Even once everyone gets tier 2 boots, I'm just going to say it, it's pretty hard to hit a lot of skill shots at tier 2 boots with no help. Ziggs is so good with those combos when you can lock people down, but Light's still been getting some decent damage. Even without it, Shanji's going to teleport back into mid lane and potentially look for another tower here now.
I'm just saying, and I say it every time they get reunited. Last time we saw Rookie and Photic as the dual carries of V5. It was one of the most dominant rosters we had seen in the regular season of all time in the LPL. Now we see them combining for a monumental game number 1 against Weibo. A game that actually means a lot in the standings here. And if NIP can go up to 4 wins on the split here in the series. Now, NIP do the bot lane inhib, but they can't get the mid one just yet.
Yeah, no, reminder folks, Weibo, they lose here. They fall behind the pack. They are still currently in 4th position within Group D. It's a good Cray Seeker onto, or the Void Seeker rather, onto Photic. But if Weibo were to lose this, they fall behind, of course, NIP, but also Ultra Prime. They could be going through into the lower group in the Rumble stage, the next stage of the LPL. So important for them to take games, to take series when they can. They cannot afford many losses now.
Weibo's desperation on display. They want to try to get somebody caught out here. Dwo gonna hit that Solar Flare right back. Mega Inferno Bomb gonna do a decent amount of damage. Killer Instinct. Oh, Aki! Aki says it's time to end the game, guys! Get in my backpack and let's go! Breathe want to try to get a little bit of distance between them, but NIP are able to pick Breathe off here with Shanji. He's not gonna hit the Obliterate, but he'll get the kills instead. And NIP using their strengths here with this poke, with this damage. Photic wants to close it. Oh, Chris just gonna stand there like a cool guy. But the minions, man, they're on the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, Photic's even got himself, I think, a Sorcerer's Elixir. Look at the damage on the towers. Weibo have healed up, but they're getting chunked back down.
They can't end it. They're not going to be able to. They have so many tools available with Photic, but they just can't close the distance here. Weibo stands strong.
Yeah, the real thing, the real threat for Weibo is this Ziggs. Can they get on to Photic?
Oh, they got the damage onto the Nexus turret. Oh, that's already down too. They're onto the Nexus now. Is it going to be focus or is it kills? NIP want to play with their food, and that's 1, 2 down. Weibo, they're losing bodies left and right. and NIP gonna start this series strong as they absolutely dominate Weibo here. Breathe and Crisp can do nothing but watch.
Felt like it was just all on that one watershed moment where Tarzan failed the assassination, got burned down in the enemy jungle, led into a Baron, led into the full push afterwards, and the horrible fight which came through from Weibo. It wasn't about early game from them for once. They managed to get themselves onto the board in pretty decent ways, but things just disappeared like sand through their fingers, and Weibo now 1-0 down. If they lose this series, they're in a very, very precarious situation.
And can you imagine that when, first and foremost, you saw what the roster is going to be like coming into the split with Breathe and Tarzan's additions, but also the names on the rest of this roster with Xiaohu, Crisp, Light, and I think that has been a difficult section to talk about, is how this bot lane hasn't been as consistent as it was. We're going to take a look at the MVP from that last game. Let's see who exactly earned it. I think it's got to be between, okay, it is Rookie. I was going to say it's either between him and Photic, and Rookie takes it.
I'm quite surprised that Photic didn't get it. I appreciate some good Ziggs work, but Rookie was consistently pushing in the side lanes. He had a really good reset play around the Baron as well, which got them a couple of extra kills. Rookie, he's typically been that mage player for NIP, showing that he still has power on that Tristana though, and it opens up extra draft options for NIP if he consistently shows that it is worth him being on the Tristana.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Bree losing on the Skarner is going to be really tough, but how Weibo bounce back is going to be a super important moment to watch. NIP 1-0 up in the series. We're going to take a short little break, and we'll be back for game number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nightmara. We just got done with game number 1, even though we're catching up between NIP and Weibo, and NIP handled business, my friend. We'll see what game 2 has in store for us here. I'm very excited to see if Weibo can bounce back, if they can find some kind of style that represents them this split, because it has been a question mark all split long.
But the problem is with a statement like that is that I don't think it's a style problem now. I just see so many games from them where it just feels like this team can just throw games in the most awkward times and the awkward moments.
We get the drafts on screen here. The Zyra making its name known yet again for Weibo on the blue side. We also got the Xiaohu Yone, which I'm excited about, but a pretty stock standard draft from NIP. Also, always have to mention that Ashe.
Oh yeah, that Ashe can do an awful lot of work. Dwarf, one of the better players of that champion. Of course, Photic on the Glister, big champion for him too. But for me, the difference in the top side is really where this game is going to get interesting. Because you've got Breathe on a carry versus Kushanji on the other side, one of his very best champions. Tarzan's on the Zyra, which is of course a big pick for him as well. He's actually standing in a different location here. He might be starting on Raptors instead of Red Buff because of his passive spawns here. So we'll have to watch Tarzan's pathing towards this. He's spawning the seeds kind of like closer to the Raptors than he is the Red Buff.
Yeah, a little bit far it feels like, but maybe still going to be able to do the work there. Level 1 late invade could be potentially here for NIP. They have a pretty strong level 1 and they're going to make use of it.
Yeah, so Tarzan is going to be pushed away from his passive spawns, but if they catch Aki, they might be able to kill him.
As Raptor spawns, the damage kicks off here. Weibo actually going to start the Raptors. As everybody backs away from it, trying to get into the bush here. The vision does get cleared. And IP still putting pressure on Weibo early around these Chicky Nuggies. They're all just real hungry.
Yeah, I think Aki just wants to, again, slow down what this Zyra wants to do. He hasn't managed to get anything so far. Weirdly, Crisp has ended up getting most of them. Tarzan might just get level 2 of this all the same. They slowed down his clear, but at the end of the day, it's not going to do that much to the Zyra overall. Aki's going to be delayed just as much, if not more.
Really excited what this Zyra can look like in Tarzan's hands. It's maybe not as instantly active as I would typically want for Tarzan, but I think it's going to have its own strengths. Oh, Rookie getting the better of Xiaohu in the early trades there. Now, we do know in this matchup it changes up as levels go through, but Rookie utilizing the early advantage very well.
And we have seen Yone picked into Corki. Now, in the LPL, it is not necessarily a counter matchup. The Corki can win this matchup, and Rookie, as someone who does play through laning phase and walked away even from an MVP in Game 1, is showing exactly what you can do with this. Xiaohu, he carried a game on the Yone a little earlier in the week. He's done pretty well on this champion in recent history anyway. But Rookie on the Corki is absolutely no slouch, so he'll have to work for it in the laning phase.
Vision being played to by NIP. They use the hawk shot to spot out Tarzan's pathing, as he will be wrapping back around down towards this bot side. We do have a bit of a unique path maybe coming through from Aki, as he's going to skip the Krugs and come straight back down towards this bot side.
I think with the hawk shots showing that Tarzan's doing a reverse clear where you start one camp on one side of the map and then you go over to the other side and work your way back to where you started. Means that Tarzan's going to be on bot side. NRP know that because of the hawk shot, and Aki leaves his Krugs to get down towards bot side to potentially contest the bot side scuttle. Tarzan's going to be level 4. Aki's only going to be at that level 3 because he drops some CS. They should know that Tarzan's here on this timing now, though.
Should actually have... Yeah, I see a couple pings coming down this way. See
they could be walking straight into
yeah,
him.
well, they do.
In fact, they are.
Not able to get too much damage back. Tarzan needs to get over to his team, but gonna have a ton of Ren stacks in him. Does end up burning the flash there. Crisp able to get out with a little bit of pressure on the other side of the fight.
I think that's a win for NIP. You get the flash away from a vulnerable jungler. They're not going to get that bot side scuttle. I think Aki choosing to be on the bot side, and again, with his own path to make sure that he, even though drops a camp or two compared to Tarzan, can get himself into a good position to contest. I think that's worked out well for NIP so far.
Tarzan's hovering here. He really wants to make something work down there. They have vision that it is just these two down here right now. Hawk shot, not actually going to spot him. Wait, no, they see maybe the plant there.
They thought he could potentially just be over that wall, but they don't see him all the same. He's gone back, so they're safe now from the jungle gang, but still Crisp, knowing that Joy is low HP and no heal, potentially could look for an all-in there anyway. This way, Aki is now hovering towards bot side.
Rookie is abusing this targeting from the turret so heavily.
Yeah, this is a thing you can do where you just like you make sure you can drop out of tower range just as you get that thing, so it doesn't target onto you. You don't get aggro in time for it to actually fire the shot, and then you end up really bullying. Rookie had already teleported back in, so Xiaohu still has to get his first teleport in. He needs to be a little careful. He gets himself the Spirit Cleave shield, so that'll be fine. Gets himself an extra minion to back with. And he'll teleport back into the lane all the same, but Rookie showcasing again why he is one of the few mid laners in LPL that really plays through dominant laning phases right now.
It ain't Silas no more. It's the full-on carries. I really have appreciated Rookie's growth in his own gameplay style. Back to the form, it felt like where he was dominating in leagues past. You actually see top lane. Yeah, Breathe gonna use his level advantage onto Shanji. Tarzan is on his way. Could be an under tower. Photic is caught out here though. That's a lot of trouble for NIP's bot lane. Double shattering strikes there. Photic goes down. First blood to Light.
Oh, and Photic maybe could have turned around a kill if the Q hits onto Crisp. Just wide, and Crisp utilizing the fact that Joy used the heal earlier to get himself a very important kill participation and a kill over to his AD carry in Lights. NIP, they put so much effort into defending this bot side, but it's in the 2v2 where things finally come up Weibo favored.
Trying to make early advantages, and Weibo do end up finding a little bit of a lead, but NIP actually going to take the dragon here off the back of it. We're going to take a look back at that bot lane 2v2.
Crisp gets just back in range to get that flip back over, gets the big damage, gets the aftershock on, and that last Q. It's the lethality Callista. Of course, with the Q max early, you get a lot of damage off of that. Wonder if that could have been a 1-for-1, but not to be.
Aki taking a little bit of time to do this one, but not going to be pressed whatsoever. Still have the smite available, obviously. And Twil moving over on the Ashe. A little bit of presence from bot side as well. Grubby's, on the other hand, might be a little bit of a different story. As a continued clear coming out from Tarzan, but I expect there to be some presence around that side of the map after resets come through.
Yeah, I think the early dragon is still pretty worthwhile from NIP. Of course, they will have. Yeah, I mean, I assume that the Krugs are going to go, the Grubs rather, are going to go over towards Weibo on the other side of this. You're going to have like a Rumble that can walk past like a Cassandra and potentially do some damage to side lanes. Of course, Xiaohu doing a decent amount of damage too. If they can get themselves Grubs and get them into a 1-3-1 setup, which you commented on a lot today actually about how Weibo always were a pretty good 1-3-1 team. But if they can get themselves those Grubs, that'll be a big bonus for them. But Tarzan right now is not actually showing any indication of heading over that, which to me is a little surprising, especially given that Breathe has his ultimate again, has Flash Ignite. They could very easily fight around it.
Just gonna kind of leave that one up for now. Hey, finally going for a little bit of a path up towards that top side. But speaking of
level
Aki,
6, I think that's the change.
Yeah, Aki will be making his presence known down here on bottom side. They're going to try to go for a push under tower here. Rookie no mana taking a trade against Xiaohu, but it's just presence from Xiaohu to make sure Tarzan is going to be fine.
Tarzan, of course, knows that Aki is now bot side. He has level 6 because he took an extra camp before he went up here as well. So he delayed that just to make sure he can go over there. Rookie was going to reset anyway because he was low on mana. He needed to get himself that second back of the game coming through. Shanji, being bullied by the Rumble. This is the thing about the Cassandra. He's going to have to find himself into that first fight of the game at some point and hope he can get some extra gold through kill participation. It's a bit of a sad situation until then, though. Photic, he can't walk up like that.
Missing the strike,
lucky to get away with it.
Yeah. That would have been a really tough fight there. Level 6 is available now for Photic. So the Fate's Call is going to be huge, waiting for 12 to get that way there, though. Those 3 Grubs did end up getting completed by Weibo. And I actually think the Zyra is going to be very, very happy with that. And that's why I want to talk about the differing styles between these two junglers right now, because I feel like that is going to be a major focus. A lot of go buttons for Aki, a lot of ways to kind of start everything off for the team. Tarzan, a little bit more reactive, it feels like.
And, well, Aki does have those gut buttons. See if he can hit it. No flash on Breathe.
Hey, he's got those tools, and there it is. The combo lands, Breathe all by his lonesome, but Tarzan comes up. Tarzan trying to save him. They get the one back. The Stranglethorns were hitting deep, but Tarzan trying to take down Aki, too, to make it a better trade for Weibo. Aki doesn't get hit by the roots.
All right, 1-for-1 at top side, and you did say one of them has the go buttons, the other one is reactive. Well, one of them pressed the go buttons, the other one reacted. Tarzan getting himself an assist, Aki getting himself the kill. Does mean that the gold in the top lane itself is skewing even more towards Breather as he gets kill participation. I think that's something which I know people would have really liked to avoid, but all the same, I guess with no teleport on the side of Breathe, he won't be able to, well, I mean, not that it matters in terms of the reset, he'll be able to collect that wave all the same. I think Weibo actually walk away feeling pretty okay about that because of the lead given up to Breathe.
And also, you're just in a much better position than you were in game number 1. I'll just say that outright right now. But here's the play at topside.
I wonder whether after this Q3 hits, whether you should have looked for the passive onto Breathe from the Sejuani and then follow up the ult afterwards so you can get the double CC coming through. You'd already used the all out to bring him back. I think maybe they overlaid the CC and the damage a little too much. Damage comes back all the same, and Breathe walks away a happy customer with 1 kill out of a difficult situation. Probably could have got burst out there.
A little bit of things going back and forth. I think now renewed focus will be back down towards bot side as we have a dragon in about a minute and 20. Photic and Dwo have had pretty heavy pressure down here so far with the double hail of Blades bot lane. The back is actually being completed right now from Aki as Tarzan is coming back out onto the map towards this bot side.
Breathe another heavy trade. Gets the shield on, so Shanji doesn't even get to trade back. This is one of the reasons we see Rumble banned an awful lot. There isn't really a good answer into Rumble in the top side, besides lane swapping. That tends to be the big one. You just get away from that lane. On the whole, Rumble has been the king of the top lane, and we do have some very talented players of it within the LPL. Breathe, one of the better ones. Aki has ult again. There's no flash on Breathe. See if they can repeat their gank top side.
These vision plays are always so scary, and I think Bree's going to be feeling a little bit frightened now. Shanji trying to just get him loosened up here, but that equalizer, it's not going to be the namesake of him. The Q3 knocks him back, and Shanji gets the kill.
This is the gank they were looking for. Don't even have to use the ultimate from Aki, so he's got that one available. There's no teleport on Breeze, so he can't catch that wave, and that's just going to be a straight-up win for the side of NIP, who also get the kill over to Shanji this time. Aki still has his ult remainder, so he can still impact the map.
Wondering if Aki's going to pull the trigger through, just as not to. True shot, bro. Oh my god, Photic, you're just getting harassed here. As he steps up, this is prime position for Light to get the extra damage down. Dwo's trying to join him badly and ends up doing it as he needed
see that rookie was hanging about in base plate, waiting to teleport down bot side as well. That was good for him to try and get himself active on the map. One of the big things about NIP is rookie's so quick to respond on the map.
He has been very fluid this split, and a lot of the picks enabling that, I feel like. As there was a hover over here by Aki, took the Scuttle Crab. Dragon is up, so priority on bot side is extremely important right now for both teams. Weibo going to make sure that importance is felt as they're pushing up the lane with Light.
The Tarzan is using the Comet build on the Zyra to get some good poke down themselves. Of course, the Leandri is on top of it.
They're going
Rookie's
for the
out of
flank.
lane now. He has himself a pretty decent point of power with full HP. Aki
Weibo,
still has ult. They're going for the flank. 4v3.
Weibo, they're behind you! You don't see anything coming! Oh no! Aki absolutely decimates Crisp, and the Glacial Prison strikes true. Dwo getting low there, but my god.
I'm surprised that didn't go much worse. Photic, of course, could have even pulled Draw out of the play if they wanted to really hard commit, but Draw doesn't hit the arrow. Aki does with his. The Freljord ultimates, at least one of them hits that. Light, though, on the other side. Really good damage from him. Could have just one-shot there. Very close, still might.
Oh, gets the fade away, but the flash is enough to get Photic out of there. I felt like I was a person in a horror movie screaming at the person that's about to die. Like, they're right behind you.
Hey, maybe if you scream loud enough, you'll save them. Maybe that's the play.
Maybe it is.
Well, it does just about that, so you work. Good job. But Light on his Ezreal. He is going to be very, very powerful soon. Once he gets that Triforce Spar, he can get up towards that second item too. Light has been an incredible Ezreal player within the LPL in summer so far. Probably the best we've seen, at least within our league. I think that him on this pick could just be what Weibo need to get themselves into a point of power on that bot side of the map. Doing a good job to outlast what Photic can draw. Naki we're all putting together. Now with the grubs on the table, see if Chris with a flash can make anything happen here. They get themselves one grub. It's a nice Weibo getting all 6, but they won't really be able to stop anything more than that.
Yeah, Weibo smartly moving up here after taking that dragon to even that up as well. They're actually going to be a little hesitant at taking this. So Tarzan's just going to go continue to clear his jungle here. While NIP maybe feeling a little sussed out that the grubs have not started falling just yet. We are going to get NIP moving for plates on bot side, though, with no real response for a while.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing that, so this was a thing that happened a lot with a lot of mid laners last year, was that you'd get people immediately moving into side lanes as soon as they had a mid lane champion that could damage them, whether that was Nash's Tooth Azir, whether that was the Tristana. I think the Corki being another AD carry with the Triforce can really help with that. There's an arrow over Christmas here.
NIP wanted to go for it, but as soon as they stepped forward, they saw Crisp on his mighty metallic horse running up, and I think Xiaohu is looking to go right back in. A collapse now, though, from Weibo. We're looking for Dwo. Not going to find the angle there, though.
Owie, that's some big damage. Rookie just missed that big one, though. That would have been the real end of that play. Rookie's still very powerful, has Flash, has his Valkyrie back up, and with the Triforce Spike, more than ready to fight. Xiaohu's still waiting for his Blade of the Ruin King on the opposite side of the matchup. Once you get Blade on Yone, that's when unspeakable violence happens. So
We
we'll
saw
see
it
if that
earlier.
spotlight we did, yeah. Yone is a fair champion. Again, shout out to Captain Flowers. Did the honest, totally honest Yone champion spotlight, which is just, again, saying it like it is and how load of horse crap this champion can be at points.
I love that you hesitated
yeah.
for like 1
I was like,
millisecond.
what language am I going to use here? We'll just about hold it to broadcast appropriate. But yeah, that Yone, have to see what the Xiaohu can be, as you call it, the plus 25 minutes instant win button if he can
Literally.
get himself that big ult onto more people.
We are getting first items completed aplenty here. Aki's going to try to force his way out of this one.
Oh, he's just
yeah,
cute.
he
has to
can't
flash
get out of
now.
that one. He's going to have to flash. He is pretty tanky, ends up burning it after the Magnet Storm gets pulled.
Yeah, I think maybe just gets a little too close to Chris. Could have maybe queued over it. Was maybe a little afraid of Chris cancelling out that Q with a well-timed ultimate, but blows the splash all the same. At least gets an ult for it.
And as I was saying beforehand, you have both Leandries complete for the top side of the map of Weibo. You also have the Blade of the Ruin King, Trinity Force complete for Xiaohu and Light. I think Weibo are going to feel
Oh,
a
yes,
little bit
unspeakable
more.
violence. There we
Yeah,
go.
a little bit more confident out on the map now as well. So that's going to help a lot in that direction. But we have a Rift Herald on the other side of the map. I'd be curious if we get Weibo's attention that way.
Particularly when you have the Lethality Callister and the Azrael, your wave clear is really good in mid lane. The Herald can make sure you can break open that. Xiaohu, not in the best spot, has to ult out. He should be safe. There's an arrow from
Enchanted Crystal
Jorlo.
here. Oh, that's a little bit mistimed. Double CC combo, but it might still be enough. That's going to be the combo getting flashed out of, though, and Xiaohu makes it out alive.
Well, I mean, I think the call there was ult him, fire the things, fire
Anybody
everything.
fire the
And
cannon!
they did. So it's a full broadside. Thing is, in League of Legends, you want to make sure it's slightly dispersed, so you can actually get that CC down a little longer. Xiaohu walks away, no ult, no flash, and he won't have himself that side lane advantage to access that unspeakable violence that we have been referring to so far. So at least NIP keeping him back a little bit towards that bot side and allow Rookie to walk into his lane, while Xiaohu doesn't have full HP to contend with.
You know those pirate ships with all those cannons? It always looked so cool,
Yeah.
but that accuracy rate, it was not great. I'll just tell you that right now. So, you know.
Yeah, they haven't locked like you get to like research rifling of the barrels in Civ. You get, the extra combat power. And I don't know. I don't even.
I
know if that
love
was
it.
a
I
thing
love the
Dude,
Civ tie.
I haven't played Civilization. I haven't played that in many years. It's been a while. I assume there's some accuracy upgrades you can get for the
I
carronades.
believe in you. Yeah, just keep going. Keep going. No, don't keep going. We have
Nice.
Rift Herald, though, available for Tarzan after they were able to secure that one. They are getting a reset back out onto the map. The important part is another dragon will spawn in 40 seconds. You can absolutely use this to pull pressure from NIP.
That's very interesting. I was just thinking about, do you know it's very interesting how in naval warfare we learned a lot about fluid dynamics and bouncing because cannonballs will bounce off the sea's surface. We learned a lot about that. That's the only thing I think of here. That's all I got to contribute
All
to this
right, perfect.
conversation.
Great.
So-
I love it. Great
Hey,
contribution.
what's next? We've taught you new words today. We've taught you things about cannonball physics. Yeah, what do you got next for us, you know?
Anything about animals, I got you. It's fine. Speaking of animals, though, that dragon we were talking about and alluding to is up. Weibo just going to try to get this play from the Rift Herald in mid lane. And maybe call me Nostradamus. I don't know. Dragon is up now, so that was pretty obvious play coming through here. But the
that's
engaged
an ult.
reaction from Jwo is not going to be enough to really get things there, but they do get the Rift Herald in the end.
Good damage from Light. You can see Light using the Triforce Power Spike himself to get as much damage down as possible. We said the Herald very important to break through the wave clear 80 carries in mid lane. It's a good chunk. Now it means that if NIP ever leave this tower unattended, should be tower falling down with it as well. Like just close on that. Just missed
Rookie is
that
on a
Essence Flux.
flank. Oh my! He's been flying in
Yeah,
the enemy
he wants this.
territory. He's been going through the trees. He's been able to find every direction
Here
he
we go.
needs. And here he goes. You start hearing the engines of a plane, and you're like, "Where's he coming from? They came from behind." And Rookie is gonna end up cleaning that one up.
I love the way that Rookie plays around Fog of War. It's something we've talked about a lot on broadcast between all of us because it's just finds ways out of the murky darkness to make something happen. Weibo don't, sadly for them, manage to get themselves onto the mid lane turret. There's a kill down, but Crystal's going to come back out. Dragon's going to die. It might just be smoked by Tarzan, but he has no flash, remember?
Rookie. He's blowing Tarzan up. The Dragon goes over to Aki too, and NIP have split the difference between Weibo and Xiaohu. He's trying to make good on anything here. He does end up getting Dwo in the end. Fotic gets out with the blast code. Xiaohu doesn't want to let that stand, as he might just get kited down. He ends up getting the cleave and getting the kill back. A double kill for Xiaohu, but Light is trying to burn the rest of NIP down, but he can't help as Crisp is taken out. Now Rookie and
Wait, has Xiaohu got
Shanji.
another E? If he has another E, maybe Xiaohu could do something to Rookie. He's managed to get away with one. How much more can he get?
He's got the rockets ready to go. They might have their sights set on Xiaohu. He's healing up a decent amount now, though. Shanji gonna get a speed up here after popping that ghost, and he wants to make sure that Xiaohu pays. Are they gonna give it to Rookie? They end up giving all that gold straight to him. A mid lane tower ended up falling, though, for Weibo as consolation prize.
We've had a weird couple of fights today, folks. Somehow Xiaohu gets away with one of the kills. I thought he was going to get kited out from that one, but NIP get the Dragon. I think they got away with more kills. It got a little bit lost in the source, folks. So Rookie, once again, using the Fog of War to get himself a really good play, takes down the Zyra. We've seen how powerful Zyra can be if she's allowed to stand and fight. Absolutely wasn't by the Corki. This is where things get really weird, though. The Spirit Cleave misses onto Fotic. He cleanses away the Ignite. He gets a Blast Code away from the Shattering Strike. He survives at a miniature amount of HP. But then Xiaohu just closes him down. So that was a wild end to the fight.
We've had some grade A fights today, and I am all here for it. The more I get to yell at the screen, the happier I am. And now Weibo actually might be
simple
caught.
people. Let's keep
We
going.
are pretty simple people, and NIP are pretty simple. They see enemy, they engage enemy, and Crisp is going down. True Shot Barrage goes wide, and that's a body gone from Weibo.
I really appreciate how proactive NIP are being, pulling the trigger and catching someone out. The Rel is not a Leona, it's not an Alistair, it's not the hyper tank. They are tanky, but they're not full tanks in the same way that other people can be. Tarzan has no flash, he might be dead here.
Tarzan's in a lot of trouble here. He has nothing to get out, and he will go down to Fotic as well.
Shanji's got himself a lot of gold now. Remember when we were talking about how Rumble can get ahead of the Cassante? Not the case anymore. The topside pressure paying dividends. And then with Crisp dying, with Tarzan dying in topside jungle, they were dying to try and stop this from happening. The Baron's being rushed now.
I like this move from Weibo, though. They have poke, they have range. The Baron right now does a lot of damage. They just have to get some damage down, but NIP, they pulled the trap. They said, we didn't even want the Baron. We were going for the fight. True Shot Barrage does damage, though. Weibo, they get picked apart at the seams. 2 down, but Light and Xiaohu, they're trying to make it happen here. A couple Mystic shots might actually make the difference, but he can't hit that one over onto Shanji. They have the range, though. They're not going to follow. Oh, Light! He wants one more Mystic shot onto Aki. Can't get it.
Ooh.
Arctic Assault out. Gets Aki to safety.
Yeah, that one scraped the backside of Bristle, who just about gets out of safety. Now the thing is, Tarzan's alive. He's on a Zyra. They could rush the Baron as a counter Baron. Shanji has teleport. He might be able to come in and disrupt some things, but he doesn't have the all out, so maybe they can't even stop this. I think they've just lost Baron.
This is the LPL, baby. TP coming in, Enchanted Crystal Arrow going wide. They just tried to turn the fight onto Shanji, but he dodged out of the Stranglethorn there as well. Oh, Glacial Prison going in to try to get them off of him. Baron started up by both teams, and neither come away with it.
All right, and I think it was just about even in kills. Folks, it is really hard to track the amount of kills we've had in all these fights. I'm just sat here waiting for one more to come down. I guess we can count together on this one. Our own little version of Sesame Street. What have we got first? We get Shanji going in, and he ends up having to pull Crisp backwards because he loses so much HP. It's 1 kill, that's 2 kills immediately. We have that. Then there's one on the other side, so that's 2 for 1. Photo goes down, 2 for 2, and then of course Xiaohu ends up just about escaping. I think everyone makes it out from that. 2 for 2, but then you count in Tarzan and Crisp before that. The extended play is 2 for 4, but in the fight itself, it's actually fairly even.
All right, let's take a look at the items because we are not stopping anytime soon. Another dragon is coming up. That's a soul point for NIP. We have the Frozen Gauntlet there from Xiaohu as second item, but more so importantly, we have the lethality items really starting to come in for Fotic as well in NIP.
the reason we're seeing, you know, the Iceborne Gauntlet coming in for the Owners is because, I mean, you're against a full AD team. There's basically no magic damage on the side of NIP. But on the other side for Photic, you know, you see there's an Iceborne Gauntlet, but there's no hyper tank on that side. We're talking about this in regards to Crisp on the Rel. You're not going to be super tanky like the Leona, so you can do a lot of damage to a lot of squishy champions. So calling out the lethality items being built up from Photic is very valuable. He has himself the Edge of Night, which is immediately blown, but the Dragon's right up, and he can potentially use that ultimate to carry draw to safety as well. See what he can do with those pierces in this next fight.
TP and Weibo are trying to fight this one here. Xiaohu over on the other side, going to get a lot of damage his way. And Chad Crisero goes a little bit wide. Light caught out, though, by Shanji. Tarzan trying to get around the corner. Tarzan trying to get in there. Tarzan, he's not going to get it. Aki secures it now. And Weibo, they missed the engage there. Aki in some trouble now. He will Arctic Assault his way out. NIP, they get out with a kill. They get out with the Dragon. Rookie might not get out, but he does indeed after the Blast Cone. And NIP, they take what they need. And maybe looking to put their hand back in the cookie jar here.
Yeah, Aki's Warmogs is going to give them a good amount of frontline to work around. Xiaohu trying to clear the wave. Still doesn't have his ultimate, though, which means he can't fight nearly as effectively.
TP from Rookie. Rookie has come in as well. Breathe. He's got the Flame Spitters dialed in on him, but the auto attack came through. Rookie dodging out as well to Xiaohu. Light's able to get one back. Light trying to fight it out, but Photic shuts him down. Now Shanji wants his own fight. He goes all out, and Xiaohu goes all down. Crisp now knocked back by the triple knock, and now it's Crisp getting low. These are two tanks, and they're still able to shred you. NIP are running away with this one.
Forgive me, Master. Just this once, I must go all out. Shanji takes some heads off there. Thank my brother for that, drilling that line into my head. He says it every time he casts his ultimate, because Shanji comes to play. And NIP bring themselves to a really big point of power. Once again, I love the way that Rookie has been playing these fights. He's been playing with the full breadth of his HP bar. And when we were talking about how LPL Corki has become less of a meme and more of a point of power, this is what we're talking about. Really loves to battle alongside it. Sadly, Xiaohu can't finish off that kill himself. And on the back end, Photic wins his own honorable duel.
I'm not saying that taking the IG skins into Rookie in Game 1 made him really upset, but I'm just going to say he's 607 in Game 2 on the Corki. He has been dominant this series. He got MVP for Game number 1, and it feels right. He's back on NIP this year. It has been an incredible combo between him and Photic, but also the way that they've been able to adapt Aki style to this team coming over from OMG.
And I think NIP, most of group stage has been a story of them trying to figure out how to play this new version of the meta. I think in spring it was very much about Rookie on the Talir, the Asol, the Arian, roaming and being a second jungler. It's not necessarily that now. Aki still got to be the engage, and Dro's helping him with it.
Not able to follow that one up. A lot of... oh, whoa. Takes a ton of damage there. Shanji ends up catching out Crisp. They go straight onto Xiaohu. He's all by himself. The Fate Seal.
No flash.
Oh, no, it's not. It's not enough. And now they actually get Xiaohu down. They get the damage back onto Crisp too. He's going down. A double kill comes through for Photic. The light is shining well, and it's not on the side of Weibo. Rookie with the rockets. And Photic on the side. 2 bodies left for Weibo, but it's not nearly enough here. Maybe a little catch out. Light wants something back here, but they've got 4 members strong for NIP.
Oh, you gotta feel for Light. He is trying his absolute damnedest to get damage down, but the front line is getting engaged onto far too easily. NIP take another couple of kills. They remove the team fight threat, and they're gonna go towards the Baron. Photic not gonna take as much damage from that as maybe I thought. Tarzan's left alive, but all Weibo can really do is watch this go down.
Going to try to get a little bit of poke in as the backs come through potentially, but that Baron is down and out. NIP with the strength to move forward, have about 7,000 gold over Weibo, and they'll get a full reset coming through here. We'll have to check the item completions as well.
And it does feel like with that huge amount of gold, those items are going to hit ever and ever harder. Dragon up in a minute would be Chemtech Soul coming through from NIP. Given how much of the breadth of the HP bars we've been playing around, I think I'll take a little bit of damage resist and extra damage when you're below 50% HP. Heck, even stuff like the heal and shield power and tenacity coming through from 3 individual Chemtech Dragons can be really, really powerful. Extra 18%, I think, when you get 3 of them. Be very, very powerful for NIP if they were to catch all of them. So watch out for that, Weibo. They do not want to give that over, but they might not have a choice. Breathe, he might have pushed too far trying to stop this from happening.
Alcove gameplay maybe just baited him. Double shattering strike there. Enchanted Crystal going wide. Breathe still down though. Equalizer comes out as a last ditch effort. True Shot Braz also going wide, but this is the bread and butter of NIP. They could just move forward, hit those ultis, and lock you down. And now you're already without 2 of your frontliners, and you're barreling down the base here.
I mean, it's probably not going to be the end of the game, but NIP, they just keep rolling forwards. They have themselves the Baron buff. Actually, there's a question of how much wave clear do they have? Tarzan might have to pull the ult to stop it from happening, and he's just getting engaged on
The call is huge. Photic locks him out, and Tarzan, that's a big spacing down. You will not have the Stranglethorn. You will not have that defense. The inhib will fall here in bot side. Light needs to be careful. Light, a rocket to the back would seal the deal, but he does dodge out, and Chris tanks it. Big True Shot Barrage, not going to be enough.
Close, he had the Essence Flux on him just before that. Would have killed if he'd connected on that one a little earlier. The rookie goes back, uses the Empowered Recalls, Inhibitor down, even more gold to be spent, teleporting back onto the map, and a very, very fed and angry Yordle in a helicopter might just end the series for Weibo.
If anybody got my Warcraft line, I hope you're old enough to remember that one. Xiaohu, though, he might be old enough to remember it, and he's going to get Photic's ire straight to him. Dro sets him up, and NIP knock him down. This has been the name of the series, and Rookie stepping up yet again. He does go too far, and it's Light that's still trying to fight his way out of it, but he can't get into a double kill. Goes to his arch nemesis in Photic.
The development, the evolution from the start of summer to the second round robin has been so much for NIP. Tarzan flashing away, should survive this one, but at what cost? Another tower goes down. NIP, they have found their feet again. They found their ability to go forwards, and Weibo, they have found that out in the worst possible way, at maybe the worst possible time. This loss would mean so much for them.
Oh, they just catch out Tarzan completely. He's all out, but he's under turret. And NIP, they might be ninjas in pajamas. They've taken those pajamas off, and there's a business suit underneath because they're handling it right now. Xiaohu trying to defend. The Nexus turret needs to be the focus. Shanji's got the autos, and NIP move to 4 and 3 and will dominate Weibo in this summer split.
The world finalists from the LPL of last year, Weibo Gaming, find themselves at 2 and 4 as it stands. They have themselves 2 series left to try and climb their way back up into contention for the upper group in the Rumble stage, where the winners of the groups play off against each other. It's looking pretty unlikely right now. They'll have to claw their way back. NIP, we thought that they might have dropped a lot of form coming into these groups. They looked really, really poor with the AP junglers, but when they have gone back to engage for Aki, for bruises for Aki, and the rest of the team following up on it, they do seem to have found a lot more of that mojo again. I'm sure a lot of the NIP fans out there, and fans of Rookie, that man on your screen, the master of Fog of War, very happy to see his return to form.
He might earn a double MVP tonight. I don't know. I mean, look at that. He's yawning.
I mean, that game was fantastic.
He's feeling good. But I think giving the power tools to Aki and Jwo was really what set NIP up for success tonight. And I think those combos of go buttons and kind of that decisiveness rupturing between the two, I think was super important.
I think it would be really valuable if anyone wants to really understand the value of Rookie in these games. Go find a POV of him. There are some videos out there, and maybe even watch POVs of people playing against Rookie, because trying to communicate how he's playing the game when you have both teams' vision, I think is a half-completed picture. The way that he was playing around those dragons was absolutely insane. He just popped out of the Fog of War and popped some heads off as well. I'm really loving to see him back on form. He had some weaker games earlier in the split, or early in summer, and it feels like this has been a really good series from him. He gets away with the MVP. We saw it coming. I don't think anyone else saw it coming. He was coming out of Fog of War.
I mean, the flanks on Corki, man, stepping it up here. I hope we get
you can hear the helicopter. Those things are loud.
You think they could? Again, obviously they didn't play Warcraft. I'm just saying. 40% damage done on the Corki. You might say, oh, but it's a Corki. I remember back in the day, they always had a ton of damage. But the Corki now feels a little bit different. It's very bursty. You do still have the consistent damage from the rockets. But man, Rookie was on his toes today. Like, it was actually incredible, and it's been a growth that we've seen from him over time, right? Like, he has been consistently extremely strong over the last couple splits.
And to think that, against anyone's Legend, the first time they faced up against them, it was, Rookie dying to a Corki at level 2 for a solo kill. Coming back to games like this, where he's getting huge games where he only dies once, where it seems like his melee range of the entire enemy team for most of it. It's absolutely insane to me. So NIP, deserved win, deserved 2-0. They will get themselves to a point where they can maybe, well, I don't think they can contend with anyone's Legend now, actually, because they're 2 wins behind them are currently at 4 and 3, and they've already lost that double round robin matchup to anyone's Legend. But they are still in contention for top of the top 3 seeds, which is very important to them. These green games today were very important to Group D.
Group D is, I feel like, going to continue getting spicy. We'll see what the matches lie in store. But this was our tail of the take of the day. It was Ultra Prime versus AL, an absolute banger. Please go watch that series if you didn't watch it. And AL take out on top. They take complete control of Group D. They will be moving on to Group A of the next round. And then we also had a pretty handy business handling by NIP. Tomorrow, though, we're right back to it. WE versus LGD and BLG versus RNG.
These games are from Group B. BLG RNG is largely decorative in some ways, but it's definitely not for the continued form of these teams. BLG are confirmed going into the upper group, and RNG are confirmed going into the lower group. WE and LGD, they're currently even on series score. This could be, even though LGD look like a team that are behind WE right now, it could be a hopscotch matchup right there. Very important to see.
Yeah, I think you might not recognize, like, some of the days you might be rusty. Why do I have to care about some of these teams that I obviously didn't need to care about in spring? And I think that's what the format has done to our league, and that's what makes all these games super important. We got to see a lot of fun with the Fearless style tonight, and I think it's going to continue here as we move forward. Nightmara, it was an absolute pleasure to be reunited with you after spring finals. It was a blast to cast with you, and we'll be back for more LPL tomorrow. We'll see everybody there. Goodbye.